Chapter 411. Seeing Yi Yuan again, Xiao Rian's tears once again flowed down with disappointment. Seeing Yi Yuan again, Xiao Rian's tears once again flowed down with disappointment. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "How big a matter was it? Was there a need to attempt suicide? Such a beautiful girl, so many people are fighting to have. Such a pity if you died. Putting yourself at home to be a flower vase is also pretty good." Poochie. One sentence tickled Xiao Rian, turning tears into smiles. Rolling her eyes at Yi Yuan, she pouted and said, "Can't you say something properly for once? Frivolous." Her eyes were filled with amorous feelings, mesmerizing people to death. Putting Yi Yuan, who was looking into a trace as well. "Haha, didn't I see that the atmosphere was somewhat awkward and wanted to liven things up?" Yi Yuan said slightly awkwardly. But Xiao Rian's eyes dimmed and she shouted begrudgingly, "You shouldn't have saved me." Didn't I already save you? Heh, you foolish girl, is it worth it to do this? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Xiao Rian sighed and said, "There's no worth it or not, only willing or not. I don't wish to go against father's intention and also don't wish for myself to become another person's accessory. This was the best option." "What are you doing?" Xiao Rian was just bemoaning her fate vacantly when suddenly a face popped up in front of her, making her jump in fright and hastily backing away. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "You're lying." That scene earlier made Xiao Rian's little heart flutter, only to see her FLU's teared expression, her eyes dodging like she did something guilty. When did I?" Xiao Rian said softly. "Your eyes betrayed out. The eyes of a person whose heart is dead like ashes are utterly without a lease of life. But you are filled with attachment towards this world. So what then? I have no other choice." Having her thoughts exposed by Yi Yuan, Xiao Rian said with hints of embarrassment. Of course, she was filled with attachments towards this world. She was attached to her alchemy path. She was attached to her parents and her elder brother. She was attached to Yi Yuan. The Xiao Rian at this time was very sensitive. She felt that Yi Yuan was well disposed towards her, but Yi Yuan completely turned a blind eye to her. He clearly knew that the spouse-finding martial compet. 1. Tian was about to begin, yet he still entered close seclusion to cultivate. In her despair, she chose this sort of extreme way of doing things. "Haha, don't wish to die, then don't die," Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Xiao Rian did not know where the courage came from. She suddenly yelled at Yi Yuan, "Easy talk for you. Do you know how powerful first-rate families are? Do you know the Xiao family's current predicament? Do you know my circumstances? Don't want to die? What about the spouse-finding martial compet? 1. Tian? Could it be that you're going to go defeat Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe and marry me?" Saying finish the words in one breath, Xiao Rian stared fixedly at Yi Yuan's eyes, looking very furious, but in truth, her heart already leaped up to her throat. She was worried Yi Yuan would say no, worried that Yi Yuan would turn around and leave. The two people stared at each other. For a moment there was only the sound of breathing in the room. "Fine." After a moment, Yi Yuan suddenly cracked a smile and said, "What?" Xiao Rian did not react right away and instinctively blurted out, "I'll help you settle those two fellows. But I have no way of marrying you." Yi Yuan felt that regarding this kind of matters, it was better not to do things sloppily. "You? What do you mean?" Xiao Rian was pleasantly surprised earlier, but the second half of Yi Yuan's sentence splashed down like a basin of cold water. "My meaning is that I'll partake 1. P8 in the spouse-finding martial compet 1. Tian and help you take care of those two punks. But I have no way of marrying you," Yi Yuan said. Although he knew that these words were rather hurtful, he had no choice but to say it. Yi Yuan only entered the fierce-scale world in order to save people. Whether he could return to the endless world alive was another matter altogether. Even if he returned to the endless world, their two sides were also destined to be enemies. Could enemy and enemy be together? Yi Yuan naturally liked beauties, but he did not have the qualifications to enjoy beautiful women right now. He could only treat Xiao Rian as a friend. Since he treated Xiao Rian as a friend, he could not bring great harm to her. This was Yi Yuan's principle. He did not agree to Nanfeng Ruoqing and Nanfeng Zhirobak, then also because of this reason. Can you tell me why? Not knowing why, Xiao Rian calmed down at this time instead. Yi Yuan shook his head with a bitter smile and said, I have my own difficulties. Sorry. Xiao Rian nodded and actually smiled sweetly, saying, As long as you don't let me marry those two fellows, that will do. Thank you, Ji Qing. Seeing Xiao Rian like so, Yi Yuan's heart eased up slightly. Honestly speaking, dealing with matters of the heart was really not his strong suit. Yi Yuan smiled awkwardly and said, What's to thank? Being of service to Miss Rian is something that many men in the capital dream to have. Other people can't even beg for it, but I gained a huge advantage. Haha. Yi Yuan himself felt that this joke was not funny at all, but Xiao Rian giggled nonstop. No matter how one looked at it, this laugh carried some misery and bitterness inside. But Yi Yuan did not know how to resolve it either. Ah, Ji Qing, you're actually 7th level crystal formation realm already? Xiao Rian suddenly noticed something and the laughter stopped. And my closed seclusion this 1 month was in order to break through realms, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. I really can't see through you more and more. Your strength in the alchemy path is powerful until it makes people despair. You actually have such peerless talent in the martial path too. Just what kind of existence are you? In Xiao Rian's viewpoint, Yi Yuan was an enigmatic man. Or perhaps it was precisely this point which attracted her deeply. Haha, I am me, a different colored firework. Frivolous. But even if you broke through to the 7th level crystal formation realm, you're still a lot worse than them. If you can't do it, don't force it. Xiao Rian said worriedly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Relax. Just 2 middle-stage sea transformation realms. I think nothing of them. Really? Xiao Rian said doubtfully. Of course it's true. Yi Yuan said confidently. All right then. But I still have one matter to request of you. You mustn't reject me. Xiao Rian suddenly said seriously. You say it first. I'll definitely agree what I can promise. Yi Yuan did not fall for it and decided to hear the contents first before deciding. Xiao Rian looked at Yi Yuan with a begrudging face and said, You, this fellow, really don't have the thoughts of being tender towards women. Haha. Yi Yuan gave a laugh. If you can really defeat Huang Wenqiu and Shuezaihe, you don't have to marry me, but I want to follow you in the future. Xiao Rian said. Ah? Follow me? Yi Yuan had an astonished look. Yeah. You defeat them in front of the entire capital but refuse to marry me. How will I marry in the future? So, I'm going to stick to you in the future. I want to follow you. If you don't agree, I'll just die another round. Either way, I'm already somebody who died once. Xiao Rian threatened. Yi Yuan felt his head swell and he waved his hands, saying, What's the deal with you following me? I already said that I have my own difficulties. That's simple. You just take me in as a disciple, and that will do. A hint of cunning flickered across Xiao Rian's eyes. Chapter 4:12. Yi Yuan looked at Xiao Rian rather surprisedly and blurted out, Take you in as a disciple? Yi Yuan looked at Xiao Rian rather surprisedly and blurted out, Take you in as a disciple? Yeah. I'm not forcing you to become Dao companions with me either. It's just taking me in as a disciple. Not overboard, right? Xiao Rian said. This. Yi Yuan could not help hesitating. He did not even officially take in disciples in his previous life. He really did not have the desire to be a teacher. Xiao Rian suddenly raising this condition made him unable to make a choice for a moment. Not that Yi Yuan was averse to take a disciple, it was just that he was not willing to waste time on something like teaching disciples in his previous life. So, he could not be bothered to take any disciples. People like Li Daoheng belonged to those with better luck. They were people who were able to learn alchemy by his side. Even if he did not deliberately go and teach, Li Daoheng also used just 100 years to cultivate from alchemy ancestor to alchemy venerable realm, only a step away from stepping into alchemy emperor. One could say that being beside Yi Yuan, even if it was just being a little medicine boy, it would also be endlessly beneficial. Xiao Rian could not help being anxious when she saw Yi Yuan hesitate and said, "Don't say anything like you're young and can't teach me. I know the disparity between us. Your strength is more than enough to be my master. If you don't even agree to this, I don't need you to get on the stage either. At most, I'll consume another portion of 9 nether soul-shattering powder." One had to acknowledge that when a woman like Xiao Rian acted like a spoiled girl, all men would find it hard to resist. First, cry, second, make a fuss, and third, hang oneself. Even knowing all these, Yi Yuan was just weak to this tactic. He instantly said helplessly, "Fine then. Be my disciple then. But I'll say the nasty things first. I will leave the capital in the future." Yi Yuan naturally would not stay here for a long time. As long as he rescued his fellow apprentices, he would leave immediately. Who knew that Xiao Rian became overjoyed and said, "Doesn't matter. Wherever you are, I'll be there. I have a feeling that, by following you, I'll get even closer to the magnificent Tao of alchemy." "And, if you go, what about your parents and brother?" Xiao Rian's eyes dimmed as she said, "The Xiao family has seized back management rights. My mission is already completed. The Xiao family doesn't need me anymore. As for father and mother, they still have big brother and other children. One less person is fine." Yi Yuan's eyes flickered, but he did not speak. He could sense the blow that this incident had on Xiao Rian was tremendous. The heartlessness of the Xiao family elders already made Xiao Rian lose complete faith in the Xiao family. Continuing to stay in the Xiao family, as long as she could be the bargaining chip for their exchange of benefits, they would not care about Xiao Rian's feelings. To the Xiao Rian who had already died once, she had already come to accept many things. These past 20 years, she lived for the Xiao family. From today onwards, she would live for herself. She wanted to pursue her own path, her own happiness. It was just that Yi Yuan did not know if he told her that he was an endless world native, would she leave with him or not? Following S.H.I. plus Howren out of the Xiao family, Yi Yuan kept feeling very odd in his heart. This female disciple was accepted somewhat awkwardly no matter how one looked at it. Other people took in disciples in order to continue their legacy, but why did it have the feeling that he took in Xiao Rian because of some ulterior motives? To S.H.I. plus Howren, Yi Yuan did not have much to hide and directly told him the agreement with Xiao Rian for him to hear. After S.H.I. plus Howren heard it, he first sized Yi Yuan up with a peculiar look in his eyes, and he finally raised a big thumbs up as he exclaimed with admiration, "Little junior brother is indeed extraordinary. Other people are all fighting to take the 2 absolutes back home to be Tao companions, but you actually blazed a new trail and started playing with teacher-student love affair." Yi Yuan had an impulse to collapse. He said huffily, "What teacher-student love affair? I didn't want to take her in as a disciple, but she threatened to die. What can I do?" "Ha! Little junior brother doesn't need to have any qualms. There's nothing bad about teacher-student relations. HI plus P either. Instead, it has another flavor. Little junior brother just has to be yourself. With master and me backing you, what's there to fear?" S.H.I. plus Howren said with a laugh. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and was utterly defeated by this dirty old man and just ignored him altogether. Returning to Qixia Mountain, Yi Yuan directly went to see Star Abyss. When Star Abyss saw Yi Yuan, he similarly had a look of astonishment. "Even if you took over a body to rebirth, isn't this cultivation speed a little too fast?" Star Abyss said in astonishment. Yi Yuan was not willing to waste his breath on this. He waved his hands and said, "Relax, I know what I'm doing. Something like killing the chicken to retrieve the egg, I won't do it. You came to find me, is there some news?" Star Abyss smiled faintly and waved his sleeves. Several human silhouettes appeared out of thin air. This Star Abyss actually had a spatial spirit artifact too. Seeing these few figures, Yi Yuan could not help lightly trembling all over. Senior Apprentice Brother Mo. Senior Apprentice Brother Wujiu. Senior Apprentice Brother Tianyu. Senior Apprentice Brother Du. Senior Apprentice Brother Chen. It's really great that you're all fine," Yi Yuan said agitatedly. These few people were shockingly Mo Yuntian and the rest. Apart from Mei Zhen, everybody was all here. Yi Yuan did not think that Star Abyss was actually so extravagant, rescuing everyone in one shot. It was just that Mo Yuntian and the rest all had vacant eyes. They were similar as the Duqing that Yi Yuan saw that day. Clearly, the divine soul prohibitions had yet to be removed. Their divine soul restrictions will be up to you to undo then. Otherwise, I can't explain to them, Star Abyss said. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and said with a nod, "You did very well. This time. Thank you very much." Star Abyss smiled and said, "With my status, asking for a few slaves is still not a problem. It's just that Mei Zhen whom you mentioned is quite troublesome." Yi Yuan frowned and asked, "How so?" Star Abyss said, "This batch of endless world slaves, the highest strength is at the Sea Transformation Realm. And Sea Transformation Realm slaves are all kept by the royal family. Because that Mei Zhen is a Sea Transformation Realm expert, he was naturally kept behind by the royal family. Speaking of which, it's a coincidence too. The one who took him in was none other than 7th Prince, Zhao Qinggan. We were just at odds with the royal family. It isn't convenient to open our mouths and ask for him at this time. Otherwise, it would be too obvious." Yi Yuan's eyebrows knitted together even tighter. If Mei Zhen was in Zhao Qinggan's hands, then this matter was truly quite hard to deal with. After a long while, Yi Yuan finally slowly said, "This matter is indeed a little troublesome. But I've remembered this favor. How about this? My present strength can't help you much, but I'll impart you a piece of soul cultivation formula." Star Abyss's entire body trembled as he said disbelievingly, What kind of soul cultivation formula?" As the chairman of the Alchemist Association, Star Abyss naturally did not lack soul cultivation formulas. Otherwise, he would have no way of becoming a sovereign either. But Star Abyss knew that the soul cultivation formula that Yi Yuan was imparting him would surely be extraordinary. At least, with his present strength and status, it was impossible to get. Star Abyss never dreamt that Yi Yuan's recompense would actually be so generous. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "This soul cultivation formula is called Heavenly Luo Soul Refining Art. It is a Tier 9 cultivation method." Tier 9 cultivation method. Although he knew that Yi Yuan would not take some common where to fool him, when he heard Tier 9 cultivation method, these several words, Star Abyss's heart still failed to live up to his expectations and pounded fiercely. Chapter 413. The Heavenly Luo Soul Refining Art is just an ordinary Tier 9 cultivation method. It can at most support your cultivation to the Alchemy Emperor realm, not much of a big deal. But with your present realm, it's more than plenty. The Heavenly Luo Soul Refining Art is just an ordinary Tier 9 cultivation method. It can at most support your cultivation to the Alchemy Emperor realm, not much of a big deal. But with your present realm, it's more than plenty. To Yi Yuan, Tier 9 cultivation methods were really no big deal. In Yi Yuan's brain, there were as many as over a dozen Tier 9 cultivation method. The Heavenly Luo Soul Refining Art was just an inconspicuous one. Similarly, a Tier 9 cultivation method, The heavenly Luo soul refining art was way lousier than the 1000 augmenting soul incantation. One had to know that the 1000 augmenting soul incantation was the cultivation method that supported Ji Xingyang and Ji Qinyun to the peak alchemy emperor realm. It was an absolutely a top grade among top grades. In his previous life and this life, Yi Yuan only imparted this cultivation method to his father, Yi Hang. Even Li Daoheng, this half a disciple, Yi Yuan did not easily impart it to. Thank you for Senior's great grace. Star Abyss was overwhelmed by emotions and gave thanks. Yi Yuan waved his hands and said, disregarding that you've rendered such a great help to me, just the fact that you're Li Daoheng, that boy's disciple, imparting you a soul formula isn't something of a big deal either. It's just that this life. I also don't know if I'll have the opportunity to make up for it. Towards this sort of topic, Star Abyss felt unable to interject a single word in. He could only remain silent by the side. Yi Yuan imparted the heavenly Luo soul refining technique to Star Abyss. He no longer doubted Yi Yuan's ident. One Tai. How could a crystal formation realm boy possibly know a Tier 9 cultivation method? This was a Tier 9 cultivation method. To lower realm martial artists, Tier 9 cultivation methods were paramount existences. Deity realm? What did that have to do with lower realm martial artists? 2 days later, at the largest plaza in the capital, the Wind Emperor Plaza. Perhaps the Xiao family was not some peak major family clan, but as one of the capital's 2 absolute beauties, Xiao Rian was practically a household name. Her spouse finding martial compet. 1. Tian was naturally also the focus of everyone. At this moment, the Wind Emperor Plaza was swarming with people. It was virtually the situation of watertight. The Xiao family completely did not antic. 1p. 8 Such a spectacle. The spouse finding martial compet. 1. Tian had already been in progress for several months now. The martial artists who met the requirement already reached the tens of thousands. Among these people, the vast majority were actually just in order to make a name for themselves. Because everyone in the world knew that this spouse finding martial compet. 1 Tian match was carried out for the 2 Huang and Shui families, and the Huang family's Huang Wenqiu and the Shui family's Shui Zaihe were practically the cream of the crop of the fierce Gale world's junior generation. Under the circumstances where the other 2 great experts in the capital were absent, they virtually had victory in their grasp already. To the 2 Huang and Shui families, the Xiao family was indeed not considered much. But to the tens of thousands of martial artists in the world, the Xiao family was an exceedingly powerful existence. To martial artists of the junior generation, to be able to bring back the beauty and enter the Xiao family, this temptation was seriously too great. Hence, even if everyone knew that there was no chance of success this time, the youngsters who registered were still bursting at the seams. In the center of the Wind Emperor Plaza, a high stage was established. The high stage was already fully occupied by eminent guests. Among them included the various large families' upper echelons, as well as the distinguished members of the junior generation. Both Huang Wenqiu and Shui Zaihe were shockingly there. It was also uncertain whether it was deliberate or unintentional that these 2 leaders of the young generation sat together. The arena match had yet to begin, and the smell of gunpowder between the 2 became heavy. Shui Zaihe, I urge you to better find a reason to withdraw now. After today, the capital won't have whatever juxtaposed number 2 experts anymore. Huang Wenqiu's words were filled with the smell of gunpowder. But when Shui Zaihe heard that, he just smiled faintly and said, Haha, I think so too. 2 number 2 experts, don't you feel that it's too many? Huang Wenqiu's face darkened and he said, Looks like you refuse to give up until all hope is lost. Fine. Today, I'll let you have a taste of defeat and know what is called heaven beyond heaven, and people beyond people. Xiao Chongfeng sat not far away from the 2. Towards the dispute between these 2 people, he was deeply aware. He immediately smiled and said, Two honorable nephews don't need to be like this. You two are the capital's top people and are bound to surpass us old fellows in the future. Today is just a martial compet. One, tie-in to find a spouse, not some family clan's desperate fight. Both of you mustn't hurt your friendly relations because of this. These words sounded like mediating between fights, but recalling it carefully, it was always somewhat wrong. The two people's shrewdness were still shallow after all. Seeing that Xiao Changfeng spoke, Huang Wenqiu took the lead to express his attitude, saying, "Father-in-law, have a seat for a moment. After Wenqiu sweeps away these stinky salted fish, I'll come and marry Ruyan tomorrow." Shuizaihe sneered and said, "With the likes of you? Pass. Through my hurdle first before talking." The two people chimed in one after another. Not only did Xiao Changfeng's words not placid the two people, but it also intensified the situation instead. Right at this time, only to hear Tong Xuan shout in a clear voice, "Shangguan family head, Shangguan Yi has arrived. His Highness, 7th Prince, has arrived." When his voice landed, the plaza instantly became much quieter. Shangguan family head, Shangguan Yi, slowly entered the high stage. Xiao Changfeng hastily got up to welcome. Behind Shangguan Yi, Shangguan Lingyun and Shangguan Lingxue followed closely behind. Brother Shangguan and Your Highness, the 7th Prince, personally made an appearance. It really graces the Xiao family with your presence, Xiao Changfeng hurriedly said. Shangguan Yi said coolly, "Haha, family head Xiao is too courteous. Family head Xiao gave birth to a fine daughter. But today, she's going to be a fish leaping over the dragon's gate." Xiao Changfeng took a look at 7th Prince behind Shangguan Lingxue and said smilingly, "Not at all. To talk about fish leaping over the dragon's gate, it should be Brother Shangguan. Has Your Highness, 7th Prince, been well?" Xiao Changfeng greeted Zhao Qinggan again. Zhao Qinggan's expression was cold but was clearly very sensitive to Xiao Changfeng's words. He said with a smile, "These words from family head Xiao leaves Qinggan abashed." Xiao Changfeng had an awkward look as he said, "Haha, Your Highness, 7th Prince, is a man bestowed with great responsibility. Past matters, I can only impel Your Highness to scale new heights and not mention them." Zhao Qinggan nodded slightly and said, "Haha, grateful for family head Zhao's auspicious words. Haha, everyone, please take your seats," Xiao Changfeng said with a laugh. These few words sounded simple, but they crossed swords multiple times in secret. The Xiao family could not shake off relations with Yi Yuan after all. The 7th Prince becoming such a huge joke, Xiao Changfeng was naturally quite awkward. Zhao Qinggan's words had a concealed blade too. But it was also skated over by a few sentences of Xiao Changfeng's flattery. It was also considered to have said the round. Regarding Zhao Qinggan, an body dared to overlook him. Zhao Qinggan's heart was poured on Shangguan Lingxue. Xiao Changfeng was naturally well aware. Those words earlier were also considered to have smoothed things over. Right at this moment, Tong Xuan suddenly raised his voice and shouted, "Under Sovereign Star Abyss, Hi plus Howren has turned up with his 7 fellow apprentices." The excitement in Tong Xuan's words could not be concealed no matter what. And when his word left his mouth, the tens of thousands of people present were all taken aback with shock. Sovereign Star Abyss's 8 great disciples all attended at the same time. What kind of face was this? Chapter 4:14 Family Head Xiao, this S.H.I plus wish you good luck in choosing a splendid son-in-law today, S.H.I plus Howren said with clasped hands. Family Head Xiao, this S.H.I plus wish you good luck in choosing a splendid son-in-law today, S.H.I plus Howren said with clasped hands. Although S.H.I plus Howren did not come out independently and was just a disciple under Star Abyss, body dared to overlook his alchemy king's strength. Putting aside Star Abyss, HI plus Howren's strength among the alchemy kings in the entire capital could also enter the top 5. Even those veteran alchemy kings like Yang Xiu did not dare to say that they could guarantee a win against HI plus Howren in alchemy. Therefore, HI plus Howren's position in the capital's alchemy scene was actually very aloof. Him coming by himself already gave the Shao family sufficient face. Now that he led his 7 juniors here together, it could be seen just how astounding this scene was. The Shao family has such immense face. Alchemy King HI plus generally don't make an appearance in public activities. Today, he actually made an exception and arrived here. It's truly out of the blue. Did you guys hear? Shao Rian's relations. HI plus P with Alchemy King HI plus S little junior brother, who is Ji Qing, is not shallow. This time, Alchemy King HI plus most likely came to escort his little junior brother. There's such a thing? But with that Ji Qing's strength, he probably can't get on the stage at all, right? What's being competed today isn't alchemy but real swords and genuine spears. It's about martial strength. He, a crystal formation realm martial artist, simply doesn't have a chance, right? Haha, there's no way of knowing that. However, Sovereign Star Abyss's 8 great disciples came as a group. No matter how one looks at it, it's somewhat unusual. And what is it? Wasn't that Ji Qing's 2nd-level crystal formation realm? How long has it been? Why is he already 7th-level crystal formation realm? What in the world happened? Many people discovered Yi Yuan's transformation and were unbelievably shocked. If, say, the Grand Pill Assembly did not stir up much of a wave a month back, then the matter of the 7th prince, Zhao Qinggan, bearing a rod to ask for punishment already let everyone in the capital get to know Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's realm was naturally discussed by meddlesome people long ago. Yet, a month of not seeing him, Yi Yuan actually broke through 5 realms in succession. This was seriously too inconceivable. Xiao Chongfeng laughed loudly and said, "Then, I'll have to thank Alchemy King HI plus for your blessings." Ha! The 2 people exchanged glances and burst into laughter once again. Alchemy King HI plus and fellow masters, please take your seats. From Xiao Chongfeng's mouth, HI plus Howren's juniors all became masters. This naturally included Yi Yuan too. Right after taking his seat, Yi Yuan felt multiple glances looking towards him. One of the gazes was very resentful. Who could it be except Zhao Qinggan? The matter of the sanction was already over. The main army already set off. Zhao Qinggan no longer had a need to suppress his anger anymore. The entire city knew that he hated Yi Yuan to the bone. This sort of thing did not need to be concealed, and it could not be masked as well. Of course, as long as it was within the capital, he truly did not dare to do anything to Yi Yuan. Not that he really dreaded that day's promise, what he feared was the star abyss behind Yi Yuan. That old fellow's influence was too great. But Zhao Qinggan clearly already noticed that Yi Yuan broke through 5 realms consecutively. Apart from hatred in both eyes, there was even deep trepidation. There was another person sizing up Yi Yuan with thick curiosity. Seeing Yi Yuan look over, that person gave Yi Yuan a faint smile. Yi Yuan similarly responded with a smile. That person is the Shangguan Lingyun, who is on par with His Highness, the 7th Prince. The position of Wind Emperor is only Pa's, said to the strongest person. Hence, the 7th Prince's great opponent is him, said HI plus Howren by the side. Yi Yuan asked in surprise, 7th Prince isn't the first person in the line of succession? SHI plus Howren smiled and said, if Shangguan Lingyun breaks through to the boundless realm, even if the Wind Emperor said his position to the 7th Prince, it will also make no difference to the matter, isn't it so? Yi Yuan thought about it and nodded, saying, it's indeed this logic. But The Wind Emperor can suppress the Shangguan family and not let them rise up. Howren shook his head and said, the reason why the Wind Emperor's position is stable is not just because he's the only boundless realm powerhouse, but because he can maintain the capital's stability. The first-rate families all practically has sovereign-level powerhouses existing. Once the Wind Emperor deliberately suppresses a family, the capital will no longer know peace. The Wind Emperor ultimately has to ascend to the divine realm. If he incurred public indignation, his family clan will eventually be replaced or even exterminated. Yi Yuan said with a realization, so that's the case. Looks like even invincible existences also have many things to take into consideration. Haha, that's natural. In this world, where are there invincible people? Even more powerful people have their soft spots. It's just whether or not others can discover and make use of them. Oh right, this Shangguan family is the previous Wind Emperor's family clan, Howren said with a smile. No wonder the Shangguan family is so strong. Sigh. Similarly, one of the capital's dual absolute beauties, that Shangguan Lingxue is much luckier, unlike Xiao Rian with no command over herself, Yi Yuan said in amazement. Speaking of which, Yi Yuan still had to give thanks to this other beauty to be able to enter the capital. It was just that this Shangguan Lingxue walked too closely with Zhao Qinggan and naturally kept Yi Yuan at a distance. Similar people, different fate. No matter how heaven-defying a person is, they are also unable to choose their parents. Xiao Rian's greatest misfortune was being born in the Xiao family. But her greatest fortune was meeting you. Haha. Howren said with a laugh. Yi Yuan unwittingly rolled his eyes. This eldest senior brother was at it again. Eldest senior brother has such faith in me? Yi Yuan asked curiously. If it were before, I would really not have much faith in you. But since Master has such faith in you, I naturally believe his judgment too. Howren said confidently. And? How so? Howren gave Yi Yuan a faint smile and explained it. Turned out that after Yi Yuan left Star Abyss's place that day, Howren went to find Star Abyss to express his concern about Yi Yuan's rapid breakthrough. But Star Abyss just said indifferently, your little junior brother's talent is extraordinary. It's just breaking through 5 realms, there's no need to make such a fuss. That spouse finding martial compet. 1. Tian, you accompany him and walk around. Don't let people hurt him and just bring him back safe and sound. Very clearly, Star Abyss was BRIMMING with confidence in Yi Yuan. Making him accompany Yi Yuan here was also just for the sake of preventing accidents from happening. Haha, little junior brother, just need to care about letting yourself go. With me around and body dares to do anything to you. Howren was also full of confidence in himself. Haha, with these words from eldest senior brother, I can rest at ease. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Right at this time, Xiao Changfeng came to the center of the platform, and he mustered up essence energy to cry out, Today is the red-letter day of my little girl's spouse finding compet. 1. Tian. This Xiao did not think beforehand that there would actually be so many people coming here to rally. This Xiao thanks everybody here and now. Family head Xiao, enough with this. Let Miss Rian come out and let us broaden our horizons. Family head Xiao, I'm Miss Rian's loyal fan. My wars. P of her flows unceasingly. Yeah. This spouse finding compet. 1. Tian, you got to let us see what the bride looks like, right? For a moment, there was a hubbub of voices below the platform, causing a huge din. Evidently, everyone wished to witness the elegant demeanor of one of the capital's dual absolutes. Xiao Changfeng smiled and said, Everyone, hold your horses. My girl will be out right away. Chapter 4:15. As he spoke, a maidservant supporting a lithe and graceful figure came from the backstage. As he spoke, a maidservant supporting a lithe and graceful figure came from the backstage. Xiao Rian was dressed in full red phoenix coronet and ceremonial robes, looking like a heavenly maiden descending to the world. But sadly, a red bridal veil was on her head, and there was no way of witnessing her true appearance. But Yi Yuan could sense that behind that red bridal veil was definitely a face beautiful until it made people unable to extradite themselves. Whoever who could take off this red veil today would absolutely be the luckiest man in the world. What the hell? We want to see the real person. Yeah. If we don't see Miss Rian's face, how do we know if that's the actual person? What will we do if you get a fake one to hoodwink us? Quickly take off the head veil. Quickly take off the head veil. Seeing that Xiao Rian actually covered her face and came out, everyone immediately became indignant and exploded. Xiao Changfeng said in a solemn voice, "Harumph. Although the Xiao family isn't a first-rate family, we're a respected family clan in the capital. There are so many people present here today. How could this Xiao crack such a joke? Gentlemen, anyone who doesn't wish to take part in this spouse finding martial compet. 1. Tian can very well leave right now." Seeing Xiao Changfeng fly off his handle, the martial artists present all remained silent. Offending their future father-in-law was not some wise move. Huang Wenqiu sneered when he saw the situation and said, "Just these trashes are also worthy of witnessing Miss Rian's unrivaled looks? Truly toads ting after a swan's fleas. Plus, aren't you one of the toads? What qualifications do you have to mock them?" Shuezaihe said with a cold laugh. "Shuezaihe, are you provoking me here? Flaunting eloquence. You'll get it in a while." Huang Wenqiu similarly said with a cold laugh. "Haha, today, I'm definitely marrying Miss Rian. Whoever dares to stop me, I'll step over his corpse." Shuezaihe said nonchalantly with a smile, but the words he said made people's hair stand on its ends. The spouse finding compet. 1. Tian had yet to start, but the smell of gunpowder already gradually becoming intense. "Ruyan, you go and sit properly at one side," Xiao Changfeng said to Xiao Rian. Xiao Rian nodded slightly and went to one side to sit down. Her position was very eye-catching. The entire plaza could see it, and as luck would have it, the place Yi Yuan was sitting at was the closest to her among the guests. It was also unknown if it was coincidental or Xiao Changfeng's deliberate arrangements. Xiao Changfeng watched Xiao Rian sit down, but he took a very meaningful glance at Yi Yuan as if he had already internally decided that Yi Yuan was his son-in-law without officially announcing it. Xiao Changfeng's eyes made Yi Yuan involuntarily feel a chill. But how could Yi Yuan not know Xiao Changfeng's plan? It was just that. Today's outcome would probably disappoint him. The spouse finding martial compet. 1. Tian today doesn't have any special rules. One just has to win on the platform in the end, and that will do. But once you step onto the platform, you'll be responsible for your life and death. On this point, you all already signed the life and death agreement when you registered. The Xiao family won't force anyone onto the platform. All of you can still back out now. This Xiao gives a word of advice here. Young martial artists whose strength hasn't reached C transformation realm, they better not go onto the stage. Cultivation isn't easy. Why should a man worry about having no wife? Don't err today. Xiao Changfeng said. One had to say that this speech from Xiao Changfeng was still very useful. It was akin to a tub of cold water splas. Plus-ing some people awake. Life or death on the stage was one's own responsibility. If one died, then they died. And body would pity you. And this spouse finding compet. 1. Tian had 2 final malefic stars waiting there. SN. ATC. Hing wives from those 2 malefic stars, the final outcome completely did not need much thinking. Those 2 people would definitely deal a killing blow. Hence, one had to properly deliberate on whether to get on stage or not. But Xiao Rian's reputation in the capital was seriously too great. Before this, there were already all sorts of editions of Xiao Rian's portrait secretly leaking out. Although those drawings all differed from one another, they all had one distinguished HI+ing feature: she was overwhelmingly stunning. Adding the Xiao family's position in the capital, the vast majority of these martial artists was still like being on stimulants. Especially those martial artists below the age of 30 and had reached transformation realm cultivation. How could they be willing to yield without giving it a shot? Now, the spouse finding martial compet. 1. Tian official begins. Xiao Changfeng shouted in a clear voice. Right at this time, Xiao Rian suddenly heard a voice transmission coming from Yi Yuan. Good disciple, you're the first disciple that Master took in. Today, Master will battle all the heroes under the heavens for you. Treat it as a first meeting gift for you, disciple. Finished talking, Yi Yuan left, gliding on air, and landed on the platform. With her face covered, body could see Xiao Rian's expression. But her body started quivering lightly. What's happening? Who is that? You don't even recognize him? Did you forget that His Highness, the 7th Prince, previously kneeled down before him to admit his fault a month ago? What? He's Ji Qing? What's he doing here? Are you a pig? Him coming out like this, of course he's taking part in the spouse finding martial compet. 1 Tian. Bulls. HI+T. Of course I know that he's partic. 1 P. Aiding in the spouse finding martial compet. 1 Tian. But, he's only at the 7th level crystal formation realm. Isn't this courting death? Heh, I heard that this Ji Qing's alchemy skills have already reached the realm of perfection, utterly destroying Tong Wenchang in the two Xiao and Tong families' grand pill assembly. But who knew that he even has such confidence in his martial path? Yi Yuan's sudden appearance caused a huge commotion. Xiao Changfeng had yet to withdraw. When he saw this move from Yi Yuan, his complexion could not help turning livid. This spouse finding martial compet. 1. Tian today had no rules at all. One just had to defeat their opponent, and that would do. And the youths present here today that satisfied the conditions. There were also 8,000, if not 10,000 youths. Furthermore, those who dared to register, which one of them wasn't an expert. The first martial artist that came onto the stage was at the greatest disadvantage. What he had to face was the non-stop battle against all the martial artists present. One person against 10,000 people? You got to be kidding. Xiao Changfeng wished that he could let loose a torrent of abuse. If you don't want to marry my daughter, you don't need to use such a method to reject either. What the hell was this? Forget that Yi Yuan was only at the 7th level crystal formation realm. Even Shangguan Lingyun and Zhao Qinggan, who were hailed as the number one among the capital's younger generation, probably did not dare to be the first on stage in such a situation, right? So many martial artists, by dawdling, it would exhaust them to death. The first one on stage clearly did not wish to marry Xiao Rian. Daughter must be very furious right now, yeah? Xiao Changfeng looked over in Xiao Rian direction. Indeed, he saw that his daughter's body was trembling lightly, hatred seething in his heart. Xiao Rian marrying Ji Qing was undoubtedly the best choice. But this fellow actually stood Rian up. Turns out that this boy is a moron. To actually be the first one to rush up to the stage. Who does he think he is? His Majesty, the Wind Emperor? Can it be that he wants to sweep away 10,000 martial artists alone? Seeing this scene, Zhao Qinggan really could not hold back and started mocking loudly. Your Highness, since this punk is seeking death himself, then let's not be courteous. Wait until he's completely worn out, I'll go up on your behalf to take care of him properly. Huang Wenqiu said with a laugh. Huang Wenqiu's words incurred a wave of contempt. This flattery was also too lacking standards, but Zhao Qinggan did not laugh anymore after he heard it, his eyes flickering instead. No one knew what he was thinking about. Chapter 416 Disregarding Zhao Qinggan and the rest. Even S.H.I plus Howren and the other seniors were also at a loss on what to do after being caught by Yi Yuan's sudden ambush. Disregarding Zhao Qinggan and the rest, even S.H.I plus Howren and the other seniors were also at a loss on what to do after being caught by Yi Yuan's sudden ambush. No way, right? What is little junior brother trying to do here? Isn't the first one on the stage too risky? Yu Guang said with a frown. That's right. Isn't this messing around? Can it be that he wants to challenge 10,000 martial artists with his own strength? Tang Ji also felt mind-blown as he spoke. But S.H.I plus Howren sighed and said, little junior brother tends to exceed all expectations when doing things. His behavior is not what we can guess. Him doing so should have a deep meaning. We should just watch. For a moment, the sounds of ridicule linked together, all saying that Yi Yuan overrated his own strength. Indeed, not long after, a 9th-level crystal formation realm martial artist jumped into the platform, cupping his fists as he said, I'm Wang Jia. I specially came to challenge young Master Ji. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, please. The other party was courteous. Yi Yuan naturally would not put on a scowl. But he would not be courteous when making a move. Wang Jia knew that since this Ji Qing dared to be the first one on the stage, he definitely had some skill. But by relying on him being 2 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan, he was not too worried either. His hand suddenly had an spirit artifact longsword. He then cried out, Shadowless Sword Art, Wang Jia's figure charged abruptly, stabbing towards Yi Yuan with extreme speed. This shadowless sword art had lived up to its reputation. It was just that. Who he encountered was Yi Yuan. Arg! The audience was just planning on watching an intense battle when a miserable cry suddenly sounded out. Wang Jia directly tumbled heavily onto the ground. Wang Jia's speed was seriously too fast. Initially, some martial artists with slightly weaker strength already could not catch Wang Jia's form. At this instant it was like they saw Wang Jia fall down out of thin air. It was very bizarre. What happened? I don't know either. Ji Qing is clearly standing there motionlessly. Could it be that this Wang Jia was being funny and fell down himself? Being funny? You're the one being funny, right? Showing the lower limits of his intelligence in front of so many people? Not unless this Wang Jia's brain is damaged. But Ji Qing clearly didn't move. Could it be that his movements were too fast and we all didn't see clearly? No, he really didn't move. All of a sudden, a gray-robed youth suddenly spoke. Those 2 people thought nothing of it either and asked curiously, what's going on? It's divine soul attack. This Ji Qing's soul art is so powerful. The youth said solemnly. Marveling sighs suddenly sounded out all around. It was actually an extremely rare divine soul attack. This kind of method to fierce Gale World martial artists was seriously too abnormal. The fierce Gale World martial artists' martial era was extremely flurries. Hi+ing. They all pursued the extremities of essence, energy, and concept. Yet, very few people would use divine soul mystic arts to execute divine soul attack. This aspect was the shortcoming of virtually all the fierce Gale World martial artists. Right at this time, that Wang Jia slowly struggled to his feet on the platform and clasped his hands towards Yi Yuan, saying, Many thanks to Brother Ji for showing mercy. Wang Jia is utterly convinced with my loss. Wang Jia's speed was indeed very quick. Even if Yi Yuan used a divine soul attack, wanting to accurately hit him was not something easy too. But during the process that Wang Jia was in motion, he suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his brain, and then he fell down. It could be seen how powerful Yi Yuan's divine soul attack was. Furthermore, W.A.N. Ji Jie deeply sensed that Yi Yuan's blow just now completely did not use full strength. Otherwise, he might already be an idiot now. If he did not know what was good for himself and made a move against Yi Yuan again, it would probably not be as simple as a sharp pain anymore. Hence, he conceded very straightforwardly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Your speed is pretty good. But what sword Dao pursues isn't the extremities of speed. You took a wrong turn." W.A.N. Ji Jie's entire body shuddered as if he understood something. He bowed towards Yi Yuan and said, "Thank you very much for Brother Ji's guidance. This W.A.N. Ji will never forget it." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and accepted it coolly. In Sword Dao, it was not over the top for Yi Yuan to say that he was the number one in the lower realms. His pointers, W.A.N. Ji Jie naturally received endless benefit. Yi Yuan saw through the drawbacks of this shadowless sword art that W.A.N. Ji Jie cultivated at a glance and pointed it out. Training the sword, pursuing speed was correct. But speed was not the only thing. The sword was the gentleman among weapons. It strived for agile and grace, power and magnificence. Pursuing speed blindly would forfeit the fundamentals of the sword. Ultimately, one's accomplishments would be limited. One sentence from Yi Yuan let W.A.N. Ji Jie walked countless lesser detours. Receiving a bow from him was naturally nothing inappropriate. In truth, W.A.N. Ji Jie only came out to travel the world after reaching a bottleneck state in his cultivation in concepts, seeking a chance to break through. Encountering the Shao family's spouse finding martial compet. 1. Tian this time, he did not come here for Shao Ruyan but wanted to find opportunities to compete with young experts. He did not have any qualms, so he was the first to enter the stage and was very polite to Yi Yuan. It was just that he did not expect Yi Yuan to see through the problem with his sword art in one glance and pointing it out. His grat. 1. 2 towards Yi Yuan naturally could not be any greater. Unorthodox paths ultimately can't ascend to the higher levels, Zhao Qinggan said with a cold smile. But Shangguan Lingyun had a rare laugh as he said, "My view differs from Brother Zhao. That attack from Ji Qing earlier was no trifling thing. It could be seen that his attainments in the divine soul are extremely profound. The divine soul cultivated to an exceedingly high realm can similarly compete with martial artists. He also has to cultivate to an exceedingly high realm for it to work. He merely encountered a crystal formation realm martial artist this time. When he meets sea transformation realm martial artists, I'll see how he executes his divine soul attacks," Zhao Qinggan said in annoyance. This time, Shangguan Lingyun did not refute. He knew that what Zhao Qinggan said was right. While divine soul attacks were bizarre and powerful, once one guarded to some extent, it was very hard to succeed. Moreover, for divine soul attacks to want to leap ranks to battle, the difficulty was even greater compared to martial artists. While the divine soul for sea transformation realms did not produce qualitative changes, it was still much stronger compared to crystal formation realm martial artists. Yi Yuan's advantage could at most just reflect among crystal formation realm martial artists. This spouse finding martial compet. 1. Tian ultimately needed to rely on genuine martial strength to determine victory. If what this Ji Qing relied on was just divine soul attacks, he could not last for very long. "Big brother, if it were you, can you block his divine soul attack?" Shangguan Lingxue asked curiously. If I went up earlier, I might also suffer a huge loss. But now, the one who's at a disadvantage should be him. Shangguan Lingyun mused for a moment and replied. Shangguan Lingxue said in astonishment, "His divine soul attack is actually so powerful?" When Zhao Qinggan saw Shangguan Lingxue praise Yi Yuan, He was very displeased in his heart as he said, "What's powerful about it? It's just a cheap ambush. Hi+ing trick. This kind of methods are extremely few, so everybody was unprepared. Once they are on guard, it's practically equivalent to being useless. I want to see how he plans on coping at the back." Shangguan Lingshui giggled as she said, "Last time, although Ji Qing was nearly killed by you, he was only at the second-level crystal formation realm at that time. It could be seen that he's also extremely formidable in martial strength. Now that he's already 7th-level crystal formation realm, his combat strength most likely already approaches C transformation realm martial artist. It probably isn't so easy for the average person to want to win him, right?" Chapter 4:17 Zhao Qinggan's face became as black as the bottom of a pot. But he had no choice but to admit that what Shangguan Lingyun said was completely correct. Zhao Qinggan's face became as black as the bottom of a pot. But he had no choice but to admit that what Shangguan Lingyun said was completely correct. In comparison to himself, apart from Yi Yuan's realm being far lacking, he was simply powerful until he had no weakness to exploit. Zhao Qinggan could not quite dare to imagine if Yi Yuan and his realm were on par, what would the result of their battle be? If he let Yi Yuan continue maturing like this, that day might arrive very soon. Zhao Qinggan started to consider the idea and involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan on the stage. "Who else?" Yi Yuan looked steadily ahead as he said nonchalantly. Yi Yuan's move against Jie already suppressed many people. At the very least, crystal formation realm martial artists would not dare to easily enter the stage. Without even moving and instantly defeating Jie, this 9th-level crystal formation realm wasn't going up there looking for a throz. Hi+ing? I'll go. Right at this time, a well-built burly man dashed onto the platform. "Please!" Yi Yuan still did an inviting hand gesture. "Hehe, your divine soul attack might perhaps be of some use against crystal formation realm martial artists, but under my countermeasure in advance, it's already useless," said the burly man with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and he said, "Is that so?" When the burly man saw Yi Yuan's nonchalant look, he could not help becoming enraged. Courting death. The burly man dashed in front of Yi Yuan with a sudden huge stride. Despite his stature being extremely tall and strong, very cumbersome, this move was exceptionally vigorous. His speed was much faster compared to Jie. An enormous fist smashed down towards Yi Yuan's head. However, only to hear a bang. The burly man collapsed with a loud bang cross. Hi+ing downward until the stage quaked. Yi Yuan still did not move. This was a divine soul attack again? This burly man is a C transformation realm martial artist. Furthermore, he even said that he took precautions. Too scary. This Ji Qing's divine soul attack is too scary. Even a C transformation realm martial artist can't force him to make a move? Make a move? Make a move for what? This divine soul attack of this completely doesn't need to make a move, alright? What kind of divine soul attack did Ji Qing use? To actually be able to leap ranks and defeat a C transformation realm expert. This is too inconceivable. Yi Yuan did not use some profound divine soul mystic art. It was still the God stunning spike. Using divine soul attacks to cross ranks and battle might perhaps be beset with difficulties for others, but to him, it was as simple as drinking water. Yi Yuan's present divine soul realm already reached the alchemy grandmaster perfection realm. Same as alchemy master, his present perfection was completely different from his previous life's perfection. In truth, his current divine soul was already not much weaker than C transformation realm. Using divine soul mystic arts to deal with C transformation realm martial artists was not some impressive matter. With Yi Yuan's attainments in the divine soul, under the circuit, stances where the divine soul realm was roughly the same, even if the other party took precautions. So what? The Shao family's judge still stood there looking left and right, uncertain if this burly man would stand up again. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Stop looking. He's not getting up. Drag him away." "Ah? Oh. Come men, drag this person down," said the judge absent-mindedly. Seeing that burly man fall to the ground, Zhao Qinggan and Shangguan Lingyun all revealed astonished looks. Especially Zhao Qinggan, who already did not know what to say. He had just said that Yi Yuan could not do anything to see transformation realms. The result was that the well-built burly man collapsed with a crash. Shangguan Lingyun smiled wryly when he saw the situation and said, "Looks like we still underestimated Brother Ji. His divine soul attack already has the capital to clash head-on with Sea Transformation Realm martial artists." The Sea Transformation Realm that Shangguan Lingyun was talking about was naturally not that sort of rookie like the burly man. Although martial artists did not cultivate the divine soul, they should have methods to protect the divine soul. This burly man said verbally that he took precautions, but in truth, his precautions completely could not withstand a single blow. If it were Shangguan Lingyun, his defense would absolutely not be that easy to break through. Rather, Shangguan Lingxue suddenly became mischievous and said to Zhao Qinggan with a smile, "Your Highness, the seventh prince, why don't you make a guess whether or not the next Sea Transformation Realm that enters the stage will be defeated by Ji Qing in a single blow?" Zhao Qinggan gave a cold snort and said, "I don't believe that he can keep winning all the way by relying on this one move." Cleaning things UPS, Yi Yuan said indifferently again, "Is there anyone else coming up?" One had to acknowledge that this spouse finding martial compet. 1. Tian gathered many young geniuses. There were a great number of Sea Transformation Realm martial artists present. That burly man was only one of the weakest. To be able to advance to Sea Transformation Realm before 30, this was already an extremely proud achievement. Therefore, these martial artists were all very confident in themselves. Even if that burly man collapsed instantaneously, they did not believe that Yi Yuan could take them down either. But the result was that the next few Sea Transformation Realms that went up were all brought down by Yi Yuan in one move, without a single exception. From beginning to end, Yi Yuan did not move a single finger. And the strongest among these martial artists were already third-level Sea Transformation Realm. After they collapsed, body dared to go up the stage again. For some time, the audience below the stage all exchanged glances with each other. There was actually an body who dared to go up the stage. Even a third-level Sea Transformation Realm could not survive one move under Yi Yuan's hands. How to fight? This Ji Qing is simply too monstrous. He is eating his fill with one specialty. A method like this, if there isn't a powerful divine soul mystic art to protect the divine soul, who dares to go and fight with him? That's right. This is freaking bullying people. I feel that in front of Ji Qing, these past 30 years of cultivation were all wasted on a dog's body. Other people don't even need a second to make you fall. So, alchemists can be powerful to this sort of extent. Truly widened my knowledge. I really want to see now, whether Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe can force Yi Yuan to make a move or not. Only now do I know where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. Everybody was mocking him at the beginning. Now it looks like we were the fools. With strength like his, so what if he is the first one on stage? Below the stage was widespread comment. Clearly, many people already directly gave up on going up the stage. At least for the early stage Sea Transformation Realm martial artists, body dared to go up anymore. Xiao Changfeng only knew that his understanding of Yi Yuan was still too little when he saw this scene. This young man was truly unfathomable, making people pleasantly surprised unceasingly. Young Master Ji already defeated 7 people consecutively. Is there anyone else going up the stage to challenge? If there isn't, I'm going to announce the results. shouted the judge in a clear voice. The audience below the stage all looked at each other. And, oh, body dared to go up the stage. Since that's the case, I announce. Huang Wenqiu could not sit still anymore. Although this Ji Qing was very strange, he could not possibly withdraw without fighting. Moreover, he was different from those rookies. He was confident that he could block Yi Yuan's divine soul attack. Huang Wenqiu was just about to stand up when he heard a loud cry. Wait a minute. A gray figure floated up the stage, interrupting the judge's words. This one is Su Qing. I wish to experience young Master Ji's divine soul attack, said the gray SHI+RT youth while clasping his hands together to Yi Yuan. This Su Qing was precisely the first one previously to perceive that Yi Yuan was attacking with divine soul attacks. Chapter 4:18 Who is this young man? His age doesn't seem to be old either. Pretty gutsy. Who is this young man? His age doesn't seem to be old either. Pretty gutsy. That's right. He's still only first level C transformation realm. To actually dare go up and challenge Ji Qing, isn't it overestimating his own strength a little? I think not. This young man's eyes are radiating light, and he's full of fighting intent. He doesn't look like a foolish person. Perhaps he really has some reliance to count on. Su Qing entering the stage drew considerable attention. The people who went up the stage at the back were all stronger and stronger, such so that it reached the degree of third level C transformation realm. But Su Qing was only at the first level C transformation realm. If he did not have some reliance, then he was only a fool. Yi Yuan sized up Su Qing and suddenly smiled and said, Turns out that it's a soul martial artist. No wonder you're so confident. Su Qing's expression became stern when he heard that and said, Brother Ji's discerning eyes are like a torch. Truly incredible. That's right, I'm indeed a soul martial artist. What? He's actually a soul martial artist? No wonder he dares to challenge Ji Qing. There are exceedingly few soul martial artists in our fierce Gale world. Only Sovereign Shishan alone reached the highest level in this area. It's just that his elderly self has already vanished for several decades. Ever since Sovereign Shishan, the name of soul martial artist has never been heard of again. To think that another one would appear today. It's just that who knows how this young man's strength is, and how it compares to Ji Qing. But speaking of which, Ji Qing can also be considered a soul martial artist already. Except that his alchemist ident. 1. Tai made everybody overlook this matter. The so-called soul martial artist was actually martial artists who primarily cultivated the divine soul. What soul martial artists were skilled in was not martial techniques but divine soul mystic art. Their means were highly bizarre and powerful. Most martial artists cultivated the essence energy system. The execution of martial techniques was also mostly with essence energy as a basis, while soul martial artists' attack methods relied completely on the divine soul. This kind of divine soul attacks was powerful and hard to defend. Furthermore, it was incredibly dangerous. Martial artists getting injured was a very normal thing. As long as they did not injure their divine soul, most could heal. However, soul martial artists' attack measures directly affected the divine soul. Once they injured the other party, it would tend to be hard to heal. On the basis that the divine soul was injured, even if they did not die, it would have a tremendous impact on the martial artist's future cultivation too. This was the terrifying aspect of soul martial artist. Hence, when Su Qing admitted that he was a soul martial artist, it stirred quite a commotion. See, transformation realm's soul martial artists were already very powerful. Yi Yuan smiled and said, You facing off against my Alchemy Grandmaster Realm Soul Force with Alchemy King Realm Soul Force, isn't this somewhat bullying people? Su Qing's expression froze and he forced a laugh, saying, Don't joke around, Brother Ji. Just based on the means that you displayed earlier, I don't have much confidence in winning you. How is this bullying people? Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Fine. I'll witness the methods of a soul martial artist today. Come on. Here I come." Once Su Qing's voice faded, Yi Yuan felt like flying needles that covered the skies. I see. Ked towards his divine soul. Manifestation of soul force. Fine technique. Yi Yuan had a rare bout of amazement. This soul force manifestation was totally different from essence energy martial technique. The so-called manifestation was just materializing the attack. The naked eye completely could not see it. It could only be sensed through the divine soul. One could say that this was the face-off between a divine soul and a divine soul. An invisible match. This showdown was incredibly perilous, but the outside world could not see any storm clouds surging. Yet, when those flying needles jabbed deeply into Yi Yuan's divine soul like this, Yi Yuan actually did not perform the slightest bit of defense. Yi Yuan shut his eyes, his face revealing an anguished look, looking very unwell. Su Qing had already made the preparation of an arduous battle. But he did not think that it would actually be such an outcome. You were too careless. The soul force flying needle's damage to the divine soul is permanent. Even middle-stage C transformation realm martial artists would also be severely wounded after receiving this attack head-on. You actually did not defend at all. Truly courting death. Su Qing shook his head and was just about to walk down the platform. Being struck full-on by this attack of his, Yi Yuan would also be the outcome of heavily injured if not death. He only went up the stage to experience Yi Yuan's means, and not for Xiao Rian. But Yi Yuan crumbling in one hit disappointed him greatly. Recalling how Yi Yuan swept across C transformation realm martial artists previously, what he relied on was really one specialty. Leaving like this? You don't think that you can win like this, right? Su Qing was just about to step down from the stage when Yi Yuan's voice sounded over leisurely. Su Qing's entire body trembled. Turning around to look at Yi Yuan with incredulity, he exclaimed in shock, You're completely fine? How is this possible? Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Trying to defeat me with soul force flying needles, this sort of trifling means, isn't your distinguished self looking down on me too much? Whatever methods you have, just execute them. Otherwise, once I make a move, you won't have the opportunity anymore." Su Qing was dazed for a very long time. He seriously could not imagine just what kind of method Yi Yuan used to resolve his soul force flying needles. Yi Yuan's soul force completely did not have the slightest bit of undulation. Which was also to say that Yi Yuan forcefully received his divine soul attack. But, completely unscathed? Was this a joke? How is this possible? I don't believe it. Blade light, sword shadows. Su Qing gritted his teeth and cast a divine soul attack at Yi Yuan once again. Yet, it was like a stone sinking into the ocean again. Yi Yuan did not have the appearance of being attacked at all, and still stood there looking at him unperturbedly. Su Qing refused to believe in heresy and virtually displayed all of his technique. Divine soul mystic arts followed one after the other. Yet, despite him exhausting all the skills in his arsenal, it still did not cause a hint of damage to Yi Yuan's divine soul. With a crash, Su Qing tumbled to the ground. Su Qing laid on the ground, his expression wan and sallow. It was clearly the indication of soul force being drained. This Su Qing already wore himself out. The astoundment in everyone's hearts could not be any greater. What was this? Wasn't it said that the divine soul attacks of soul martial artists were incomparably powerful? Why did this Yi Yuan seem to be immune to divine soul attacks? What kind of freak is this Ji Qing? That soul martial artist used all the skills he learned in his life and actually did not cause any injuries to him at all? This is playing me, right? Yeah. Back then, Sovereign Shishan was the hardest sovereign-level powerhouse to deal with in the capital. The other sovereign-level powerhouses were all unwilling to provoke him. It could be seen just how terrifying soul martial artist's strength is. But this Ji Qing actually did not even move, and his opponent exhausted himself to the extent he collapsed. Did you all notice that many of the divine soul mystic arts yelled out by Su Qing were identical with Sovereign Shishan's divine soul mystic arts back then? Could it be? No way, right? Looking at the laying on the ground and already completely drained Su Qing, Yi Yuan casually threw out a medicinal pill and said, "Take it. It can help you to recover your soul force." Su Qing received the medicinal pill, hesitated for a moment, but then he still swallowed it. Soon, it was as if a timely rain irrigated his divine soul. Su Qing's divine soul was in the midst of rapid recovery. At this time, Xiao Changfeng suddenly got up and floated down to the platform. He clasped his hands towards Su Qing and asked, "Could your distinguished self be Senior Shishan's disciple?" Chapter 419. Among the crowd, there were two unremarkable women. Among the crowd, there were two unremarkable women. One of them looked at that figure on the platform with scorching eyes. It was also uncertain what she was thinking about. The other girl giggled as she transmitted her voice. Hee, seeing Mr. Yi challenge the heroes under the heaven for Shaorian, "I wonder what are your thoughts, miss?" This girl actually knew Yi Yuan's true ident. One Tai. Who could it be but Yen'er? There was no need to talk about the other girl. It was naturally Li'er. Actually, these few days they had been inside this capital the entire time. If not for this master and servant pair, Yi Yuan simply would not get to see his fellow apprentices. It was precisely because of the protection in the dark from the two of them that let those seniors of Yi Yuan survived safe and sound. On that day when Zhao Qinggan carried a rod to ask for punishment, it stirred up the entire capital. Li'er naturally also became aware that Yi Yuan actually quietly sneaked into the capital already. Of course, speaking of it, this was not considered quietly either. It was just that Li'er did not think that Yi Yuan would be the first to go up the stage today and challenge all the heroes in the world. Hearing Yen'er's secret voice transmission, not knowing why, a hint of billow was produced in Li'er's heart. This was simply an inconceivable matter to her. Didn't Li'er's heart only move for him? What's with me? Towards this kind of near betrayal thing, Li'er was obviously unwilling to admit it. What thoughts can I have? That Shaorian is known as the capital's dual absolutes. She's naturally as beautiful as a heavenly maiden. For Mr. Yi to be able to come together in holy matrimony with her, I naturally have to congratulate him. Yen'er pouted her mouth and said, "Words don't match the heart." Although Yen'er isn't a roundworm in Miss's stomach, to say who understands Miss best in this world, it has to be Yen'er. Miss painstakingly entered deep into the fierce Gale world and did so much for Mr. Yi. Don't you have any thoughts about him at all? Li'er was secretly startled, but she refuted. What kind of thoughts? Don't you know that this soul-ripping illness of mine still has to fall on Mr. Yi? I'm doing this just to return him sufficient favor to let him treat me seriously. That's all. Yen'er waved her hands and said, all right then. Regardless of what kind of thoughts you have, it's also useless. After today, he'll be somebody with a wife. Not knowing why, when Li'er heard these words, an intense unwillingness welled up in her heart. On another side, a similarly unremarkable person was staring fixedly at Yi Yuan, his gaze revealing immense shock. To think that this punk really sneaked into the capital. Not only did he infiltrate inside the capital, he even became Sovereign Star Abyss's disciple, and even made an appearance in an imposing manner at such a grand occasion. Truly audacious to the extreme. I was saying why there hasn't been news about him these 2 months all along. Turns out that he had long sneaked into the capital. However, your good luck has come to an end today. This person quietly withdrew out of the crowd and ran in the direction of the royal capital. If Yi Yuan were here, he would recognize that this person was precisely the Lan who tracked him down here. These 2 months, Lan who never left the capital the entire time. Everything comes to him who waits. He finally discovered Yi Yuan's tracks. It was just that Lon who never thought that the carrying a rod to ask for punishment a couple of days back which rocked the capital, the target of Seventh Prince's apology, was actually Yi Yuan. On the stage, Yi Yuan was utterly clueless about this. Su Qing opposite him already recovered considerable soul force. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Sovereign Shishan is precisely my master. This is Su's first time coming out into the society after completing my studies. I didn't think that I would actually lose so miserably. Su Qing's skills are trivial. I've lost face for master today. He's indeed Sovereign Shishan's disciple. Sovereign Shishan has left the capital for so many years. He actually groomed a sea transformation realm disciple. It's just that this disciple seems to be somewhat of a failure. He faced the crystal formation realm Ji Qing with sea transformation realm soul force and collapsed from exhaustion without even touching the other party's fingertips. Truly lost face for Sovereign Shishan." That's right. Sovereign Shishan back then was ever triumphant. Even His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, showed him some respect. How high and mighty he was. But the disciple that he taught is actually unskilled to this sort of degree. It's really a letdown. The fame of Sovereign Shishan was too great. In everyone's minds, apart from the Wind Emperor, he was the incarnation of invincibility. But his disciple actually lost with no part of his body unscathed today. Although everyone knew that Yi Yuan was very strong in terms of divine soul attack. But Sovereign Shishan's disciple, as a soul martial artist, shouldn't he be stronger in the divine soul? Even if Yi Yuan was very monstrous, it was not to the extent where he would collapse from exhaustion, right? This was what they could not understand nor forgive. Xiao Chongfeng, hearing Su Qing admit it, was also rather surprised in his heart. But verbally, he consoled, saying, "Young Master Su doesn't need to blame yourself. It's not that you're unskilled, but your opponent was too strong. Today's loss was not due to lack of skill." Su Qing asked in surprise, "What does that mean?" Xiao Chongfeng smiled and said, "Young Master Su learned from Sovereign Shishan. I wonder if you've ever heard of Divine Soul Absolute Defense?" Su Qing's expression changed, and he nearly jumped up. "A absolute defense? You're saying that what Brother Ji used earlier was absolute defense?" Xiao Chongfeng smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, I don't know either. It's just that, other than absolute defense, I seriously don't know what other means are there still that can accomplish to such an extent. Only, you still have to get a confirmation from young Master Ji about the answer." When Xiao Chongfeng guessed this answer, the astonishment in his heart was not any less than Su Qing's. Divine Soul Absolute Defense. This term was just an existence of the legends. How could it possibly really appear on a human? Xiao Chongfeng even suspected that this defense method was probably fabricated by somebody, or maybe hypothesized by some genius. How could such a perverse defense method possibly exist? But today, he really witnessed it. The so-called Divine Soul Absolute Defense was regardless what kind of Divine Soul attack the other party executed. As long as it was unable to break through extremum of one's Divine Soul, it would have no way of causing damage to them. Such a defense measure was simply heaven-defying. Su Qing's gaze involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "Family head Xiao is indeed experienced and knowledgeable, to actually even know about Divine Soul Absolute Defense. That's right. The measure that this Ji used earlier was precisely Divine Soul Absolute Defense. The properties of the Divine Soul were completely different from essence energy. The cultivation system was also entirely different. The means of Divine Soul attacks was likewise ever-changing. But through a deep understanding of the Divine Soul, one could construct a defense measure that was 100-fold, 1,000-fold stronger than protective essence energy. That was absolute defense. Divine Soul attacks were invisible and ethereal. It naturally would not have huge destructive power like that. The innate attribute of divine soul attacks was still formed using one's soul force to damage the other party's divine soul. As long as one's comprehension of the divine soul was sufficiently deep, an absolute defense could theoretically be actualized. Of course, even with Yi Yuan's profound understanding of the divine soul, it also expended a huge amount of time to learn this move in his previous life. Su Qing was only at the early stage C transformation realm. He was not much stronger compared to Yi Yuan's divine soul. Wanting to hurt Yi Yuan under his absolute defense was undoubtedly a fool's talk. Chapter 420. The moment he heard the term absolute defense, Shangguan Lingxue was also extremely shocked. The moment he heard the term absolute defense, Shangguan Lingxue was also extremely shocked. Divine soul absolute defense? Doesn't that mean that there's only Ji Qing hitting people, while others can only get hit passively? This move is simply too amazing. Shangguan Lingyu nodded as well and said, "In the past, I only heard of absolute defense and even thought that it was just a rumor. I didn't think that I would really witness it today. This Ji Qing is truly remarkable." Zhao Qinggan sneered and said, "What absolute defense? He just didn't encounter experts. As long as soul force is stronger than him, absolute defense would only be a joke." Is that so? I wonder if there's anybody among you all that can break this absolute defense? S.H.I. plus Howren suddenly said. But Zhao Qinggan was not embarrassed at all. With a haughty look, he said, "Soul martial artists is just a minor path in the end. The martial artist path is the major path. He has absolute defense in terms of divine soul, but I wonder if he can block my tyrant martial howling cloud spear?" S.H.I. plus Howren smiled and said, "That might not be so." Zhao Qinggan laughed when he heard that and said, "All right, I won't argue with Alchemy King S.H.I. plus either. Just suffering a defeat in his hands, I haven't taken it to heart yet. However, he has to pass the rounds with Wenqiu and Zaihe first. The two of them are not simple people." Although Zhao Qinggan lost tremendous face previously, his power and influence were still present. The title of number one in the capital was not for show. Getting Zhao Qinggan's approval, Huang Wenqiu and Xue Ziahe appeared to be very enthusiastic. Of course, even if Zhao Qinggan did not sow discord here, these two people could not possibly let Yi Yuan off. But Huang Wenqiu gave a mysterious smile at this time and said, "Rest assured, Your Highness. I've already prepared a feast for Ji Qing. I believe that he'll thank me." "Oh? Then I'll be waiting to see it." Zhao Qinggan suddenly became interested. After settling Su Qing down, this spouse finding martial compet. 1. Tian naturally still had to continue. But Yi Yuan's spectacular performance already made most people shrink back. For some time there was actually an body who went up the stage. Formidable divine soul attack plus daunting divine soul defense. How to deal with such a monster? Even a third-level C transformation realm suffered a cruise. HI plus ing defeat in front of him. Unless fourth-level C transformation realms took part, or else, they would simply not be Yi Yuan's match. Is there anybody else going up the stage to challenge young Master Ji? Seeing N. Body go up the stage, the judge opened his mouth to ask again. Right at this time, a youth sprung onto the stage and said, "I'm here to challenge you." This youth's strength was uncommon too. He was at the third-level C transformation realm. It was just that this realm was somewhat lacking to Yi Yuan. This point, everyone knew full well in their hearts. Is this lad's brain damaged? Clearly aware that he isn't Yi Yuan's match, and still run up to look for a throz. HI plus ing? Heh, maybe he's bored out of his mind and sent himself up to let people train. Really can't understand why there are increasingly more idiots now. Smart people always held the majority on this earth. fully aware that they were not a match and still going up to seek a walloping would clearly be thought of as a moron by people. Indeed, Yi Yuan just used one G.O.D stunning spike, and that youth directly collapsed. Yet, when that youth buckled, another third-level C transformation realm martial artist directly went up to challenge, but was shot down by Yi Yuan again very quickly. What surprised everyone was that this was only the beginning. From then on, the young martial artists who went up the platform followed one after the other, all second or third level C transformation realm. While they were dropped by Yi Yuan very quickly one by one, everyone discovered that it was not quite right. If it was said that one was a fool and two was a fool, it could not be that over 10 in a row were morons, right? Yi Yuan's brows could not help furrowing. He instantly defeated his opponents directly right after coming up. The goal was to awe the audience below the stage and make most people not dare to go up the stage. Thousands upon thousands of martial artists, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, it was also not possible to deal with all of them. In comparison to using martial techniques, the G.O.D stunning spike was evidently more awe-inspiring, because he did not even need to make a move. Honestly speaking, he already achieved the effect. There was already not many people who dared to go up the stage. While there were still some 4th level C transformation realm and above martial artists below the stage, they all had to wait and see attitude. These people were virtually all famed characters in the capital, and body was willing to come up and lose face. It was just that he did not expect a large group of fellows who did not fear death to suddenly appear, coming up here to look for a throws. Hi+ing one after another. This made Yi Yuan feel very puzzled. His gaze involuntarily swept to Zhao Qinggan and the others on the grandstands, and he quickly discovered that Huang Wenqiu's expression was slightly pleased with himself. Yi Yuan understood the situation in no time. Want to use non-stop battles to exhaust my strength? Really. A pig-like brain. Since you use this kind of despicable moves, then don't blame me for being discourteous. I want to see how many people you can send up. Yi Yuan sneered coldly in his heart. At this time, there were clearly also some smart people below the stage who perceived that something was wrong. Their mouths involuntarily started ranting and cursing. Truly shameless enough to actually use continuous battles to exhaust Ji Qing's strength. Hey, do they still want face or not? The spouse finding martial compet. 1. Tian relies on true abilities. Using this kind of despicable moves will shorten one's lifespan. Using this kind of methods, even if they win, it won't be honorable either. If Miss Ruyan marries this kind of trash, I'm the first to be unconvinced. Hearing the cursing sounds below, Huang Wenqiu had a very composed look. Evidently, he took no notice of these admonishment voices at all. Young Master Huang really has nice means. The lofty number 2 expert in the capital actually used this kind of lowly method to expend your opponent's strength. The surprise it gave us really isn't small. The fatty Tang Ji was very displeased by this action. He already carried a sting in his words when talking. But Huang Wenqiu smiled and said, "Those who dare to stand on this stage will have to accept the challenge of all the young heroes under the heavens. If one doesn't have such awareness, I think it's best to scram down the stage early." Tang Ji snickered coldly and said, "I wonder if young Master Huang heard the words of those martial artists below? Young heroes? Young Master Huang really likes to gild your face with gold." But Zhao Qinggan said indifferently, "Since time immemorial, the victor becomes king and the loser a bandit. I don't feel that Wenqiu's way of doing things is in any way inappropriate. Since one knows the rules of today's spouse finding martial compet. 1. Tian, one would need to plan out a strategy well in advance. Ji Qing dares to be the first one on the stage. Don't tell me he's still afraid of other people going up to challenge him? Humph. Really birds of a feather flock together." When Tang Ji saw that these two people were colluding together, He was so angry that he snorted coldly and did not speak any more. Eldest senior brother, these few fellows are called the capital's number 1 and number 2 experts in vain. Simply shameless. Carrying like this, I'm afraid that little junior brother he. Tang Ji's transmitted his voice to S.H.I. plus Howren. But S.H.I. plus Howren smiled faintly and said, "You take a look at little junior brother again." Tang Ji was secretly startled and involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan. Indeed, he saw that some transformation took place on his body. Prior to this, although Yi Yuan's body had that sort of aura which disdained all under the heavens the entire time, he did not have much killing intent. But now, the aura on Yi Yuan's body already became fierce and sharp. I'm afraid that they miscalculated, wanting to use this kind of method to deal with little junior brother. Little junior brother isn't some soft persimmon. This point can be seen from him using extreme measures to utterly destroy Tong Wenchang. This time, I'm afraid that Huang Wenqiu, that boy's flesh is going to hurt. S.H.I. plus Howren said with a smile. Chapter 421 Arg. Arg. With a tragic cry, the young martial artist opposite collapsed with a loud cross. H. Plus, but this time, this martial artist did not even get to emit a tragic cry and immediately stopped breathing. Yi Yuan directly pulverized his opponent's divine soul. Without a divine soul, the martial artist became a dead person too. Everyone was secretly alarmed and realized that the atmosphere seemed to have become different from before. Next, Yi Yuan said coldly. This time, the next martial artist did not jump up right away. Huang Wenqiu's expression also changed. He knew that his methods had already thoroughly infuriated Yi Yuan. Otherwise, he would not directly deal a killing blow. Yi Yuan's attacks previously all just made his opponents lose their combat ability and did not kill. Those martial artists only had to recuperate their divine soul for a while after going back and would be able to recover very quickly. But now that Yi Yuan was aware of this kind of despicable means, he naturally would not go easy anymore. 1 comes, I'll kill 1. 2 come, I'll kill both. He really wanted to see how many Sea Transformation Realm martial artists Huang Wenqiu could prepare to send here to die. At this time, Huang Wenqiu said a few words in a low voice to a servant behind. That servant received the order and left. Before long, another martial artist jumped onto the platform. This time, there was an uproar below the stage. 4th level Sea Transformation. A heavyweight CLA.S martial artist finally went up. Up to this point, Yi Yuan had a manner of sweeping clean all along. Everyone did not know where his limits lied. And 3rd level Sea Transformation Realm martial artists simply could not feel out Yi Yuan's limit. 4th level Sea Transformation Realm. Regardless whether it was Essence Energy Realm or Soul Force Realm, it all went up an entire step, nothing more suited to use for testing Yi Yuan's limit. Seeing the arrival, Yi Yuan flashed a grin and said, "Finally sent a decent one up. But, you're still too weak." The arrival said in a great rage, "Don't belittle others. Clear my round first before talking." This martial artist was naturally also aware of Yi Yuan's prowess and did not let out any boasting. Up until now, Yi Yuan only used one move against everyone. One had to know that among these people, regardless of whether it was Essence Energy Realm or Divine Soul Realm, they were all much higher than Yi Yuan. Such a horrifying ability to leap ranks and battle seriously daunted people even from a distance. This young martial artist was already considered outstanding among those in the same generation. But in front of Yi Yuan, he seriously could not be arrogant. "Haha, clearing your round is it? Then, you have to receive it well," Yi Yuan said coolly. The young martial artist's expression changed, and he immediately felt that things were bad. However, it was already too late. He only felt a blur before his eyes. A streak of sword light already penetrated through his heart. How is this possible? Finished talking, this martial artist fell backward, looking up at the sky, breathing his last. He did not dare to believe this scene before his eyes, even till death. No way, right? Ji Qing, he didn't use divine soul attacks, but used martial techniques to kill his opponent. Furthermore, it was still one move. Really freaking seeing ghosts. His divine soul attacks are so strong, and even his martial techniques are actually also so formidable. The opponent was at the 4th level C transformation realm. He finished him off in one move. Too powerful. I completely did not see clearly how he attacked. Why do I feel like his martial technique is even stronger than his divine soul attack? Is he really an alchemist? This Ji Qing is simply without any CHINKS in his armor. Unparalleled alchemy skills. Overwhelming divine soul attack. Even his martial techniques are so powerful. My God, how can there be such a genius in this world? Does he still want people to live? Yi Yuan did not use very dazzling martial technique. With his present concept's comprehension, a streak of casually released sword light was already matchlessly powerful. That young martial artist earlier was at best equal to Lan Bao's strength. Yi Yuan already finished off Lan Bao at the 1st level crystal formation realm. Now that he already broke through to late-stage crystal formation realm, casually finest. Plus-ing off an ordinary 4th level C transformation realm martial artist was nothing amazing. However, his divine soul attack was already not very useful. So he gave it up immediately. If he could not even eliminate a cannon fodder like this, how could he get to maul the capital's #1 expert, Zhao Qinggan? Although they were both similarly at the middle stage C transformation realm, Zhao Qinggan's strength compared to that one just now was the difference of clouds and mud. This was the disparity in concept. Seeing Yi Yuan finish off a 4th level C transformation realm with a casual blow, Zhao Qinggan's face could not help changing. He felt an immense threat. These few years, Zhao Qinggan had always viewed Shangguan Lingyun as his greatest adversary. But even Shangguan Lingyun could not give him such an enormous threat. Ji Qing, this brat, is only at the 7th level crystal formation realm. Being at the 7th level crystal formation realm and able to instantly kill someone at the 4th level C transformation realm. Wait until he advanced to the C transformation realm, what can I do by then? Looks like I must find an opportunity to kill this brat. Otherwise, the position of Wind Emperor will probably never reach my turn no matter what. In Zhao Qinggan's heart, nothing was more important than the position of Wind Emperor. For the position of Wind Emperor, he would do anything. But he naturally did not know that Yi Yuan completely did not care a whit about the so-called position of Wind Emperor, and Yi Yuan also could not possibly go and whatever position of Wind Emperor from him. Zhao Qinggan treating Yi Yuan as an imaginary foe, Yi Yuan was seriously wronged. Yet, who asked Yi Yuan's guys to be too good? At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly called out in a clear voice, "Huang Wenqiu, however many people you prepared at the back, let them come together." The crowd was taken aback from shock. Only now did they know that the one working this never-ending battles was actually Huang Wenqiu. But Yi Yuan calling out Huang Wenqiu so Keely still gave everyone a great fright. Continuous battles were already shameless enough. Now Yi Yuan actually asked the other party to come all together. This. One had to know that the ones coming up at the back were definitely powerhouses. That judge was also quite worried. He asked weakly, "Young Master Ji, this doesn't adhere to the rules, right?" Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "What doesn't adhere to the rules is there? Coming up one by one is too troublesome. When do we have to fight until coming up together, resolving it is faster too. This. The judge looked towards Xiao Changfeng with beseeching eyes. Xiao Changfeng mused for a moment and said with a nod, "As young Master Ji says then." Huang Wenqiu's face fell as he said, since you want to seek death, then I'll help you. Ask them all to go up. In a short while, over 10 silhouettes appeared up there vividly, surrounding Yi Yuan in the center. When the crowd looked over, they involuntarily sucked in a cold breath. These dozen over people were mostly 4th level C transformation realm cultivation. There were even 3 people who actually already reached the 5th level C transformation realm. Such a lineup was seriously too strong. One had to know that Yi Yuan was only at the 7th level crystal formation realm. A 7th level crystal formation realm challenging a dozen over middle stage C transformation realms? Young Master Ji, finish them off. We support you. Yeah. Utterly shameless. Come on, young Master Ji. We're all rooting for you. Young Master Ji, I want to marry you and become your concubine, yelled out a female martial artist. Ha ha ha. This sort of unabashed measures already stirred up everyone's sympathy towards Yi Yuan. For a moment, the shouting below the platform rose one after the other. They were all supporting Yi Yuan. Chapter 422. Yi Yuan swept a cold glance across these C transformation realm martial artists and said coolly, "You all don't blame me. If you want someone to blame, then blame Huang Wenqiu. Bon voyage." Yi Yuan swept a cold glance across these C transformation realm martial artists and said coolly, "You all don't blame me. If you want someone to blame, then blame Huang Wenqiu. Bon voyage." That apathetic attitude of Yi Yuan's thoroughly infuriated these people. They were all talented individuals among those of the same generation. Although they attached themselves to the Huang family, they had their own pride. But now, they were looked down by a 7th level crystal formation realm. You're too unbridled, boy. Do you really think that you're invincible? You're facing so many of us alone. Do you really take us to be made of paper? He's so rampant now. In a while, there will be the time for you to cry. These people were currently cursing when all of a sudden, their faces changed. The surrounding heaven and earth essence energy underwent some minute changes. Countless pink flower petals were currently forming together in midair. Not good. This boy can actually mobilize heaven and earth essence energy. Quickly attack. These people were not rookies and discovered what was wrong very soon. Each of them unleashed their own ultimate moves. Except, how could Yi Yuan give them the opportunity? Breaking through to late-stage crystal formation realm, Yi Yuan was already not far away from C transformation realm. His affinity towards heaven and earth essence energy already had a qualitative increase. Him unleash. HI plus ing 1,000 flowing petals again at this time, the power could no longer be mentioned in the same breath as before. It was only to see the pink flower petals which covered the skies surround the entire platform. The martial artists below could not even see clearly what was happening on the stage. What move is this? Too terrifying. Oh my God. He's only at the 7th level crystal formation realm. His control over heaven and earth essence energy actually already reached such an outrageous degree. This move, even late-stage C transformation realms probably can't execute it either, right? Yet, a group of female martial artists was dazzled by this scenery. Whoa! So gorgeous! Young Master Ji must be a very romantic person. To actually be able to execute such a resplendently beautiful move. When Shangguan Lingxue saw this scene, her eyes likewise roamed around. I'm really somewhat envious of younger sister Rian now. To actually have such a phenomenal man battle all the heroes in the world for her. If there's a man who does this for me, I'd even die happy. Getting such a husband, what else is there to seek? When Zhao Qinggan heard these words, his face instantly turned green. Shangguan Lingxue was a very proud girl. He courted Shangguan Lingxue for several years and did not get such a praise from her either. Those words earlier, Shangguan Lingxue had clearly moved on already. However, Ji Qing that punk was still fighting for Xiao Rian. Zhao Qinggan's heart suddenly became abnormally irritable, with an impulse to go down and kill Yi Yuan. 1,000 flowing petals. Slaughter. 4 words were lightly uttered out of Yi Yuan's mouth. The flying petals which covered the skies were initially drifting about peacefully. But at this time, it became wild, charging towards the dozen over martial artists without care. Ah! Arg! For some time, miserable cries lingered incessantly, making people's scalp tingled. They could not see clearly what was happening inside the sea of flower petals. But just hearing those miserable cries, they also knew that behind these dazzling flower petals, something not beautiful was currently happening. After a dozen over breaths, the flower petals dissipated, and only a lonely silhouette was left on the platform. Who could it be but Yi Yuan? Those dozen over martial artists, including those few 5th level C transformation realm martial artists, were already sprawled at random on the platform. What kind of joke is this? A dozen over middle stage C transformation realm experts were actually annihilated instantly in one move like this? I can't stand it anymore. This Ji Qing is simply like a bottomless hole. You simply don't know where his limits lie. 9th level crystal formation realm. He instantly defeats in one move. 1st level C transformation realm. He instantly defeats in one move. 3rd level C transformation realm is still insta-kill with one move. Now, a bunch of 4th and 5th level C transformation realm. He actually used just one move to insta-kill. But this move is really powerful until it makes people feel suffocated. Truly can't imagine how a crystal formation realm like him can actually muster up so much heaven and earth essence energy. Exclamations sounded out all around. The shock that this scene brought everyone was too intense. Seeing this scene, Huang Wenqiu's face became ghastly pale. These martial artists were all the elites of the Huang family's young generation. They actually died tragically in Yi Yuan's hands, just like this. When he returned, how should he give an account to father? This time, he really played big. Originally, he thought that with a dozen over people ganging up on Yi Yuan, they would not lose too badly no matter what. He did not think that Yi Yuan instantly killed everyone with one move. This Yi Yuan was truly too monstrous. Huang Wenqiu looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes spewing fire. But at this time, Yi Yuan looked over. With a grin, he said, "Don't waste time anymore. The two of you can come up together." Both Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe's expressions changed, but they involuntarily exchanged glances with each other. "You're sure that you want to challenge the two of us?" Huang Wenqiu said with a cold smile. "So much C-R-A-P. Did I not say clearly enough?" Yi Yuan said coolly. "He Huang Wenqiu, looks like the two of us are being looked down by people. Why don't we go up to write our names ourselves?" Xue Zaihe said with a light laugh. Huang Wenqiu nodded with a solemn look and said, "While I'm not quite willing to join hands with a fellow like you, but since he's seeking death himself, we have to team up no matter what. If I don't kill this punk today, it will be hard to sate the hatred in my heart." Haha, even being rampant has to have a limit, isn't it so? Although we're both 5th level C transformation realm too, he doesn't think that he can beat us for certain using just that one move, right? Xue Zaihe's smile gradually became cold. Among the junior generation in the entire capital, he only dreaded Shangguan Lingyun and Zhao Qinggan. Today, he was actually disparaged by a crystal formation realm boy. It truly displeased him greatly. "Fine. Then the two of us sworn enemies will cooperate well today. Ruyan's matter, after settling this punk, we'll fight a match properly again," Huang Wenqiu said. Poking such a big hole, Huang Wenqiu must kill Yi Yuan today and marry Xiao Ruyan over. Or else, when he returned today, he would have no way of giving an account to his family. Young Master Ji actually wants to challenge Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe joining hands. This act is rather rash. Plus, I couldn't agree more. These two people are known as the capital's junior generation's number 2 experts. It's not an unearned reputation. Those people previously, even if their realms were on par with theirs, their strength was also at a different league. Although that move from young Master Ji earlier was powerful, it's only powerful in area of effect attacks. With Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe's strength, wanting to crack it shouldn't be tough. Young Master Ji fighting two alone, the difficulty is somewhat high. Both Huang Wenqiu's and Xue Zaihe's strengths were already deeply entrenched in the hearts of the people. These martial artists all knew the terror of their strength. As for the number one Shangguan Lingyun and Zhao Qinggan, they dared to imagine even less. However, Yi Yuan was only at the 7th level crystal formation realm after all. Facing these two great experts, it was seriously at too much of a disadvantage. The two people stood up and jumped onto the platform. Huang Wenqiu grinned hideously and said, "Ji Qing, this is you courting death yourself. I'm not to blame. Killing you on the stage, I believe that Sovereign Star Abyss has no reason to put the blame on me too." Yi Yuan said indifferently, "As long as you have the capabilities, there will naturally not be anybody who comes to find trouble with you." Chapter 423 Xue Zaihe, don't you turn up for work, but not put in the effort. Huang Wenqiu said. Xue Zaihe, don't you turn up for work, but not put in the effort. Huang Wenqiu said. Relax. This bit of gains and losses relation, I can still differentiate it. Talk about other things after taking care of this punk first. Xue Zaihe replied. Then that's good. Go. Once Huang Wenqiu's voice faded, the two people's figure instantly vanished from where they stood. The speed was swift beyond comprehension. Previously, W.A.N. Ji Jie's speed during the earlier battle was as slow as a snail in front of these two. However, at that moment, Yi Yuan's figure similarly vanished from its original spot. Clank, clank, clank. A series of metal class HI plus ing sound echoed. The martial artists below the stage practically could not capture these three people's actions. Only from the afterimages left behind occasionally did they know that these three were in the midst of an intense confrontation. Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe being so fast were within everyone's expectations, but everyone did not think that Yi Yuan could actually keep up with the pair's speed. Fighting two alone, they actually fought until neither could gain the upper hand. When did Crystal Formation Realm martial artists had such speed? Too fast. I completely can't make out their movements. Who holds the advantage right now? Don't know. I can't see clearly either. Is Ji Qing really a Crystal Formation Realm martial artist? Did he hide his strength? Impossible. From the start to the end, his essence energy undulations was 7th level Crystal Formation Realm. It's certain. If I were on the stage, I would have died a dozen times over long ago. Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe are indeed well deserving of being the number 2 experts. Their comprehension of concepts is simply not what rookies like us can compare to. In truth, Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe were both very wary of Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals. The shock that the scene prior to this gave the two of them was too great. Therefore, these two acted in concert without prior consultation and chose to attack directly. They adopted the method of hand-to-hand combat to not give Yi Yuan the chance to execute 1,000 flowing petals. The two of them were at the 5th level C transformation realm. Their realm was much higher than Yi Yuan's. They decided to use realm to crush Yi Yuan to death. But the result of the matter did not develop as they imagined. The more Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe fought, the more alarmed they became. Yi Yuan's Tsanghua sword danced impenetrably. In the blink of an eye, 100 moves were exchanged, but the two of them actually did not occupy a gleam of advantage at all. How was this possible? How could they know that Yi Yuan comprehended the transmission concept and the wind flow concept? In terms of movement technique, and in terms of offensive power, he was only stronger and not weaker. Apart from suffering some minor losses regarding essence energy, Yi Yuan tossed them several streets behind in other areas. It was precisely because so that Yi Yuan could just barely fight to a draw with them. Otherwise, their outcome would not be any better than those martial artists previously. Furthermore, Yi Yuan continuously condensed a small mass of thousand flowing petals in the process of fighting them to neutralize their all kinds of attack. With Yi Yuan's present strength, just condensing such a small bundle of petals was basically something as swift as thought and completely did not require large-scale mobilizing of heaven and earth essence energy. Ji Qing's execution of his move already reached the extent of releasing and withdrawing as he pleases. Moreover, this move of his is like the flower petals dances along with his entire being. Truly a feast for the eyes and mind. Shangguan Lingxue praised. Of course, not everybody was unable to capture these three people's speed. There were many experts present and also plenty of people stronger than them. There were obviously people who could see it, but precisely because they could see it, their understanding of Yi Yuan's prowess became even clearer instead. Having been through such a long period of fumbling and comprehension, Yi Yuan's execution of the thousand flowing petals already reached an extremely proficient degree. It was also to say that Yi Yuan's comprehension of this supreme true intent took another large stride forward. Shangguan Lingyun nodded his head as well and said, "To wield this move to such a transcendent degree, this Ji Qing's strength truly makes people sigh with admiration." Shangguan Lingxue asked rather puzzledly, "Big Brother rarely commends people. You didn't give rise to the thought of fighting with him, right?" Shangguan Lingyun smiled and said, "Younger sister understands me. That's right. An opponent like this is really hard to come by." Shangguan Lingxue said in derision, "Then, did Big Brother take fancy on Ji Qing this rival or took fancy on young sister Rian? Ha. You and sister Rian are hailed collectively as the capital's dual absolutes. If I can marry her home, wouldn't that be beautiful?" Shangguan Lingyun said with a loud laugh. "If that's the case, then Big Brother will have to kill Ji Qing on the stage today. Or else, you'd establish a terrifying enemy for yourself," Shangguan Lingxue said with a smile. The smile on Shangguan Lingyun's face froze. Evidently, he had not considered this problem. And this problem was really a dreadful issue. If he really killed Yi Yuan, the Shangguan family would have thoroughly offended the alchemist A.S. Association. As long as Star Abyss still sat on this position for a day, the Shangguan family could forget about ever finding the alchemist A.S. Association to refine a medicinal pill. Such a loss was not what the Shangguan family could bear. And if he did not kill Yi Yuan, the grudge of S.N.A.T.C. Hing his wife was irreconcilable. How could Ji Qing be willing to drop the matter with him? Although Shangguan Lingyun had immense faith in himself, facing a monster like Yi Yuan, he still really did not wish to provoke. "All right then, take it as if I never said it," Shangguan Lingyun said helplessly. I have really never seen such a big brother. I'm getting more and more interested in this Ji Qing," Shangguan Lingxue said with a beam. By the side, Zhao Qinggan's complexion turned green once again. Yi Yuan already entered the heart like still water state currently. Each and every action of the two people were within grasp. Adding his subtle manipulation of the thousand flowing petals, the more Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe fought, the more depressed they got. In a twinkle, several hundred moves said. The two of them did not gain any advantage at all. The two number 2 experts in the capital's junior generation were actually helpless against a 7th-level crystal formation realm when partnering up. Saying this out was an utter joke. What made them even gloomier was that fighting until now, Yi Yuan's essence energy did not have the slightest hint of being drained. It was as if it totally could not be exhausted. Where did this fellow get so much essence energy? One had to know that Yi Yuan already fought with 20 to 30 C transformation realm martial artists prior to this. Could it be that he did not expend any essence energy at all? Sieve area of effect move like the thousand flowing petals should be extremely draining on essence energy. Why was Yi Yuan's essence energy so abundant? These two people discovered to their sorrow that they could not gain any bit of advantage with such a fighting method. Xue Zaihe! Huang Wenqiu suddenly yelled out. Xue Zaihe understood tacitly. The two of them withdrew their moves at the same time, pulling apart the distance from Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not continue his victorious pursuit, but remained calm and composed as he stared at the two of them. With his essence energy thickness, plus extremely precise control over essence energy, he did not fear the two of them fighting a consumption battle with him. Ji Qing, I admit that you're very strong. But it ends here, Huang Wenqiu said with a cold snort. Clearly, he was very unsatisfied with this battle result. But Yi Yuan said with a smile, whatever moves you have, just use them. I'll receive it all. Huang Wenqiu sneered coldly and said, as you Wisconsin H. Plus Xue Zaihe, don't hide it anymore. Bring out your true abilities. Xue Zaihe nodded and said, okay. Chapter 424. Two great experts fighting 2-on-1 and were actually unable to take down Yi Yuan. They both felt a loss of prestige. Two great experts fighting 2-on-1 and were actually unable to take down Yi Yuan. They both felt a loss of prestige. These first-rate families' top disciples naturally all had their own powerful trump card. It was just that there were a scant few people who could force out their trump cards. Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe's trump cards were saved for each other. But now, they had no choice but to use them at the same time to deal with Yi Yuan. Because from them observing the matches until now, ordinary measures completely could not do anything to Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan was only at the 7th level crystal formation realm, his true combat power was already on the same level as the two of them. No, even so far as to say that it said theirs. Because the two of them combining strength earlier only just barely fought to a draw with Yi Yuan. To a heaven-defying genius like this, how could they possibly defeat without going all out? Huang Wenqiu used a saber. He raised long saber in his hand and said solemnly, to be able to die under my wind rebelling 3 blades, it's also considered your fortune. But what Xue Zaihe relied on was a pair of naked palms. It was only to see him put his palms together. His aura increased explosively. His realm was actually rising continuously. Very soon, Xue Zaihe broke through to the 6th level C transformation realm. But it did not end. His aura was still rising unceasingly. Before long, Xue Zaihe broke through to the 7th level C transformation realm in one stroke. Everyone's faces changed. Origin Spirit 9 transformations. Xue Zaihe actually learned the Origin Spirit 9 transformations. Plus Howren's complexion turned pale from fear. Origin Spirit 9 transformations is a martial technique that uses the essence fire within the martial artist's body as the foundation to stimulate the martial artist's potential to let the martial artist temporarily break through realms. It's the Xue family's ultimate martial technique. To think that Xue Zaihe actually already successfully planted an essence fire inside his body and even successfully cultivated this martial technique. Truly surprising. Shangguan Lingyun gasped with admiration. Looking at Xue Zaihe breaking through to the 7th level C transformation realm, the essence fire in his body should be a quasi-tier 4 origin fire. Pretty decent already. Hehe, I really want to see how Ji Qing plans on dealing with these two people's ultimate martial techniques, Shangguan Lingxue said with a giggle. The effects of this Origin Spirit 9 transformations was actually similar to the 5 elements Spirit Link pill that Yi Yuan took in the past. It could raise the martial artist's realm briefly. At this time, Xiao Rian finally could not sit still anymore. She could not resist uncovering her head veil slightly and taking the scene on the stage all in. When she saw Xue Zaihe breaking through to the 7th level C transformation realm, she could not help worrying for Yi Yuan. Ji Qing, nothing must happen to you. Or else, I won't be able to forgive myself for life either. Xiao Ruyan said with tears in her eyes. Heh, to think that you really held a move in reserve. If you suddenly used this move when fighting me, I would really not know how to deal with it, Huang Wenqiu said with a snicker. He and Shuezaihe had always been well matched. Their strength was almost on par. Once Shuezaihe directly broke through to the 7th level C transformation realm and reached late stage C transformation realm, even if Huang Wenqiu were more powerful, he would also not be his match. Shuezaihe grinned and said, "So what even if you know? I don't believe that you can leap across 2 minor realms to defeat me." There was already an exceedingly huge disparity between the 6th level C transformation realm and 7th level C transformation realm, let alone Huang Wenqiu was only at the 5th level C transformation realm. Hence Shuezaihe was brim with confidence. But Huang Wenqiu was very composed as he said, I'm afraid that I'll have to disappoint you. Even you had such a huge improvement, how can I dare to ease up?" Finished talking, Huang Wenqiu's aura suddenly skyrocketed. But what he skyrocketed was not his realm. It was the sort of pressure pressing forward with indomitable will aura. Shuezaihe's expression changed. Wind rebelling frenzied blade. You actually mastered the 3rd move, wind rebelling frenzied blade. Huang Wenqiu grinned and said, I wonder how the outcome will be if I use this to deal with you? At this time, although Huang Wenqiu's realm was still at the 5th level C transformation realm, in terms of aura, he said even Shuezaihe's wind rebelling frenzied blade. This boy still has some capabilities. To actually mastered the wind rebelling frenzied blade. This time, I want to see how Ji Qing deals with the wind rebelling frenzied blade plus origin spirit 9 transformations. Zhao Qinggan burst into laughter. Below the stage were also exclamations of shock. The reason why the 2 Huang and Shui families were called first-rate families was because apart from their family's foundation, these 2 martial techniques claimed enormous credit. These 2 people are indeed worthy of being experts tied at number 2. Such talent, how many people among the younger generation could measure up? Late-stage C transformation realm versus late-stage crystal formation realm. This difference is a bit too large. Let alone there's still a Huang Wenqiu who mastered the 3rd move of the wind rebelling 3 blades, reaching the realm of wind rebelling frenzied blade. This martial technique is already considered attaining a higher level of mastery. The power of the wind rebelling frenzied blade is enough to let Huang Wenqiu rival the Shuezaihe after raising his realm. How should young Master Ji respond? Wind rebelling 3 blades. This martial technique only had a total of 3 stances. However, with the mastery of each move, the power would show exponential increase. The reason why Huang Wenqiu could be hailed as the number 2 expert was by relying on him mastering the 2nd move and far in the lead among those of the same generation. And now, he actually even mastered the 3rd move. This indicated that he already cast those in the Huang family's same generation far behind. Of course, each move of the wind rebelling 3 blades had 3 levels. Huang Wenqiu had not even reached large success in the 1st level. Even so, he was already sufficiently powerful. Everyone all knew that these 2 had very formidable cards up their sleeves, but did not think that these 2 trump cards were actually so powerful. Ji Qing, to be able to force us to unleash our trump cards, you can already be sufficiently proud. But after today, the capital won't have Ji Qing this person existing anymore. Huang Wenqiu said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan watched the 2 of them perform as a bystander the entire time. But, he himself did not make the slightest movement. Hearing Huang Wenqiu's cold laughter, Yi Yuan suddenly smiled. Looks like the 2 of you still have some capabilities to be hailed together as the number 2 experts in the capital. Pretending to be calm? However, it's futile, Shuezaihe said with a light laugh. The 2 of them used their trump cards. Their confidence naturally shot through the roof. Now, even if they were asked to go and challenge Zhao Qinggan, they would also not be the slightest bit fearful. But Yi Yuan said with a smile, "No need to pretend. If you guys think that you can win me like this, I can only say, too naive." As he spoke, Yi Yuan gently released the Songhua sword in his hand. Songhua's sword plunged into the clouds and vanished from sight. In the past, my realm was insufficient and my essence energy was lacking, so I was incapable of unleashing plusing the 1,000 flowing petals' greatest power. But now, my essence energy can already support the full-powered execution of this move. Thus, you guys enjoy it to your heart's content. It was like Yi Yuan's voice came from the netherworld, striking Huang Wenqiu and Shuezaihe's hearts word for word. Such a large display earlier, killing over a dozen middle-stage C transformation realm experts in one move, was actually not going all out yet? Then, how horrifying would the full-powered release of this move be? Very soon, they came to know how harrowing it was, because flower petals which filled the entire sky already wafted up. This time, it was not just the entire platform. Chapter 4 25 petals after petals danced in the air, as if flower petals rained down on the entire plaza. Petals after petals danced in the air, as if flower petals rained down on the entire plaza. If they did not know beforehand that this was Yi Yuan's sword move, people would be exclaiming in surprise at this beautiful scenery. In a place like the fierce Gale world, it was very rare to be able to see this kind of falling flowers flying all around wondrous sight. Yi Yuan brought it to them. It was just that anybody was aware that behind this beauty, an immense danger was concealed. The flower petals which blotted out the skies and covered the earth gave people a hair-raising oppressive feeling instead. Oh my God! Is this really a martial technique unleashed by a 7th-level crystal formation realm? It's too preposterous, right? The quant. 1. tie of these flower petals is probably several times of that move previously. He finished off over a dozen middle-stage C transformation realms in one move just now. How horrifying will the power of this move be? This move is too heaven-defying. I really can't imagine how a 7th-level crystal formation realm can manipulate so much heaven and earth essence energy. How exquisite does one's manipulation ability have to be? Indeed, Yi Yuan's control over essence energy had already completely said their imaginations. In terms of control of essence energy, Yi Yuan was Divine King level, and his abilities in this area were completely attributed to alchemy skills. In his previous life, Yi Yuan was extremely meticulous in refining pills, and his requirement towards control of essence energy was harsh to the extreme. Only then did he have such exquisite control abilities. In the past, Yi Yuan was a housewife who could not cook a meal without rice. Now that his strength increased dramatically and his essence energy was ample, he could unleash this aspect to its pinnacle. Controlling heaven and earth essence energy was not having it at one's beck and call, but to control the heaven and earth essence energy within a certain radius with the essence energy within the martial artist's own body as the foundation. Now that Yi Yuan broke through 5 realms in succession, the essence energy in his body showed an exponential increase. The essence energy that he could control naturally also increased exponentially. Huang Wenqiu and Shuezaihe were still BRIMing with confidence earlier, but currently, their faces had a never-before-seen grimness. Such power was simply appalling. The pair exchanged glances, and understood each other without words. Wind rebelling frenzied blade, advancing with indomitable will. Huang Wenqiu roared, charging at Yi Yuan with a lightning-like momentum. Starfire a blazing prairie. Shuezaihe lightly flicked his finger. A small tuft of flames flew out swiftly, vanished. +ing in a blink of an eye. The two people bore down menacingly. Yi Yuan mind stirred. 2 clumps of flower petals blocked their incoming path. 1,000 flowing petals explode. Faint explosion sounds echoed in the air, wanting to stop the two people's incoming path. However, the wind-rebelling frenzied blade and Origin's Spirit 9 transformations were not some common wares. Only to see Huang Wenqiu pressing forward like a hot knife cutting through Tur the entire way, splitting the clumps of flower petals, while Xue Zaihe formed a no-man's land for himself with formidable strength. At the same time, the small tuft of flames that he controlled suddenly appeared by Yi Yuan's side. Yet, it did not have the starfire ablazing prairie's momentum as imagined, because the instant that it appeared, there were already innumerable flower petals enveloping it. Inside that bundle of flames contained horrifying power. However, it was wrapped up by limitless flower petals. The petals exploded unceasingly, frittering away that S of flame's power. While on Huang Wenqiu's side, only to see him split the sea of petals into two halves with one blade. A horrifying streak of saber-light pus sped through the flower petals sea, cleaving towards Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan unhurriedly controlled the boundless petals to continuously explode around the surroundings of the saber-light. By the time the saber-light arrived in front of Yi Yuan, it was already just an ordinary attack. Yi Yuan casually flicked with his hand. The saber-light dissipated. Huang Wenqiu's expression changed drastically. This was his wind-rebelling frenzied blade's strongest attack. This streak of saber-light was enough to freaking cleave ordinary late-stage sea transformation realms into two halves. It was actually effortlessly resolved by Yi Yuan just like this. Huang Wenqiu gritted his teeth, mustered up all the momentum of his saber, and slashed towards Yi Yuan once again. However, there were petals exploding non-stop around him, hindering his advancement. There were too many flower petals. Clumps after clumps exploded ceaselessly, seemingly without end. Yi Yuan was clearly not far away. But Huang Wenqiu felt that this bit of distance was a short distance away, but poles apart. Just like this, his speed became increasingly slower. This wind-rebelling frenzied blade move stressed about accompli Hi+ing in one vigorous effort. But this one vigorous effort was forcefully worn down by Yi Yuan, depleted by the second and exhausted by the third. Without that momentum of pressing forward with indomitable will, even if the saber technique was stronger, it would not be much stronger. The saber momentum that Huang Wenqiu accu mulat for a long time dissipated to nothing like this. The saber momentum exhausted, Huang Wenqiu was instantaneously enveloped by infinite flower petals, going from offense to defense. While on this side, Xue Zaihe already sunk into the boundless flower sea. Although the flower petals were unable to break through his defense for the time being with him, relying on his powerful 7th-level sea transformation realm cultivation, he could not do anything to those flower petals either. Just eradicated one batch, and there would immediately be a vast one tie of flower petals replenies. Hi+ing over. This sort of fighting method really made people have an impulse to vomit blood. And that bundle of flames that he fired out was already like a candle flame in the wind currently, tottering on the edge of extinguish. Hi+ing. Seeing the great battle on the platform, everyone below the stage all held their breath. They had never seen before that martial artists could still fight like this. Young Master Ji's martial technique is simply unheard of. These flower petals look very weak. So many countless flower petals together give people a feeling of being unmatched. Yeah. Moreover, young Master Ji's attention is divided into three. He's controlling those flower petals to deal with the two people and a bundle of flames. This feeling of releasing and withdrawing it as he pleases really makes people revere. No matter how powerful the attack, going through those countless petals' self-detonation and erosion, it would rapidly become weak and feeble. This kind of feeling is like falling into a quagmire. The flower petals in the sky became increasingly RSE. Just as the petals were about to dissipate to nothing, Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe finally could not hold out anymore, and the flower petals breached their defenses. Arg! Two miserable cries sounded out on the platform at the same time, making people's hearts tighten when heard. The two mighty number 2 experts were defeated like this? The audience below the stage still did not dare quite believe this until now. How many years had it been since anyone from the capital's junior generation dared to challenge Shuang Wenqiu and Shui Zaihe? Apart from Shangguan Lingyun and Zhao Qinggan, these two people could virtually be said to be invincible existences. But today, under their teaming up, they actually lost in the hands of a 7th-level crystal formation realm martial artist. The impact this conclusion gave people was seriously too great. Even if Yi Yuan killed so many C transformation realm martial artists previously, the impact it brought was also not as great as now. Yi Yuan stood at a corner of the platform dressed in white. Clearly quite young, yet gave people a feeling of insurmountable. The current Yi Yuan was akin to a heavenly deity descending upon the world. Invincible. The shock that Yi Yuan gave everyone today could no longer be described using words. Crossing ranks to battle was every genius's inherent skill. But crossing ranks to battle like Yi Yuan, the people completely could not imagine it. One had to know that Yi Yuan's opponents could virtually be said to represent the highest standards of the entire fierce Gale world's junior generation. Such a victory was too soul-stirring. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly turned around to look at Zhao Qinggan, saying nonchalantly, "Your Highness, the 7th Prince, want to come down and play?" Chapter 426. When Yi Yuan's voice fell, everyone's hearts plunged. When Yi Yuan's voice fell, everyone's hearts plunged. I'm a little hard of hearing. What did Ji Qing say just now? He wants to challenge His Highness, the 7th Prince. I didn't hear it wrongly, right? I really don't know how to use words to describe my current emotion. In this world, apart from Shangguan Lingyun, there's actually somebody who dares to challenge His Highness, the 7th Prince. Yeah. 7th Prince is a genius martial artist who comprehended true intent, on a completely different level from Huang Wenqiu and the rest. Ji Qing actually dares to challenge even him. Why do I feel like something is not quite right? Isn't this a spouse-finding martial compet? One, Tian? Why did it suddenly become a martial arts tournament? The matter of His Highness, the 7th Prince, courting Shangguan Lingxue is publicly known. As long as Yi Yuan doesn't provoke him, it's impossible for him to come down. Yi Yuan's words instantly ignited the entire plaza. Challenging the capital's number 1, the candidate for Wind Emperor, how formidable the strength and how much courage did this need? Heh, you're sure that you want to challenge this prince? Zhao Qinggan said with a cold snicker. Towards Yi Yuan's courting death action, Zhao Qinggan was naturally very welcoming. He had long wanted to eliminate Yi Yuan. Now, with this open and above-board chance to kill Yi Yuan, he obviously did not wish to let it slip by. Even with Yi Yuan using a powerful move, such as the 1,000 flowing petals previously, Zhao Qinggan still had full confidence in eliminating Yi Yuan. Little junior brother, don't be reckless. I know that your strength improved greatly. But Zhao Qinggan's strength is absolutely not as simple as you imagine. S.H.I. plus Howren's brows knitted and he transmitted his voice. Xiao Ruyan was so anxious that she almost wanted to jump down. She hurriedly transmitted her voice. Young Master Ji, the pair's strength earlier is much weaker compared to Zhao Qinggan. You better not provoke him. But Yi Yuan smiled lightly and did not say any more. However, his meaning was understood by all. He was not joking but really wanted to challenge 7th Prince. Zhao Qinggan sneered and said, "You aren't thinking that you have the qualifications to challenge me after winning the 2 of them, right? Since you're seeking death, then I'll help you." Finished talking, Zhao Qinggan floated down. Arriving on top of the platform, Zhao Qinggan's long spear jerked and was full of overbearingness from start to end. Haha, a vanquished opponent actually has the guts to challenge this prince. This prince admires your foolishness greatly. It's just that even I kill you today, I won't marry Xiao Ruyan either. Don't you worry. Once he stood on the stage, Zhao Qinggan's tyrannical aura could not be concealed anymore. Especially with that long spear in his hands, it raised his aura to the peak even more so. Every action carried a breathtaking power. The number one expert among the younger generation lived up to his reputation. Hearing Zhao Qinggan's words, Xiaorian heaved a sigh of relief. But she was also secretly worried for Yi Yuan. Zhao Qinggan already had not exhibited his strength in front of people for a long time. Most likely, even Shangguan Lingyun wasn't sure of his current strength. But body doubted Zhao Qinggan's present strength. I will seek vengeance if there is a grudge. I entered a retreat for a month and broke through 5 realms consecutively. This was all for you. Hence, you should feel honored. Yi Yuan said coolly. Last time, Zhao Qinggan not only nearly killed Yi Yuan, he even almost killed White Light too. This grudge was not what an apology could skate over. If Zhao Qinggan sincerely apologized, then forget it. But the entire capital all knew that Zhao Qinggan was only forced by the circumstances. If not for Star Abyss exerting pressure on the Wind Emperor, it was entirely impossible for him to come to apologize. Yi Yuan was about to leave the Fear Scale world soon. With Yi Yuan's personality of not leaving revenge through the night, how could he possibly wait until the future? Therefore, today this fight was unavoidable. Ha ha ha. So what if you consecutively broke through 5 realms? You're not thinking that only you can break through, right? The reason why this prince was only at the 6th level C transformation realm was not because this prince couldn't break through, but it was because this prince was deliberately suppressing my realm. Hence, open your eyes. Zhao Qinggan laughed wildly. All of a sudden, Zhao Qinggan's long spear shook. An absolutely powerful aura undulated out. On the platform, an essence energy tempest actually formed. This, His Highness, the 7th Prince, is actually breaking through. He's going to break through to the 7th level C transformation realm. If he breaks through successfully, then Ji Qing won't have any hope at all. What's Ji Qing doing? Isn't he going to go forward to interrupt 7th Prince's breakthrough? Watching him break through passively? Sigh. It's useless. Since 7th Prince dares to break through in front of him, he naturally isn't afraid of him interrupting. This is a powerhouse's absolute self-confidence. Furthermore, in that battle prior to this, Ji Qing's essence energy is also pretty much depleted, right? But speaking of which, 7th Prince actually broke through his bottleneck for Yi Yuan. This in itself should be an affirmation and placing importance on Ji Qing, right? For a time, storms raged on the platform. Zhao Qinggan's aura was in the midst of continuously rising. 4 geniuses like Zhao Qinggan, what was most important for them was not realm breakthrough, but it was comprehending concept. When a martial artist was young, it was the most optimal time to comprehend concept. Once their potential was exhausted, wanting to comprehend concepts again would be as hard as scaling to heaven. At that time, it also signified where the limits of a martial artist lay. Therefore, pinnacle geniuses never took breaking through realms to be of importance. Most of their time was used for comprehending concept. Zhao Qinggan and Shangguan Lingyun, these people all did not deliberately cultivate essence energy but reached middle stage C transformation realm at this age. It could be seen how great their talent was. Yi Yuan naturally also placed priority on comprehending concept. Hence, his essence energy realm was not high all along. If he went all out to break through, he would be able to break through to the Soul Sea realm in less than half a year. To an alchemy emperor, using medicinal pills to pile on realms was seriously too easy. Zhao Qinggan did not meditate to absorb essence energy. He just held his spear and stood there, but his aura was still in the midst of rising non-stop. 6th level C transformation realm to 7th level was not a small threshold. But in front of Zhao Qinggan, it was dismissed so easily. This was the number 1 person of the capital's junior generation. Shangguan Lingshue's face did not have any visible change in countenance. She looked at Shangguan Lingyun and said with a smile, "Big brother seems to be regretting a little." Shangguan Lingyun said with a regretful face, "Yeah. I thought of a really good idea just now to go down and fight with Ji Qing. But he actually challenged His Highness, the 7th Prince. It makes me feel really dejected." Shangguan Lingxue raised her eyebrows and asked, "What idea?" I just have to go down and defeat him, then fake defeat." "To think that you can think of that! But Ji Qing is already an arrow at the end of its flight, while His Highness is like the midday sun. Is there still anything worth competing in this match? You think this way? Too shallow. How can a shockingly brilliant character like Ji Qing challenge 7th Prince under the circumstances where he doesn't have room for maneuver? And, could it be, that move earlier was still not his limit? But his essence energy has already reached its limits as well. Furthermore, His Highness even broke through to the 7th level C transformation realm. I seriously can't think of how he should respond. Heh, I'm also very much looking forward to it, Shangguan Lingyun said with a laugh. Chapter 427 Zhao Qinggan's breakthrough did not last for too long. Very soon, the essence energy tempest dissipated. But Zhao Qinggan's aura soared tremendously, stopping firmly at the 7th level C transformation realm. Zhao Qinggan's breakthrough did not last for too long. Very soon, the essence energy tempest dissipated. But Zhao Qinggan's aura soared tremendously, stopping firmly at the 7th level C transformation realm. He looked at Yi Yuan with a cold smile and said, "Now, do you feel regret for your foolishness? But it's already too late. Provoking this prince is your greatest sorrow in this lifetime." Crossing ranks to battle were as simple as eating and drinking to Zhao Qinggan. Ordinary late-stage C transformation realm martial artists completely did not have the strength to retaliate in front of him. Even peak C transformation realm martial artists, Zhao Qinggan could easily kill too. And today, this was his first time being crossed ranks to battle by somebody. Moreover, it was not one or two minor realms, but a full major realm. This was an immense humiliation to Zhao Qinggan. But Zhao Qinggan had to admit that Yi Yuan being able to beat Huang Wenqiu and Xue Zaihe's team up showed that Yi Yuan absolutely had the qualifications to make him genuinely attach importance to him. Hence, he chose to break through without any hesitation. The Yi Yuan, after breaking through 5 realms in succession, was no longer the rookie that he could freely bully and humiliate on that day. Shangguan Lingyun was able to guess that Yi Yuan had a card up his sleeves. Zhao Qinggan could naturally guess that too. Yi Yuan still dared to issue a challenge to him under such a condition. It was impossible for him to be without preparations at all. Except that he was the same as Shangguan Lingyun, being unaware of what Yi Yuan's card was. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Really don't know where your confidence comes from. Is breaking through to the 7th level C transformation realm very impressive?" "Ha! The 7th level C transformation realm is naturally nothing impressive. But to deal with you, it's sufficient," Zhao Qinggan said with a laugh. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Looks like you're full of confidence. I really can't bear to smash your confidence. But it's such a shame. This sort of thing like breaking through realms I've always been more adept. One realm is too little." Zhao Qinggan's face changed and he asked, "What do you mean? You just broke through 5 realms. Could it be that you can still continue breaking through now? Stop joking." Cultivating essence energy was a process that requires accumulation, especially after crystal formation realm. For each breakthrough in a minor realm, the required essence energy was exceedingly horrifying. Yi Yuan entered seclusion for a month, consumed so many jade spirit pills, and only broke through 5 realms. Making a last-ditch attempt at this juncture, wanting to break through, that was virtually something impossible. The reason why Zhao Qinggan could break through was because he had already arrived at the bottleneck of the 7th level C transformation realm before and did not go and break through all along. It was why the breakthrough went so smoothly. But Yi Yuan's present condition? He just had a breakthrough all the way to the 7th level crystal formation realm. Breaking through again was easier said than done. Yi Yuan said indifferently, "I'm not in the mood for joking. Didn't that Shuezaihe use an Origin Spirit 9 transformations just now? How unfortunate, I know it too." Zhao Qinggan was stunned and had yet to react to what was going on when Yi Yuan's aura erupted abruptly, unwittingly making people feel asphyxiated. Then, Yi Yuan's aura rose rapidly under everyone's perception, directly breaking through the bottleneck for the 8th level crystal formation realm. Shangguan Lingyun stood up abruptly and looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief, muttering to himself, "How is this possible? Isn't this Origin Spirit's 9 transformation? Why does Ji Qing know this move too? This is the Shui family's highly guarded secret. Where did he learn it from? Why do I feel like Yi Yuan's attainments in this move are even above Shuezaihe? Look, he has already broken through Paes," said the 7th level crystal formation realm. "This speed. Today's surprises are really round after round, making it too much for the eyes to take in. This time, there's another good show to watch." Although Yi Yuan's realm could not compare to Shuezaihe, the upheaval from the breakthrough right now was only more and not less than his. Yi Yuan's cleansing sandal sacred flame was a top tier among tier 4 essence fires. Letting Yi Yuan use Origin Spirit 9 transformation was overly putting fine timber to petty use. Soon enough, Yi Yuan's realm broke through to peak 7th level crystal formation realm. However, this was not over yet. Yi Yuan's aura was still rising. Half-step C transformation. Yi Yuan's realm finally stopped at the level of half-step C transformation. Sadly, Yi Yuan did not have an essence energy C within his body. Otherwise, his realm could still rise more. Half-step C transformation was already the limits of his advancement. At this moment, how did Yi Yuan still had the appearance of essence energy being exhausted at all? Only to see him full of vigor and energy. He actually recovered to his peak condition again. Hiss. Everybody sucked in a cold breath. Origin Spirit 9 transformations is clearly the Shui family's ultimate trump card. But why do I feel that, at this moment, the one Yi Yuan executed is the orthodox one? Could it be a misconception? Shangguan Lingxue said with a frown. Not a misconception. Ji Qing's Origin Spirit 9 transformation is indeed much stronger than Shuezaihe's. If not that his Dantian is already unable to contain even more essence energy, he might really be able to rise a few more realms. Shangguan Lingyun's face had a never-before solemnness. He previously even casually made the remark to go down and defeat Yi Yuan, then he would deliberately concede. Looking at it now, he was still too naive. Half-step C transformation Yi Yuan and the current him, who was weak and who was strong, was really hard to say. Zhao Qinggan's expression was ugly to the max. He rose 1 realm and Yi Yuan rose 3 realms. So freaking exasperating. However, Zhao Qinggan did not think that Yi Yuan could beat him like this. After all, he was still a major realm higher than him. Between half-step C transformation and C transformation realm lied a heaven and earth difference. Only a temporary increase in realm. I want to see how long you can last. Eat a spear from me first. A black-colored long spear in Zhao Qinggan's hands was extremely fierce. It was actually a 128 restrictions spirit artifact. In the past, when Yi Yuan fought with his opponents, he always held the advantage in weapons. But today this was his first time losing out in weapons. However, this was not strange either. Zhao Qinggan was the son of the Wind Emperor. Forget about spirit artifacts, even profound artifacts would not be lacking. It was just that Zhao Qinggan's present strength was still unable to unleash the might of profound artifacts. That was why he would use a spirit artifact rank weapon. Zhao Qinggan's long spear danced. The tip of the spear actually swung out a crescent of light. The next instant, Zhao Qinggan's figure vanished from sight without the slightest sign. Qi. When it appeared again, a spear already said through Yi Yuan's chest. Yi Yuan stood on the spot and actually did not react at all. It's over like this? Isn't it too quick? Yeah. Ji Qing is so strong. Can't be that he can't even block one attack, right? No, wait. That was just an afterimage. What? Afterimage? Why would it exist for such a long time? Too fast. Because it was too fast, so in our eyes, he simply did not move at all. But, the platform is only this big, where did he go? Zhao Qinggan's brow furrowed, and he turned around suddenly, swinging the long spear around. Only to hear a clank. The long spear directly smashed the ambus. Ing soared light into dust. Yi Yuan's figure finally appeared before everyone's sight again. In an instant, everyone felt a very oppressive atmosphere undulating out. Although it was only a probing exchange, the two peoples might already made everyone have a clear understanding. Chapter 428. By the time Yi Yuan's silhouette appeared again, only then did the afterimage gradually dissipate. By the time Yi Yuan's silhouette appeared again, only then did the afterimage gradually dissipate. Such speed was simply unheard of. Indeed, you have some capabilities. No wonder you dare to provoke me. With this exchange, Zhao Qinggan's expression also became grave. Very clearly, the half-step C transformation Yi Yuan already had sufficient capital to pick a fight with him. You want to drag the time? Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Qinggan with a half-smile. Although the Origin Spirit's 9 transformations was powerful, it was clearly just a temporary increase in realm. When the time limit hit, one would recover to their initial realm and also have a series of sequelae. Of course, even so, this martial technique was powerful all the same. Back then, there were countless records in the Medicine King Hall. Ji Qingyun also felt that this martial technique was rather interesting, and it needed to use essence fires too, which was why he took notice of it. To think that today in the lower realms, he would see other people use this martial technique. But Zhao Qinggan was not the slightest bit embarrassed, having his thoughts seen through. So what if yes? Nothing. I just want to tell you that I can last for 2 hours at half-step C transformation realm. So, stop scheming in vain, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. This time, Zhao Qinggan's expression finally changed. 2 hours? Are you joking? The Shui family's family head using the Origin Spirit's 9 transformations can last for at most an hour's time. You can actually last twice his time? The Origin's Spirit 9 transformation, this technique, was actually rather heaven-defying. Even Shui Zaihe, this dabbler, could break through 2 minor realms consecutively, let alone the Shui family's family head. However, Shui Zaihe's realm could only last for 15 minutes at most. Yi Yuan's lasting duration was actually twice of the Shui family's family head. How could Zhao Qinggan not be astonished? If you don't believe, you can very well give it a try. Yi Yuan said coolly. Try then try. Can you soar to the heaven? Zhao Qinggan said with a cold snort. Zhao Qinggan kept his spear and stood there, putting on a ready-to-attack starting stance. An aura which made people feel stifled crept out in all directions. Clearly just a simple posture. People who used the spear would all display this pose. Yet, when Zhao Qinggan summed it, it gave people a feeling of having no weakness to exploit. At this instant, Zhao Qinggan and the long spear fused into one. The next attack was an earth-shattering attack. Its spear shadow carnage. My God. I heard that 7th Prince has already not used this move in front of outsiders for many years. This was the self-created ultimate skill that 7th Prince became famed for. I heard that back then. He merely relied on this one move to consecutively defeat over a dozen first-rate family's pinnacle geniuses, and finally he fought to a draw with Shangguan Lingyun. Ever since then, the #1 position of Shangguan Lingyun and him became established. Today is really an eye-opener. This is the pinnacle battle of the fierce Gale World's junior generation. Missing out on today, one would have to wait until who knows when. At this time, everyone seemed to have already forgotten what the original objective of this spouse-finding martial compet. 1. Taiyan was, and everyone was lost in this pinnacle battle. Facing someone such as Zhao Qinggan, Yi Yuan's expression was also a never-before as grave. Yi Yuan was self-confident but not conceited. Zhao Qinggan was indeed the most powerful foe that he had encountered up to this date. The current Zhao Qinggan was akin to a fiend Geo, descending. A simple starting stance was actually utilized to such a miraculous realm by him. One could see that Zhao Qinggan's comprehension towards the path of the spear had already reached an extremely profound realm. If his conjectures were correct, the true intent that Zhao Qinggan comprehended was precisely related to the spear. Yi Yuan knew the terror of this spear and would obviously not slight it. Only to see him pointing to the skies with his sword, his figure transforming into 9 figures. It was precisely the Azure Dipper floating 0 sword art, 9 sword stance. Yi Yuan had already not used the 9 sword stance for a long time. Compared to the 1,000 flowing petals, its power was indeed slightly weaker. But the 9 sword stance also had merits that the 1,000 flowing petals could not match up to, and that was hard to capture movement technique, as well as powerful singular offensive might. The 1,000 flowing petals was the sort of sneaking in during the nighttime without making any sound, while the 9 sword stance was that sort of explosive style powerful. Furthermore, with Yi Yuan's comprehension of the supreme true intent growing deeper by the day, his application of the 9 swords stance had a new addition. Not only was the 9 swords stance not eliminated, but it also became another one of Yi Yuan's killing move instead. And today, the 9 swords stance saw the light of day yet again. Tyrant Martial Howling Cloud Spear. Spear. Shadow. Carnage. Zhao Qinggan enunciated each word. Azure Dipper floating 0 sword art. 9 sword stance. At practically the same instant, Yi Yuan's also uttered nonchalantly. The next moment, a shocking scene which left everyone staring with their mouths agape happened. On the stage, there were spear shadows and sword lights everywhere, leaving everyone unable to feast their eyes fully on it. Zhao Qinggan's spear shadows were grand and boundless, overwhelming power and might. Yi Yuan's sword lights dotted the skies like stars, being all-pervasive. Spear shadows and sword lights continuously clashed in the air, dissipating. They were colliding and dispersing continuously. The spear shadows and sword lights each occupied half of the platform. For a time, it was actually evenly matched. So strong. Is this the strength of pinnacle geniuses? Seriously too strong. In one breath, how many swords and spears do they want to unleash? 7th Prince's spear shadows, if anybody else were standing on the stage, they would probably have countless holes pierced through already, right? Also, Ji Qing's sword lights, what kind of martial technique is this? To actually release sword lights with 9 phantom images at the same time. Could it be that these 9 phantasms are all real bodies? Actually, from a certain degree, Ji Qing has already won. He's a full major realm lower than His Highness, the 7th Prince, and he actually fought to a draw with His Highness, the 7th Prince. This shows that in terms of concepts comprehension, Ji Qing Serpa has said His Highness far too much. However, His Highness, the 7th Prince, already comprehended true intent. What on earth did he, Ji Qing, comprehend? Yi Yuan's performance already completely Serpa has said everyone's understanding. Martial artists who comprehended true intent were invincible existences among those of the same generation. Unless the opponent likewise comprehended true intent, otherwise, one would only get mauled. All along, it had only been Zhao Qinggan leaping ranks to challenge others. But today, he was forced to such an extent by Yi Yuan with half-step C transformation realm strength. Indeed, from a certain degree, he was already utterly defeated. Except that the result from a fight was never something that can be determined with certainty. The strong would not possibly pity the weak either. Once they stepped onto the stage, one would only see the outcome and not look at the process. The advantage of Zhao Qinggan's realm was reflected very quickly. He launched spear after spear wildly, squandering his essence energy. The balance on the stage was broken, only to see those power spear shadows gradually overshadow the sword lights. Zhao Qinggan actually became more valiant as he fought. The unleash, plussing of spears became increasingly faster too. The spear shadows continuously engulfed the sword lights, gradually reducing Yi Yuan's boundary. Seeing this scene, Xiao Rian was practically on the verge of suffocating. Her fingernails already sunk deep into the flesh, cutting into her palm. But she was oblivious. Very soon, spear shadows occupied the greater half of the platform. Yi Yuan's defense radius only had an extremely small piece left. Everyone held their breath. Once the spear shadows breached the sword lights, Yi Yuan's outcome would be being impaled by spear shadows. Mustn't have anything happen. Muse. Xiao Rian's tears failed to live up to her expectations and flowed down once more. Chapter 429. On a corner tower at the far end of the plaza, two slightly aged silhouettes were currently watching the great battle on the stage. On a corner tower at the far end of the plaza, two slightly aged silhouettes were currently watching the great battle on the stage. One person was poised and elegant, possessing a remarkable aura of kings. It was actually a peak divine traversing realm martial artist. The other person's strength was slightly inferior, but he also had middle-stage divine traversing realm strength. Such characters naturally had exceedingly high statuses in the capital. If a character like Xiao Changfeng were present, they would surely be able to recognize that these two people were precisely two characters who could summon wind and call rain in the capital. Shangguan family's family head, Shangguan Wenrui, and the Shui family's family head, Shui Hongfei. Hongfei, what are your thoughts? Shangguan Wenrui opened his mouth to ask as his gaze was staring intently at the spear shadows and sword lights in the distance. Zhao Qinggan's strength grows with each pass. Sing Day. He's already much stronger compared to the last time he publicly made a move. Shui Hongfei said. I'm not asking about that. Ji Qing possesses the Origin Spirit 9 transformations. Don't you have any thoughts at all? Shangguan Wenrui said coolly. Shui Hongfei sighed lightly and said, I was also taken aback from shock when I saw earlier. But this shouldn't have been stolen from the Shui family. Ji Qing's attainments in the Origin Spirit 9 transformations are even greater than mine. This disciple that Star Abyss took in is simply powerful until it makes people despair. Shangguan Wenrui shot a nonchalant glance at Shui Hanfei and said, I heard that a young man from the Endless World infiltrated into the capital. And this young man once killed the Lan family tribe's middle stage C transformation realm martial artist in the level 5 Gale region with first level crystal formation realm strength. Shui Hongfei's expression froze briefly. You mean that? Ji Qing is that youth? Impossible. I also suspected this matter before. But the news from the Xiao family says that Xiao Changfeng tested Ji Qing's divine soul before. He's indeed somebody from the fierce Gale world. I naturally know that. But don't you feel that this young man is very fishy? In our fierce Gale world, other than the Wind Emperor, who else can groom such a monstrous genius? Shangguan Wenrui said coolly. This. Shui Hongfei thought carefully. There really was something not quite right. Shui Hongfei pondered for a moment and seemed to have thought of something. He startled awake abruptly and looked at Shangguan Wenrui in disbelief. Shangguan Wenrui gave a faint smile and knew that Shui Hongfei understood his meaning. Brother Wenrui is far-sighted, not what Hongfei can match up to. Shangguan Wenrui said with a smile. Zhao Tianyin has reigned for many years and is no longer far from ascending to the divine realm. The battle for the next Wind Emperor has already gradually surfaced. There is bound to be a fight between a dragon and a tiger between Yun'er and Zhao Qinggan. However, this suddenly emerged Ji Qing thoroughly upset the initially stalemated situation. If today Shui Hongfei took a look at the intense fighting in the distance. Yi Yuan's situation was already in imminent danger. However, this situation currently, it's probably very hard for Ji Qing to be ascertained of victory, right? Maybe not. Spear shadows which blotted out the sky and earth repressed Yi Yuan's 9 figures into a very tiny radius area. Currently, Yi Yuan was akin to a small boat hanging by a thread in the ocean, possibly overturned by the tides and winds at any moment. But Yi Yuan's sword lights were still not the slightest bit slow. Sword light versus spear shadow was at a disadvantage initially. The sword emphasized grace and agility, while the spear stressed on momentum akin to 30,000 caddies. Plus, Yi Yuan's realm was not the same with Zhao Qinggan's. Him being suppressed was also something very normal. Haha. I'll see how you will hide. Go and die. Zhao Qinggan was unbelievably excited right now. As long as he broke Yi Yuan's sword lights, he was dead for sure. While talking, Zhao Qinggan mustered essence energy even more feverishly. The spear shadows became even more frenzied. Just a little bit more and Yi Yuan's sword lights were about to be broken. However, Yi Yuan was still expressionless, as if he was oblivious to the danger. The defense circle became increasingly smaller, tinier and tinier. Finally, those countless spear shadows finally broke the limits, stabbing ruthlessly towards Yi Yuan's 9 figures. Ah! Many people gave a shocked exclamation as if seeing the outcome of Yi Yuan staining the stage in blood. Right at the critical moment, a dazzling light suddenly blasted out from the spear shadows. 9 swords returned to 1 half-moon slash. Plus, Yi Yuan's voice rang out faintly as if giving that streak of light an enormous power. The spear shadows which filled the skies actually could not inch forward anymore. Those overwhelmingly powerful spear shadows actually gradually subsided under this streak of light. A half-moon-shaped sword light sweeping along with tremendous amounts of energy disperse those innumerable spear shadows. And not only did the charging momentum of the sword light not diminish, but it also became increasingly faster instead. Seeing this scene, Zhao Qinggan's expression changed dramatically. How could he still live if he was slashed by this gigantic half-moon-shaped sword light? In a panic, how could Zhao Qinggan still be bothered with displaying spear shadow carnage? He hurriedly pulled back his spear and moved sideways. The sword light swept past his body with a whoosh. That threatening sword chi shredded Zhao Qinggan's protective essence energy into tattered bits. It was also that Zhao Qinggan's reaction was fast enough. Otherwise, he would be split into 2 parts right now already. Looking at the ground again, the platform already had a deep ravine slashed into it by this colossal half-moon-shaped sword light with scattered pieces of rock everywhere, looking very horrific. Below the platform, it was dead quiet, as if they were hit by an immobility talisman. Zhao Qinggan's body was stinging with fiery pain. Although that sword chi was unable to harm his foundation, it gave him considerable wounds. Each injury was reminding him that he had just brushed past the god of death. Zhao Qinggan was looking at Yi Yuan rather blankly, somewhat befuddled by the current situation. He clearly had victory in grasp already. Why did the situation suddenly had a 180-degree turnabout, hitting him from heaven to hell all at once? Hey, did you see what happened just now clearly? Didn't see clearly. My eyes were freaking blinded. Was this a freaking skill released by a crystal formation realm martial artist? I think that this skill, Even if Soul Sea realm powerhouses were standing opposite, the person would also be cleaved into two halves, right? After a long time, waves of commotions and exclamations sounded from below the platform. The shock that this attack dealt him was too intense. Haha! Leaving no route for escape so that one would fight desperately to win. This absolute strike back is too beautiful. Shangguan Wenrui praised. ACCU. Mulating momentum with the sword, flurries. HI plus ing with extreme decline. This boy is truly monstrous. This path of AMA's Sing momentum is patented by spear users. But it was unleashed by Yi Yuan. This slap is really resounding. Shui Hongfei sighed with admiration. If this child is really an endless world native, he would truly be our fierce Gale world's calamitous disaster. No matter what, this child can't be kept. Shangguan Wenrui suddenly said. Yi Yuan looked at the Zhao Qinggan who was still suffering from shock and said with a faint smile, "Ran pretty quick, eh? This move today, consider it as teaching you for free of charge. When you go back, you got to comprehend it well." Even if Zhao Qinggan's face was thick, he was flu's. HI plus ing with shame currently. He naturally understood what Yi Yuan was talking about. This slap was really resounding in his ears. Yi Yuan's half-moon slash was actually born from that final attack when facing off against Tianyu. Yi Yuan fused it into the nine-sword stance. But if he unleashed this attack right from the start, its power would be far from as powerful as right now. The process of sword light class HI plus ing against spear shadows was actually the process of Yi Yuan ACCU. Mulating momentum all along. Only after waiting until the sword light was broken and Yi Yuan released all of the AMA, as said sword intent, was there such a matchlessly powerful attack. Chapter 430 Zhao Qinggan's face turned red. He wanted to refute but did not know where to begin. Zhao Qinggan's face turned red. He wanted to refute but did not know where to begin. The most important thing about using a spear was ACCU. Mulating momentum. How could he possibly not know? Spear Shadow Carnage, the power of this move was extremely great. His starting stance was actually ACCU. Mulating momentum. Yet, it was precisely because this move was extremely powerful that when Zhao Qinggan wanted to merge these innumerable spear momentums into the final spear, he could not do it no matter what. But something that he, this spear-playing user, could not do, Yi Yuan who used a sword did it. This could not be said to not be a kind of irony. This match today undoubtedly gave Zhao Qinggan a genuine battle with immense referencing value. As long as he went back to study it in detail, perhaps he might really be able to fuse the ACCU, Mulat momentum into Spear Shadow Carnage one day. Ji Qing, don't you get C? Oh, C, KY. Our fight has only just begun. Just now. Was only merely a warm-up. Zhao Qinggan said with a black face. Clearly, he was truly enraged this time. Haha, of course I know that it's only starting now. Earlier, I let you dodge that move. Next time, there won't be such good luck, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Humph. That's also what I want to say to you. Zhao Qinggan said with a cold snort. This exchange made everyone became speechless. That was just a warm-up? If they really fought, wouldn't it tear down this entire plaza? The might of geniuses is indeed not what the likes of us can make wild guesses about. Similarly, a sea transformation realm martial artist, 100 of me added together is not 7th Prince's match either. Most importantly, 100 of you added up is not even as powerful as that one 7th level crystal formation realm. He's a monster. I really want to see where his limits lie. Yi Yuan's potential was seemingly limitless. Each time you thought that this was his limit, he would break through his limits again the next fight, reaching a brand new height. Now, the surrounding spectators were long unconcerned about who would win and who would lose and was also indifferent to who Xiao Ruyan would marry in the end. What they were most concerned with was just what extent Yi Yuan could perform to. Could Yi Yuan defeat the #1 expert, Zhao Qinggang, and replace him to become the fierce Gale world's rookie king? In the foreseeable future, as long as Yi Yuan did not die today, the future position of Wind Emperor was his for sure. Under everyone's eyes, Zhao Qinggan pointed his spear at Yi Yuan again. This time, he actually raised his spear with one hand over his head, while the other hand with his fingers as swords, pointing them at Yi Yuan. Very soon, an abnormal atmosphere started to undulate out. Everybody had yet to recover from Yi Yuan's attack earlier, but at this time was forcefully pulled back to reality by this sort of peculiar atmosphere. Zhao Qinggan stood there like a statue without moving a hint for a long time. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Regarding Zhao Qinggan's next attack, he instinctively felt out of the ordinary. Not just Yi Yuan, practically all the martial artists at the plaza could feel it. What martial technique is this? Why does it make me feel like the air is about to solidify? Wasn't His Highness, the 7th Prince's strongest move Spear Shadow Carnage? What martial technique is this? Are you a pig? How long has it already been since 7th Prince used martial techniques in front of everyone? Such a long time. Did you think that His Highness, the 7th Prince, would remain marching on the spot? Yeah. Most likely, between Shangguan Lingyun and 7th Prince, they are unaware of each other's depths now. But without question, these two persons' strength is unfathomable right now. In the plaza, martial artists with slightly weaker strength all felt that breathing was rather difficult, but that terror in their hearts could not be repressed no matter what. Swaz. Plus Yi Yuan suddenly vanished from where he stood. Zhao Qinggan's body, which had not moved for a long while, finally moved slightly. Only to see his upper body rotate slightly, but his sword finger turned to another position. The next instant, Yi Yuan's figure appeared again, and Zhao Qinggan's spear and sword finger were still pointing at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's brows knitted together once more. This probing action earlier finally let Yi Yuan confirm that he was totally locked on by Zhao Qinggan. Big brother, what is this move of His Highness's? Why does it give people such a repressing feeling? Shangguan Lingshue's brows were also tightly locked. Evidently, she felt rather uncomfortable too. Shangguan Lingyun's expression was solemn as he said, "The last time I fought with him was already a matter of 3 years ago. Looks like these 3 years, he wasn't idling either. Ji Qing is in danger." "What?" Shangguan Lingxue exclaimed in shock. "How can you be so certain? Ji Qing, he is so strong. He can't possibly be in trouble, right?" Shangguan Lingyun shook his head and said, "If Ji Qing had C Transformation Realm strength, even if it was only first level C Transformation Realm, breaking this move isn't hard. But sadly, even after using Origin Spirit 9 transformations, he only has a strength at the half-step C Transformation Realm. Why is this so? I feel that realm doesn't seem to be that important to Ji Qing. Half-step C Transformation and C Transformation Realm might perhaps be a huge difference to others, but to Ji Qing, it doesn't seem to make any difference, right?" Shangguan Lingxue asked in puzzlement. Shangguan Lingyun shook his head again. "The more so for showdowns between experts, the more important realm is. Zhao Qinggan and my realm have always been more or less the same." Neither shook the other off. "Don't you find that strange?" Only with Shangguan Lingyun saying that did Shangguan Lingxue felt rather odd. Although these two people's strength were well matched, it could not be that they were also walking together in terms of cultivation in essence energy, right? These few years, the two of them virtually always broke through realms at the same time. Recalling now, it was really quite strange. Shangguan Lingyun continued talking. "Martial artist's realm is external. Everyone can see at a glance, and it simply can't be concealed. But comprehension towards concepts is internal. Each day that we don't face off, I'll not know how much he comprehended. But I can confirm that even if there a gap between the two of us, It's only just between millimeters too. Hence, the two of us would have a mutual understanding to maintain a similar realm. We all know that once one side's breakthrough speeds up, the other side will also risk his life to break through. Because as long as one side breaks through first, the other wouldn't be a match at all. But even though Ji Qing's realm isn't high, he still hold the advantage earlier. Shangguan Lingxue said uncertainly. Shangguan Lingyun said with a sigh, between Ji Qing and Zhao Qinggan, it is not as balanced as between Zhao Qinggan and me. The reason why Ji Qing can persist until now is by relying entirely on his concept's comprehension, which is a cut above the rest, and his greatest shortfall is his realm. Pausing for a moment, Shangguan Lingyun continued again. Just now, Ji Qing already probed Zhao Qinggan. He's unable to shake off Zhao Qinggan's vital energy lock-on. With Yi Yuan's concept's comprehension, as long as he has a C transformation realm strength, he can absolutely get rid of Zhao Qinggan's lock-on. But now, he must forcefully resist this blow from Zhao Qinggan head-on, and forcefully withstanding this attack face-on, even I will die for sure. What? Even you'll die for sure too? This. How is this possible? Shangguan Lingxue turned pale with fright. Even the Shangguan Lingyun, who was ranked equally with Zhao Qinggan, said that it was a certain death. Just how horrifying was the power of this attack? Chapter 431. There's nothing that is impossible. The offensive power of a spear is extremely strong in the first place. Zhao Qinggan comprehended true intent too. If my conjectures are right, this move should have said all of his comprehension towards attack and is no trifling matter. Of course, if I were his opponent, I obviously wouldn't wait foolishly for him to come and stab me. When it comes down to it, Ji Qing is still too disadvantageous in terms of realm, Shangguan Lingyun said confidently. There's nothing that is impossible. The offensive power of a spear is extremely strong in the first place. Zhao Qinggan comprehended true intent too. If my conjectures are right, this move should have said all of his comprehension towards attack and is no trifling matter. Of course, if I were his opponent, I obviously wouldn't wait foolishly for him to come and stab me. When it comes down to it, Ji Qing is still too disadvantageous in terms of realm, Shangguan Lingyun said confidently. Then, do you think that Ji Qing can ward off this blow? Shangguan Lingxue asked curiously. I don't know. I completely can't figure out Ji Qing's ins and outs. In comparison to Zhao Qinggan, this is a more terrifying adversary. Because you'll never know what kind of surprise he's going to bring you next. Shangguan Lingyun said with a grave face. Although Shangguan Lingyun and Zhao Qinggan had already not had a frontal battle for a long time, everyone grew up together and could more or less estimate each other's strength. But Ji Qing was different. Since standing on the stage, Yi Yuan's means had been emerging in an endless stream. Divine Soul Attack, Absolute Defense, Thousand Flowing Petals, and Half-Moon Slash. Even the Shui family's ultimate technique, Origin Spirit 9 Transformations, Yi Yuan used it even better than the Shui family's family head. No one knew what kind of perverse move Yi Yuan would use next. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and actually closed his eyes. This scene gave everyone a huge shock. What is Ji Qing doing here? Gave up on resisting? Maybe. He's preparing some move? Prepare what move? Don't you see that he didn't maneuver any essence energy at all? Seventh Prince's next move is bound to be an extremely deadly attack. He's still not launching any martial technique now. Isn't this waiting for death? Zhao Qinggan was also slightly stunned when he saw this scene. But this did not hamper him from continuing to strengthen his momentum. The essence of this move from Zhao Qinggan was momentum. He could not release Spear Shadow Carnage's ACCU. Mulat momentum, but it did not mean that his comprehension on momentum was a total mess. On the contrary, in comprehension on momentum, Zhao Qinggan was extremely formidable. It also because of this that he created this current move. The momentum of spear shadow carnage was too hard to ama. SS. Heh, you know that you can't avoid this. HIT, so you gave up on resisting? But I won't show mercy, Zhao Qinggan said with a cold laugh in his heart. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. A majestic aura undulated out with him as the center. Are you trying to force me to have a head-on confrontation with you here? Fine, as you Wisconsin H. Plus, Yi Yuan's calm voice entered the ears of everyone present here. This voice was so composed that it made people feel hard to get close to, as if Yi Yuan was a person from another world. This is heart like still water. That's right. This is absolutely heart like still water. The heart realm that even Zhao Qinggan is unable to comprehend. This boy actually comprehended it at the crystal formation realm. Shangguan Wenrui, who had been calm the entire time, finally showed an astonished look. Truly unbelievable. He's only 16. Heart like still water. There might not even be 1 in 100 million martial artists that can comprehend it. How on earth did he do it? Shui Hongfei said with a vicissitude of emotion. Under antic 1p. Aiding eyes, Yi Yuan's 2 palms was gradually brought up from the sides. 2 distinctly different essence energy attributes extended out from his 2 palms. A miniature whirlwind was held in the palm of his left hand. The whirlwind was currently expanding rapidly, gradually taking on the features of a wind dragon. A small CLU, ester of pale yellow flames, was held in the center of his right hand. The flame grew increasingly vigorous as it blazed, gradually forming a fire dragon. Yi Yuan was currently mobilizing heaven and earth essence energy frenziedly right now. Half-step C transformation could only mobilize heaven and earth essence energy in an extremely small radius area. But to Yi Yuan, half-step C transformation was already enough to let his affinity towards heaven and earth essence energy reach an exceptionally terrifying extent. Yi Yuan entered heart like still water state in order to maximize this affinity to muster even more essence energy. At this instant, Yi Yuan was also already staking it all on one last throw. Zhao Qinggan's momentum was still in the midst of rising rapidly. Right then, Zhao Qinggan's aura finally rose to its peak. Tyrant martial howling cloud spear, glimpse of heaven. Zhao Qinggan gave a low cry. A spear pierced out, sweeping along with boundless heaven and earth essence energy, violent to the extreme. Where it said by, sand and stone were flung all around. The entire stage was already pulverized to dust by his one spear. At the same time, Yi Yuan's palms pushed. 2 small dragons gushed forth, instantaneously tangling together. Wind fire violent blaze transforming dragon. Yi Yuan roared. In the process of the intertwining, the 2 small dragons actually gradually merged into one, becoming a colossal dragon of wind and fire. The gigantic dragon roared as it swept over towards Zhao Qinggan. It actually gave off a series of dragon roars. Xiao Chongfeng's expression changed abruptly, and he yelled out, "Quick! Quickly dodge!" Actually, no need for him to shout. Everyone below the stage already noticed something off. These 2 people's moves were overly terrifying. Once they clashed together, they completely dare not imagine what would happen. The entire platform had already turned into fine powder. Blast waves rolled out in all directions, wave after wave. Looking at the distinguished guests on the stand, they had long left their seat. While the audiences were thrown into confusion, the 2 people's attacks collided together. Rumble! An explosion sound which reverberated through the skies sounded out, shocking until everyone's eardrums hurt. A dazzling light spread out like the sun, blinding the people until they could not open their eyes at all. Quickly run! A martial artist thought that he had retreated to a safe distance. But he quickly discovered something wrong and was sent flying by the enormous air blast. Arg! Arf! Miserable cries rose after one another, only to see martial artists being sent flying by the enormous air blast one by one. The power of a single attack was utterly appalling. What on earth happened? What the hell did those two people do? Ouch. So painful. Is this freaking hell the battle of Sea Transformation Realm martial artists? When were Sea Transformation Realm martial artists powerful to this extent? What happened to those two people? Who in the world won? Don't know. I completely can't see at all. That blinding light has already persisted for over a dozen breaths, and actually hasn't dissipated yet. Many people squinted, wanting to see what happened inside that bundle of light. But they only saw a vast expanse of white light and could not see anything at all. Several more breaths passed. The white light finally dissipated slowly. The first thing that reflected in the eyes of the audience was a stretch of ruins. The platform had already disappeared entirely, and what replaced it was a huge pit. In the huge pit, Zhao Qinggan stood with his spear. That appearance was very intimidating. And opposite him, Yi Yuan was struck out over 100 feet away, his clothing tattered, and injuries all over his body, looking very alarming. Once Xiao Rian saw, her eyes immediately turned red. She pulled down the head veil with a grab and rushed in front of Yi Yuan like flying. Propping Yi Yuan up, tears flowed down with a pitter-patter. Yi Yuan's eyes were tightly shut, his complexion pale white, looking feeble to the extreme. Young Master Ji, are you all right? Chapter 432. Yi Yuan had an anguished look and did not react in the slightest to Xiao Rian's words. Yi Yuan had an anguished look and did not react in the slightest to Xiao Rian's words. Xiao Rian was very anxious and was at a loss on what to do for a moment. Hugging Yi Yuan, she cried extremely heartbrokenly. Little junior brother, S.H.I. Plus Howren also panicked when he saw the situation and hurriedly ran in front of Yi Yuan. S.H.I. Plus Howren hastily searched for Yi Yuan's pulse. Only seeing that Yi Yuan just fainted for the time being did he feel relieved and heaved a long breath. Rest assured. Little junior brother just received a huge impact and fainted unconscious, S.H.I. Plus Howren said with Xiao Rian. Concern led to panic. Xiao Rian herself was also an alchemist. Earlier, she actually forgot to read Yi Yuan's pulse. All right? That's really great. Xiao Rian cried from joy. But S.H.I. Plus Howren frowned and said, all right? Does he look all right to you? This injury of his, he probably has to lie in bed for a period of time. At present, Yi Yuan looked very miserable. Ignoring external wounds, his internal organs suffered a tremendous impact too. If there were no medicinal pills to assist in healing, a single mishap and he would die. How could he possibly be fine? S.H.I. Plus Howren's gaze involuntarily looked towards Zhao Qinggan hatefully. It was only to see that Zhao Qinggan was staring dead straight at Yi Yuan currently. His expression was without emotic. Of joy. Sigh. Ji Qing lost in the end. I even thought that the #1 throne of the capital would be displaced today. Who knew that His Highness, the 7th Prince, is actually powerful to such an extent already? Ji Qing is still unable to create a miracle in the end. But for him to be able to perform to this step, it's already very heaven-defying. Give him another 1 or 2 years, and he'll surpass His Highness, the 7th Prince, in all aspects. This battle, Ji Qing had a moral victory. That final blow from 7th Prince, even Soul Sea Realm martial artists might not be able to receive it. Ji Qing is just a 7th level Crystal Formation Realm martial artist, but he fought to such an extent with 7th Prince. In my heart, he's the victor. Strong people always garnered people's respect. Yi Yuan's performance had already obtained the recognition of the vast majority of the people present. In their hearts, for Yi Yuan to lose out slightly to the 7th level C transformation, Zhao Qinggan with strength a major realm lower, he did not count as a failure no matter what. Xiao Changfeng came close and took a look at the heavily wounded Yi Yuan, and looked at Zhao Qinggan again. For a time, he did not know how he should announce the result. This match, 7th Prince. Cough cough cough. Xiao Changfeng said halfway but was interrupted by Yi Yuan's violent coughing sounds. Xiao Rian was overjoyed seeing the situation and said, "Ji Qing, you finally woke up. Why you scared me to death?" As she said, Xiao Rian cried again. Yi Yuan smiled dryly and said, "Ji good disciple, don't cry anymore. Bawl your eyes out, and you won't look pretty anymore. What master promised you is all accomplished." Xiao Rian had a doubtful face as she said, "Ji Qing, you clearly already lost." Haha, I said that I was going to pummel him. How can I lose to him? Yi Yuan's laughing affected his wounds, hurting him until he contorted his face in agony. Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when the expression of Zhao Qinggan opposite changed. With a puff, a large mouthful of blood spewed out, and he fell down backward. This scene was too sudden. Everyone was caught unprepared. What's going on here? Didn't His Highness, the 7th Prince won? Isn't this plot reversing too quickly? Can it be? Ji Qing really created a miracle and became the number 1 person among the capital's junior generation from here on forth? My God! With his present realm, who can surpass him in the future? All at once, the entire plaza exploded. Sounds of exclamations rose and fell. This scene was too inconceivable. Ji Qing was clearly already beaten until heavily injured and dying. In a twinkle, the 7th Prince could not make it any more. Instead, Yi Yuan laughed happily. Although he looked very tragic, he was not fearful for his life. And this match, as long as Yi Yuan won, he would be the right and proper capital's number 1 person. The future position of Wind Emperor was without a doubt his. Such glory was not even worth mentioning to Yi Yuan. But to the fierce Gale World martial artists, it was paramount. In everyone's understanding, the Wind Emperor would surely be born between Shangguan Lingyun and Zhao Qinggan, the two of them. But now Yi Yuan appeared and utterly upset the entire arrangement. Under Xiao Rian's aid, Yi Yuan consumed a medicinal pill that he refined himself. His injuries took a turn for the better very swiftly. While he was still unable to stand up, his complexion already became rosy, and his essence energy was also in the midst of gradual recovery. Such recovery speed made everyone exclaim in shock again. Family head Xiao announced the results. Yi Yuan urged. Xiao Changfeng looked at the Zhao Qinggan lying on the ground, and did not know what to do for a moment. Yi Yuan said with a slight pant, "His dantian is already damaged by me. It will be hard to have any advancement in this lifetime. So, you can announce the results now." "What? Dantian damaged?" Xiao Changfeng nearly jumped up. Another thunderbolt out of the blue. The insufferably arrogant 7th Prince actually became a cripple? Once His Majesty, the Wind Emperor knows of this matter, how enraged would he be? Ji Qing, why you're framing me up, digging a pit for the Xiao family. Xiao Changfeng stomped in a rage. But Yi Yuan did not care a hoot as he said, "With my Qixia mountain backing you up, what are you scared of? Oh right, there's still something I forgot to tell you." As he said, Yi Yuan looked at Xiao Rian and said with a faint smile, "Good disciple, come. I, Ji Qing, in front of the many heroes in the capital today, take you in as a disciple. Acknowledge master now." "What? I acknowledge you as her master?" Xiao Changfeng felt like his brain was a little lacking. When did the agreed-upon spouse finding martial compet? 1. Tian suddenly become acknowledging master? Xiao Changfeng stared fixedly at Yi Yuan and was so furious that his entire body was trembling. This move from Yi Yuan was thoroughly cutting the Shao family away from the royal family. Henceforth, the Shao family would have to depend on the Qixia mountain lineage, or else they would die without a burial ground. What? Does family head Shao think that I, Ji Qing, can't teach your daughter? Yi Yuan said coolly. Shao Changfeng looked at Yi Yuan and was speechless for a long time. Only after a long while did he wave his hand and said, forget it, forget it. My Shao family swore fealty to His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, for generation after generation. Who knew that when it reached my, Shao Changfeng's, hands, it actually fell to such a plight? The story is played out and the wood has become a boat. What else do I have to say? Ruyan, acknowledge. Acknowledge him as your master then. Shao Changfeng took a deep look at his daughter and was filled with a vicissitude of emotions. He never would have thought that today's spouse finding martial compet. 1. Tian would actually develop into such a conclusion. Obtaining her father's permission, the final trace of kink in Shao Ruyan's heart also vanished like mist and smoke. At once, she bowed solemnly towards Yi Yuan. Master is high above. Receive disciple Shao Ruyan's bow. Yi Yuan laughed and said, ha ha, good disciple. To think that my Ji Qing's first disciple is actually a girl as exquisite as a flower. Master's present strength is meager and doesn't have anything good to give to you either. This jade slip is used as your master acknowledgement gift. Take it. As he said, Yi Yuan paus, said Shao Ruyan a jade slip. Chapter 433 Shao Ruyan received the jade slip hesitantly. Her expression was rather vacant. Shao Ruyan received the jade slip hesitantly. Her expression was rather vacant. She agreed to acknowledge Yi Yuan as her master with ulterior motives, and it was not to really learn something. She did not think that Yi Yuan really prepared a master acknowledgement gift for her. Take a look. Master prepared a set of soul cultivation incantation and 2 sets of refining arts for you. You have to study them well in the future, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Shao Ruyan sunk her divine sense into the jade slip as told and started to browse. This scene looked extremely comical in everyone's eyes. Yi Yuan's divine soul realm was more or less the same as Shao Ruyan's, both high-rank alchemy grandmasters. Now, Yi Yuan wanted to take a girl whose strength was relative to his as his disciple. No matter how one looked at it, it was somewhat odd. What do you guys Yi Yuan is playing at here? Shao Ruyan is one of the capital's dual absolutes. Furthermore, you all look at that concerned look of Shao Ruyan's when Ji Qing was injured just now. Clearly in love with him. He actually only took her in to be a disciple? Aggravating me to death. Shao Ruyan is my Ji des. Ji Qing is already the capital's #1 now, and he actually dares to trample on my Ji des's dignity. I want to duel him. Screw off you. With that strength of yours, it isn't even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Still want to duel. However, Ji Qing's action is really unimaginably weird. He himself is just a high-rank alchemy grandmaster. How is he going to teach disciples? In my opinion, this Ji Qing thinks too highly of himself. Even though he's Sovereign Star Abyss's disciple, to talk about giving pointers in alchemy to the alchemy grandmaster Shao Ruyan who is his peer. He probably isn't qualified enough yet, right? I'm very curious though, about what are the things inside his jade slip. What can there be? Simply his own cultivation methods and refining method. Just that these things, his comprehension is already slightly stronger than Shao Ruyan, right? Master teaching disciples was not a simple imparting of cultivation methods. It was more so to clarify doubts for disciples and give pointers to various problems encountered during the process of cultivation. Especially alchemy skills. It was deep and profound, hard to learn and hard to be proficient. Everybody knew that Yi Yuan's was amazing at alchemy. But regardless of how incredible he was only an alchemy grandmaster. Regarding higher realm things, How much could he comprehend? Imparting soul cultivation methods and refining methods a little and being someone's master was truly a bit too child's play. And currently, Xiao Ruyan's brows were slightly furrowed, and her expression gradually becoming solemn. Xiao Ruyan was clearly not yet used to called Yi Yuan master. Call master, Yi Yuan said coolly. Xiao Ruyan sucked in a deep breath and called out, Master, this Master's acknowledgement gift is too precious. Haha. You're my disciple. Giving pointers in your cultivation is within Master's duty. What precious. From today onwards, you'll cultivate the soul cultivation method on the jade slip. But you must promise Master that this method absolutely mustn't be divulged. Only you alone can cultivate it. Otherwise, even its flouting teachings, Master, will clean the household. Talking until the back, Yi Yuan's voice became extremely stern. Actually, what Yi Yuan gave Xiao Ruyan was the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation, as well as the yin-yang separation flow technique and the Triorigin's samsara art cultivation skills. But what he gave Xiao Ruyan was only the first 5 levels of the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation, enough for her to cultivate to peak alchemy sovereign. Moreover, in the jade slip were extremely detailed annotations about the 1,000 augmenting soul incantations and the 2 types of skills. They were all Yi Yuan's notes of his understanding. With these things, no matter how poor one's talent was, cultivating to alchemy King Reem was not an issue at all. With Xiao Ruyan's talent, cultivating to peak alchemy sovereign was only a matter of time. In truth, this introduction gift, Yi Yuan considered it carefully too. Just talking about talent, while Xiao Ruyan was not considered at the zenith, she was already pretty decent. Xiao Ruyan's intentions, Yi Yuan was naturally very clear. Furthermore, through this period of living together, Yi Yuan could also trust Xiao Ruyan's character. Since that was the case, why not he be a bit more generous and pass down his mantle? Killing Ji Kanglin was a near certain death mission. Even Yi Yuan did not dare guarantee that he could succeed for sure either. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was about to leave the fierce Gale world right away. Towards this eldest disciple of his, he could not be shabby no matter what. Hence, he said these 3 things to Xiao Ruyan. Presumably, with these things, Xiao Ruyan ascending to the divine realm in the future would not pose a problem. Hearing Yi Yuan's warning, Xiao Ruyan's expression changed too and knew how great the weight of this jade slip in her hand was. Xiao Ruyan was an expert too. Sweeping the contents of the jade slip over, she knew the value of this jade slip. She acknowledged him as her master was to get close to Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan really took her to be his legacy successor. After musing, Xiao Ruyan nodded solemnly and said, "Rest assured, master. Disciple will engrave the contents inside the jade slip into my divine soul to slowly understand and absolutely won't reveal it to a third person to know." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Okay, this matter is done. Master's injuries aren't light and still need to head back and recuperate about. You follow me back to Qixia Mountain then." Xiao Ruyan nodded slightly and actually really supported Yi Yuan like a disciple and left. Yi Yuan nodded slightly at Hi plus Howren. The party was just about to leave when all of a sudden, a dozen over-figures descended from the skies and blocked their path. The one in front was an old man with age much alike star abysses. And looking from the aura coming off of this person's body, he was actually a divine traversing realm martial artist. Ding Liang, what are you here for? When Hi plus Howren saw the arrival, his brows involuntarily knitted. The old man called Ding Liang did not pay attention to Hi plus Howren and said indifferently, "The dark shadow guards are handling affairs. Unrelated personnel quickly leave. Otherwise, kill without amnesty." Ding Liang's voice was not loud, but it spread out like a large bell. Every single person in the plaza heard it loud and clear. Dark shadow guards. It's actually the most mysterious dark shadow guards under the Wind Emperor's command. Is this the power of a sovereign-level powerhouse? As so powerful. What are you still standing there for? If you don't want to die, quickly go. I heard that the Dark Shadow Guards have extremely high autonomy when handling matters and can execute on the spot before reporting. If we don't leave, we'll die a pointless death. There were tens of thousands of people in the plaza. But currently they retreated like tidewater. Very soon, in the vast plaza, only Yi Yuan's group and Ding Liang's group were left. Ding Liang, what the hell are you doing? Plus Howren asked again unhappily. Although he was a full major realm lower than Ding Liang, in terms of status, he was not inferior to Ding Liang. Hence, he dared to directly call his name. Plus Howren was the #1 person under Star Abyss. Other than needing to give a disciple's bow when facing the Wind Emperor, he could directly disregard other people. Ding Liang still did not answer. He took a look at the unconscious Zhao Qinggan not far away and his brows involuntarily furrowed. He asked Yi Yuan, His Highness the 7th Prince was defeated by you? Not knowing why, since the beginning earlier, Yi Yuan's eyelids kept twitching constantly and had an uneasy feeling. He had a feeling that this Ding Liang did not come with good intentions. Seeing Ding Liang pose a question, Yi Yuan said, So what if yes? Can it be that you want to take revenge for him? Haha, taking revenge naturally won't reach this old man's turn. Yi Yuan, take a trip with me. Ding Liang said with a light laugh. Chapter 434. Yi Yuan was secretly alarmed. But he had an indifferent look on his face as he said, Are you talking to me? However, did you call the wrong name? Yi Yuan was secretly alarmed. But he had an indifferent look on his face as he said, Are you talking to me? However, did you call the wrong name? Ding Liang said expressionlessly, I didn't call the wrong name. You're well aware in your heart. However, you actually defeated His Highness the 7th Prince to this extent. His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, most likely won't let you return. Plus Howren's face fell as he said, Ding Liang, you don't say some things here that make neither head nor tails to confuse the public. Just spit out what you have to say. But if you want to touch little junior brother, go past me first. Ding Liang looked at plus Howren and said with a smile, You call him as your little junior brother repeatedly. Do you know his true ident? One Tai? Plus Howren said with a cold smile, Your meaning is that Master Star Abyss is blind to take little junior brother in as a disciple? Ding Liang's expression faltered slightly. Plus Howren bringing out Star Abyss, this great Buddha, involuntarily made him have to reply carefully. Although Star Abyss's realm was similar to his, he was a character that even the Wind Emperor dreaded. Moreover, Star Abyss, being protective of his people, was known to all. If one really infuriated him, he would do anything. Of course I don't have this meaning. But maybe Lord Star Abyss is also kept in the dark? Ding Liang obviously would not fall for it. If little junior brother really deceived Master Star Abyss, there will naturally be his elderly self to punish. When did it come to your dark shadow guards to carry out a superfluous action? Little junior brother, let's go. Plus Howren said with a cold snort. As he said, plus Howren brought his fellow apprentices and prepared to circle around Ding Liang to leave. How could Ding Ling let them go? With a slight plus FT in footsteps, he blocked in front of them again. Plus Howren's brows furrowed and his tone gradually chilled. Ding Liang, are you bent on instigating antagonism between the royal family and the Alchemist Association? Ding Liang shook his head and said, Alchemy King doesn't need to be like this. Ding Liang is also here on orders. Your little junior brother is a spy who had infiltrated from the endless world. This point is already conclusive beyond all doubt. If Alchemy King S.H.I. Plus doesn't believe, you can ask him yourself. S.H.I. Plus Howren's heart plummeted and was invariably caught in a dilemma. In truth, through Ding Liang's words earlier, S.H.I. Plus Howren already had some suspicions, but he was still not willing to believe that this was true from the bottom of his heart. After musing for a moment, S.H.I. Plus Howren forcefully pressed down the doubts in his heart and said to Ding Liang, "This matter is much too important. Want to ask, it's also not my turn to ask. I'll bring little junior brother back right now. Master Star Abyss, he will handle it impartially." Ding Liang's face fell and wished that he could kill S.H.I. Plus Howren with one palm. "Handle my *SS impartially. If you bring this boy back, you all will close your doors to handle impartially. At that time, do I have to go before Star Abyss to ask for him? No way. This matter is already investigated clearly. Alchemy King S.H.I. Plus has no need to go back and ask Lord Star Abyss. I'm bringing away Yi Yuan right now. When the time comes, His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, will explain to Lord Star Abyss personally." Ding Liang said immediately. "I said earlier, want to touch little junior brother Pa S. Me first. Ding Liang, if you have the capabilities, then kill me." S.H.I. Plus Howren said angrily. "You!" Ding Liang was so angered that he was spouting smoke from 7 orifices. As they spoke, both parties' gunpowder smell gradually thickened, with the manner of a single word of disagreement, and they would fight. But, if they really fought, Yi Yuan's side would definitely be at a huge disadvantage. The other party not only had Ding Liang, this divine traversing realm powerhouse, but the others were also mostly Soul Sea realm experts too. Yi Yuan's side were all a bunch of alchemists. How could they be the Dark Shadow Guard's match? Fine. I'll expose his ident. 1. Tie in front of everybody. See how you still defend him. Lan Hu, come out for me. Ding Liang howled. A figure appeared in front of everyone. When Yi Yuan saw the arrival, his face could not help changing too. That last trace of a fluke was also all gone. "Long time no see, Yi Yuan. In order to find you, I've flipped the entire capital over these past few months. I didn't think that you'd actually be right under my eyelids, and even became Sovereign Star Abyss's disciple. If not for today, I was seized with a sudden impulse to come here and take a look at the spouse finding Martial Compet. 1. Tyan, I'm afraid that I wouldn't even know when you escape back to the endless world." Although Lan Hu said it smilingly, anyone could tell the fury in his words. These words said by Lan Hu was not in any way exaggerated. These few months, he would go to the city gates and keep watch there, hoping to discover Yi Yuan. Yet, several months went by, and he did not even have any hint of information. He never would have thought that Yi Yuan not only entered the capital long ago, but Yi Yuan also even became Sovereign Star Abyss's 8th disciple. This discovery made him depressed until he was about to vomit blood. Seeing Lan Hu, Yi Yuan knew that his tracks were ultimately still exposed. Knowing that he could not conceal it, Yi Yuan gave a faint sigh and said, "So, it's Lan Hu huh? It's really been a long time since we've met. I didn't think that you'd actually pay such close attention to my affairs." When Yi Yuan's words came out, the facial expressions of S.H.I. Plus Howren and the others changed drastically. This was equivalent to him acknowledging the matter of being a spy. How is this possible? I clearly investigated your divine soul before. All of the characteristics were exactly identical with us fierce Gale World martial artists. By the side, Xiao Chongfeng's face already turned deathly pale and still did not dare to quite believe it until now. Hearing these words, Ding Liang had a doubtful look too. His realm was much higher than Xiao Chongfeng's, and could sense that Yi Yuan's divine soul was no different from fierce Gale World martial artists. If not for Lan Hu seeing Yi Yuan before with his own eyes, It was utterly impossible for him to suspect Yi Yuan. In truth, if not for this point, perhaps Yi Yuan would have been exposed long ago. It was impossible to be arrogant under their eyelids until now. Among the people that Yi Yuan came into contact with, many were high-tier martial artists and could very easily detect the abnormality of his divine soul. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Haha, that's very simple." As he said, Yi Yuan's divine soul underwent a minute transformation. But everyone's faces changed. How is this possible? Everybody's eyes went wide and stared at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Even the sovereign-level powerhouse, Ding Liang's pupils constricted. He was evidently abnormally shocked. Haha. Nothing is impossible. It's just slightly altering the characteristics of the divine soul, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Only after a long while did everyone recover from the shock. Ding Liang said with a solemn voice, "I plus Howren, you saw it too. What else is there to say? This child's talent is even more monstrous than Shangguan Lingyun and His Highness, the Seventh Prince. He absolutely mustn't be allowed to leave. Or else, he's bound to be my fierce Gale World's mortal malady in the future." I plus Howren's expression flickered ceaselessly. Clearly, his heart was endlessly conflicted. Yi Yuan suddenly said, "Many thanks for eldest senior brothers and seniors' care these few days. Little brother is also helpless. That's why I hid my ident. One tie. Today's matter will be shouldered by little brother alone. Eldest senior brother, please return." At this juncture, I plus Howren falling out and becoming enemies with him was an extremely normal thing. Yi Yuan obviously would not bear enmity against him. On the contrary, he was very grateful for I plus Howren's care this period of time. I plus Howren's this sort of I plus Elding One's shortcomings very much matched Yi Yuan's appetite. 1t. However, what made Yi Yuan surprised was that I plus Howren suddenly blocked in front of him and said to Ding Liang, "No matter who he is, he's my little junior brother. You want to bring him away, sure. But I have to bring him back to Qixia Mountain first and let Master Star Abyss deal with him first. Before anything else, he's my little junior brother. And body can think about touching a hair of his." Chapter 435. You're really impervious to reason. Do you know what the consequences of protecting this boy are? The words from S.H.I. plus Howren angered Ding Liang until he stomped his foot. You're really impervious to reason. Do you know what the consequences of protecting this boy are? The words from S.H.I. plus Howren angered Ding Liang until he stomped his foot. S.H.I. plus Howren already thought it through currently and was no longer conflicted. He immediately said coolly, "I'm only saying to wait until he returns to Qixia Mountain. I didn't say to let him back to the fierce Gale World either. What are you kicking up a fuss for? You're aware of Master Star Abyss's character. If I hand Yi Yuan to you today, I'll die very horribly when I return, while you, likewise, won't feel nice." Ding Liang could not help choking up. Star Abyss's sanctions were still fresh in everyone's minds. Let's go." Seeing Ding Liang waver, I plus Howren gave a cold snort and was about to bring them away. "Wait a minute." Ding Liang suddenly woke up and gave a loud cry, I plus Howren, don't you compel me to use force." As he said, the aura of divine traversing realm released. Everyone's faces changed. The oppression of a divine traversing realm was not a joke. Ding Liang did not even make a move yet, and everyone already had a feeling like the heaven was rent asunder and the earth cracked. Even breathing was very laborious, as if somebody was clutching their throat. What was the notion of divine traversing realm? This was basically the pinnacle existence for lower realm martial artists. A character that stood at the very peak of the food chain. an existence like the spire of a pyramid. Once such a character made a move, ordinary people utterly did not have the chance to resist. Even Soul Sea Realm martial artists were also ant-like existences in front of divine traversing realms. When Ding Liang demonstrated his power, S.H.I. Howren's face changed too. He was not an arrogant and conceited person. In front of Ding Liang, he did not have the leeway to retaliate at all. But in order to bring little junior brother back to Qixia Mountain today, he was ready to risk it all. This was something that must be done by someone of the Star Abyss tutelage. Want to punish, it was also punishment by their own people. When was it other people's turn to punish? Everyone had their own insistence, and S.H.I. Howren's insistence was the pride of Star Abyss's line as well as protection towards their own people. Ding Liang, if you have the capabilities, then kill me. S.H.I. Howren's words revealed an icy cold intent. Ding Liang suddenly let out a sigh and said, S.H.I. Howren, His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, has already issued the order to be sure to bring Yi Yuan away. Apologies, I can only offend. Only to see him wave his sleeves grandly. An enormous force sent S.H.I. Howren flying out. Poo work, S.H.I. Howren crashed heavily onto the ground and vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Eldest senior brother. Seeing S.H.I. Howren sustain injuries, Yi Yuan's expression changed. Ding Liang did not hesitate in the slightest and took this chance to directly reach his hand out and grab at Yi Yuan. A horrifying, oppressive power directly shackled Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan actually could not move at all and could only let Ding Liang capture at his discretion. But at this time, a beautiful shadow suddenly blocked in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was taken aback from shock and yelled out, "Ruyan, get away from me!" Xiao Ruyan's hand stretched out and turned a deaf ear to Yi Yuan's words. But she shut her eyes, a manner of waiting for death. Regardless of who you are, you're my Xiao Ruyan's master. I can't watch you die. Ding Liang. Want to kill, you kill me together too. Xiao Ruyan reproached daintily. Humph. Ignorant child. To actually help an enemy from another world. I still have some trepidation towards S.H.I. Howren, but just with a little baby girl who's still wet behind her ears like yourself, do you really take me to not dare to kill you? Since you wish to die, I'll help you achieve your aim. Ding Liang said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan was so anxious that he broke into a cold sweat. He cursed, "You dumb *SS? Quickly get lost for me. Do you hear?" Yi Yuan was suppressed dead by Ding Liang's aura and completely could not move at all. And that battle with Zhao Qinggan prior to this, his wounds were extremely severe. Now, he completely did not have the slightest bit of strength to retaliate. Ding Liang wanting to kill Xiao Ruyan was simply as easy as blowing away dust. Could it be that he had to watch Xiao Ruyan die before him helplessly? Right then, Yi Yuan's eyes blurred. Ding Liang's figure was suddenly totally blocked. A large fatty suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Xiao Ruyan. It was precisely second senior brother Tang Ji. Tang Ji looked at Ding Liang calmly as he said coolly, "Ding Liang, kill me together too. I want to see how many people can you kill today." As he said, the other 5 seniors blocked in front of Yi Yuan too, covering him solidly. At this instant, Yi Yuan's eyes unwittingly became somewhat wet. These seniors clearly knew that he was someone from another world, yet they actually barricaded in front of him without any hesitation. This one. Yi Yuan probably could not cut it off in this lifetime no matter what. Humph. Who says that I must kill you guys? Just the likes of the few of you also wish to get in the way of me capturing this boy? Ding Liang gave a cold snort and lightly slapped out a palm. Immediately, violent winds howled, sending everyone flying. The strength of a divine traversing realm martial artist was simply inexorable. Poo work. Yi Yuan was originally already heavily injured. At this time, injuries piled on top of injuries, and he could not hold back the sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of blood spewed out. A blur before his eyes. A silhouette appeared before him. Really can't tell that you, boy, actually have such charm to make so many people willingly die for you. However, I want to see who else can stop me from capturing you now. Ding Liang said lightly with his hands behind his back. Yi Yuan's complexion was as pale as paper and was already very frail. He looked at Ding Liang cold and detachedly and said coolly, Ding Liang, right? If I don't die today, there will definitely come the day where you'll regret it. Ding Liang's actions already touched Yi Yuan's reverse scale. Yi Yuan spoke very calmly. But the calmer he was, the more enraged it meant he currently was. If not for Tang Ji earlier, Xiao Rian would already be a dead person. Ding Liang was wary of the ident. 1. Ties of S.H.I. plus Howren and the others, but he completely thought nothing of Xiao Rian. What capitals dual absolutes? In the eyes of a character like Ding Liang, it was a joke. When needed, he did not mind ruthlessly destroying a flower at all. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Ding Liang's brows involuntarily knitted. He said with a cold smile, Young man, you're thinking too much. Don't forget where you are right now. This place is the fierce Gale world, not the endless world. Even if I let you leave today, do you think that you can escape from the capital? In here, everyone is your enemy. You alone are facing an entire small world. Hence, don't hold any chances in your heart. You won't have the opportunity to take revenge. Ding Liang did not suspect Yi Yuan's words, and also did not feel that Yi Yuan's words had any laughable areas. Yi Yuan defeated Zhao Qinggan, who was a full major realm higher than him with 7th level crystal formation realm cultivation. Such monstrous talent, Serpa seeing him in the future was practically set in stone. Yet, the Wind Emperor would not give him the opportunity. Yi Yuan was dead for sure. Yi Yuan was extremely feeble right now and already could not be bothered to carry out meaningless arguments with Ding Liang. He shut his eyes and slowly revolved his skill to refine the medicinal strength. All right, it's late. His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, is most likely already anxious from waiting. Take a trip with me, Ding Lian said. His hand reached towards Yi Yuan once more. Ding Lian, you treated my disciples in such a manner. Have you made the preparations to receive my wrath? Right then, a cold voice suddenly sounded out and transmitted into everyone's ears. When S.H.I. plus Howren and the others heard this voice, they could not help becoming overjoyed. Chapter 436. A faint divine soul aura rippled out. Everyone only felt the pressure on their bodies ease up. That sort of stifling feeling previously instantly vanished with a trace. A faint divine soul aura rippled out. Everyone only felt the pressure on their bodies ease up. That sort of stifling feeling previously instantly vanished with a trace. Master, S.H.I. plus Howren and the others called out in one voice. A figure stood in the air, facing Ding Liang across a distance. Who could it be but Star Abyss? Lord Star Abyss. Seeing Star Abyss, Ding Liang also involuntarily lowered his proud head. Regardless where, the status of alchemists was exceptionally venerated. Even in the fierce Gale world where alchemy skills had declined, an alchemy sovereign powerhouse like Star Abyss still had a lofty status. The reason was none other than because the medicinal pills required by divine traversing realm experts, only Star Abyss could refine them. This was the reason behind the pride of S.H.I. plus Howren and the others. What kind of existence alchemy sovereign powerhouses were, one just had to look at the medicinal theory CLA. Yi Yuan studied back then at the Dan Wu Academy to understand this point. A theory foundation left behind by an alchemy sovereign became the holy scripture that the entire continent pursued. This was a character that could leave behind a legend on a plane. An era might have many divine traversing realm powerhouses. But the number of alchemy sovereign powerhouses were scanty few. Star Abyss's status in the entire fierce Gale world could be seen at a glance. Ding Liang, you beat up all of my 8 disciples until heavy injuries today. This account, do I find you to settle it, or should I go and claim from Zhao Tianyin? Star Abyss said coolly. Ding Liang sweated heavily. He did not think that Star Abyss would actually arrive so quickly. This time, it was not easy to wind this matter up. Ding Liang was a little too rash. But Lord Star Abyss, this new disciple of yours is the Endless World's spy. Lord Wind Emperor gave a death order to definitely bring him back to interrogate. Ding Liang was helpless and could only bring out Wind Emperor. Star Abyss waved his hand and said, Yi Yuan's matter, I'll go explain to Zhao Tianyin myself. Now you can leave. I'm afraid that this is inappropriate, right? Ding Liang did not think that Star Abyss was actually so unyielding. For a spy from another world, he actually did not even give face to the Wind Emperor. Star Abyss shot him an indifferent glance and said, Then, are you prepared to take care of me together too? Ding Liang was shocked and hurriedly said, Dare not, dare not. Even if Ding Liang's guts were any greater, I wouldn't dare to make a move against Lord Star Abyss either. But Star Abyss no longer bothered with him, and said to his disciples directly, Support your little junior brother and follow me. Ding Liang's heart was gloomy. Indeed, like master, like disciple. This master and disciple's way of handling things was simply carved from the same mold. They were directly treating him like heir. But Ding Liang daring to make a move against H.I. plus Howren and the rest did not mean that he dared to attack Star Abyss. Making a move against H.I. plus Howren and the rest still had room for maneuver. But making a move against Star Abyss's actual person was equivalent to the royal family and the Alchemist A.S. Association breaking away completely. With the Alchemist A.S. Association's rallying power, forget about them, these divine traversing realm experts, having to chance to have any medicinal pill to use in the future. Most likely, in the entire fierce Gale world, no martial artists could get medicinal pills. Even the Xiao family and Tong family, these alchemy families who depended on the royal family, they would probably close down their stores very soon as well. Yi Yuan did not think that Star Abyss would actually H.I. plus ELD him so domineeringly, making him feel a warmth in his heart. Although the current Yi Yuan was just a small character in the war between two worlds, his monstrous talent had already been revealed. The Wind Emperor would not let him leave easily. Star Abyss saying this was tantamount to falling out with the Wind Emperor. Such resolve, how could Yi Yuan not appreciate the kindness? You caused an uproar in the capital actually just to take in a disciple? Star Abyss transmitted his voice. Thick displeasure was revealed in his words. Very clearly, stirring up this situation was not what he wished to see. To be able to send Yi Yuan away noiselessly, that was the best outcome. Yet, Yi Yuan was simply not a law-abiding person and actually caused storms to rage throughout the entire capital for a girl. Even more damnable was that Yi Yuan defeated everyone, but the final outcome was not to hug a beauty back, but just to accept a disciple. This sort of powerful and unconstrained style of doing things also made Star Abyss this tan thunderstruck until he was tender on the inside and crispy on the outside. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, For real men, some things are necessary, while other things absolutely mustn't be done. Since we're friends, how can I watch her jump into a fire pit helplessly? It's just that I never thought that thorough considerations would have an oversight. There was actually still somebody who recognizes me in the capital. Forget it. Don't know what kind of fortune this little girl garnered in her previous life, to actually be able to encounter a person like you. Follow me back first. This matter still needs to be discussed at length. You actually wasted Zhao Qinggan. The Wind Emperor most likely won't leave the matter at that. Star Abyss heaved a sigh. Great grace can't be thanked with words. Today's matter, Yi Yuan remembered it. Yi Yuan said coolly. What's there to thank? If you were really a spy, I wouldn't care less about you. It's just. Who asked you to be somebody that Master, his elderly self, holds in high esteem? Star Abyss said with a sigh. Ha! Didn't think that one day I, Yi Yuan, would actually receive Li Daohong's grace, Yi Yuan said with a self-ridiculing laugh. Star Abyss had just brought everyone and walked not far out when he discovered a silhouette blocking their path. This scene happened too unreal, making everyone unwittingly feel their eyes blurring. Because just earlier there was clearly an body there. But the next instant a person suddenly popped up there, as if he appeared out of thin air. Such a bizarre thing involuntarily made people feel a chill down their spine. Looking at the arrival, Star Abyss's expression had an indescribable graveness. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly and already had some guesses about this person's identity. Star Abyss, although your alchemist association isn't under my rule, harboring people from another world like this truly make us bitterly disappointed, the person opened his mouth and said apathetically. This person that showed up bizarrely was actually the absolute sovereign of the fierce gale world, the Wind Emperor Zhao Tianyin, and he was also the fierce gale world's one and only boundless realm martial artist, an existence that looked down upon myriad worlds. Zhao Tianyin's age did not look old, still maintaining the appearance of a middle-aged person. Seemed like in his younger days, he was already an extremely powerful existence. Of course, if he was not a peerlessly talented person, how could he possibly break through to the boundless realm in the lower realms and attain the position of the Wind Emperor? Zhao Tianyin wore a casual dragon robe. Apart from this, there were not too many ornaments, seemingly no different from an ordinary person. It actually gave people a feeling of returning to one's original simplicity. Star Abyss sucked in a deep breath and said in a slightly low voice, Since you know that the Alchemist Association isn't under your jurisdiction, why did you dare to touch my disciples? Even an existence like Star Abyss, when facing a boundless realm powerhouse, felt immense pressure too. One had to know that under such an environment like the lower realms, boundless realm represented invincibility. Even peak divine traversing realm martial artists were only just slightly stronger ants in front of the boundless realm Wind Emperor. If not for this, why would the Grand Yen True sect need to sacrifice countless divine traversing realm martial artists to cast the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array back then? Zhao Tianyin ruminated for a moment and said coolly, Looks like you knew his identity long ago. Chapter 437, My Own Disciple, Of Course I Know. If I didn't know beforehand, why would I appear here now? Star Abyss said. My own disciple, of course I know. If I didn't know beforehand, why would I appear here now? Star Abyss said. Although you're the Alchemist Association's chairman, you're also born and bred in the fierce gale world. Is what you're doing here treating this land that raised you fairly? 1. I didn't do anything that let down the fierce gale world. 2. My disciple also didn't do anything to let down the fierce gale world. The so-called conspiracy theories are completely conceived out of your own imagination. My disciple only came to save his seniors. Being serious, my disciple came to the fierce gale world still because the swift wind guards captured his seniors. Isn't it so? But you also saw this child's strength. If we let him leave unchecked, he'll be my fierce gale world's mortal malady. Once he leaves, there will be many, many fierce gale world brave warriors that will die in his hands next time. You're also a titan of a world. Don't you consider for your people? The two people had a lively conversation and were actually like old friends of many years chatting. These two people did not belong to the same group. Although they knew each other for many years, they were not some old friend. Star Abyss even once caused mayhem in the capital for his disciples' matter and forced the third prince to death. But at their realm and status, Every action had the demeanor of an expert and would naturally not look like lower-level martial artists squabbling. Yet, from the contents of their conversation, their opinions clearly could not reach a consensus. The smell of gunpowder gradually thickened as well. This was absolutely not some good news to Yi Yuan's side. And the Wind Emperor's words clearly struck Star Abyss's Achilles' heel. If Yi Yuan returned to the Endless World, there would bound to be many fierce Gale World martial artists who would die in his hands in the future. In such a war between two worlds, an body could detach themselves from it. Yi Yuan could enter deep into the fierce Gale World today for his seniors. He would surely have to kill people for his close ones in the future. And Yi Yuan's potential was seriously too scary. This point no one could refute. These words that the Wind Emperor said was actually equivalent to admitting that he dreaded Yi Yuan very much. Posing as someone with high morals, Yi Yuan suddenly said with a cold snort. Once these words came out, everyone's countenance changed visibly. In this world, there was actually somebody who dared to provoke the Wind Emperor. Even if Yi Yuan's talent was heaven-defying, this Gaul was also too fat. Even if Yi Yuan defeated Zhao Qinggan before the Wind Emperor, he was still nothing at all. As long as the Wind Emperor was willing, he could kill Yi Yuan without even needing a finger. Soul Sea Realm. The divine soul communicating with one's essence energy sea, one could manipulate heaven and earth essence energy. Divine Traversing Realm. The divine soul and essence energy sea merge into one, roaming the world freely. One could manipulate heaven and earth essence energy in a large scope. Boundless Realm. The divine soul gains a preliminary glimpse into the profound mysteries of heaven and earth. One could take control of heaven and earth essence energy within a fixed boundary. Saying that they were controllers was not over the top. Hence, the Wind Emperor wanting to kill Yi Yuan now was practically just a matter of a thought. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Zhao Tianyin glanced sideways slightly and looked at Yi Yuan. Everyone's hearts were thumping and had no clue how the Wind Emperor would punish Yi Yuan. Is there wait for you to speak here? Puny little crystal formation martial artist, saw us and actually dare to not kneel. Zhao Tianyin's dignified voice sounded. Zhao Tianyin was not seen taking any action either. All of a sudden, the surrounding heaven and earth essence energy became berserk and actually squeezed towards Yi Yuan like a cage. This was too sudden. Everyone did not react in time. Immediately, Yi Yuan felt a weight of 30,000 caddies on his shoulders, as if a pair of large hands was forcefully pressing him down to make him kneel. Yi Yuan clenched his fists tightly, and his knees gradually bending. All the bones in his body gave off creaking sounds as he used all the strength in his body to resist. Who, the hell, are you to also fit to make me kneel down? Yi Yuan's face turned red, and he said this sentence word by word. Zhao Tianyin said emotionlessly, "We are the ruler of a world. Could it be that we cannot bear a kneel of yours?" I, Yi Yuan. Only kneel to parents and don't kneel to the heaven. Compared to the heaven, what do you even count as? As he said, Yi Yuan's jaws were chattering. Each word needed to use his entire body's strength. Yi Yuan's back was already bent, both legs slightly curved, but he stubbornly refused to kneel down. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone's faces including Zhao Tianyin's all changed. What martial artists practiced was heavenly Tao. What they feared most and held in reverence most was also heavenly Tao. The might of heavenly Tao was what humans simply could not surmise. Yi Yuan actually uttered words like this. Simply too unbridled. Speaking recklessly of heaven. Truly don't know life from death. With your strength, how do you know the terror of heaven? Zhao Tianyin said. Zhao Tianyin, you're still not staying your hand yet? Humiliating my disciple like today, you have to make preparations to receive my wrath. Star Abyss saw Yi Yuan's agonizing state, and his heart pounded. Speaking recklessly about heaven? Among the people present here, there was probably an body who understood heaven better than Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was burdened with a deeply seated blood feud and had already long lost awe and veneration towards heaven. Alive again, he was going against heaven. The heaven wanted to exterminate him, Yi Yuan. Then he, Yi Yuan, was going to ask the heaven why it was so unjust. Although it was uncertain who Yi Yuan's enemy was, a person that could kill a peak alchemy emperor was definitely among the peak existences in the divine realm. Compared to them, Zhao Tianyin truly did not count as anything. Moreover, with Yi Yuan former ident. 1. Tai, how could he willingly kneel down towards a puny little boundless realm? If it were before, boundless realm was not even fit to lick Yi Yuan's shoes. Star Abyss could understand Yi Yuan's words. He did not feel surprised. But Zhao Tianyin humiliating Yi Yuan like this was what he could not accept. Who knew that this time, Zhao Tianyin was a never-before unyielding. Star Abyss, although I dread your ident. 1. Tai, it's not without a bottom line. Furthermore, not everyone by your side can scorn our prestige. Even if he's your disciple, making him kneel down to greet us the first time meeting us is not considered overboard, right? Moreover, he crippled Goner. This kneel serves as making an apology. With Zhao Tianyin saying it like this, Star Abyss really had nothing to say. If Yi Yuan was his 8th disciple, even if Yi Yuan was somebody from the endless world, kneeling down to greet the Wind Emperor was nothing inappropriate. But the problem was that making an alchemy emperor kneel to the Wind Emperor was an unprecedented humiliation. Although Star Abyss did not interact much with Yi Yuan regarding his temperament, he still had some understanding. Even if Yi Yuan were to die, it was also not possible to kneel towards the Wind Emperor. For a moment, Star Abyss fell into a dilemma and did not know what words he should use to rebut Zhao Tianyin. Right then, Xiao Ruyan suddenly scurried out from the crowd and kneeled to the Wind Emperor with a slam. Your Majesty, the Wind Emperor, I beg you, let Master go. He only did it for the sake of saving his seniors, and is really not a spy. If your Majesty wishes to punish, Ruyan is willing to die in his place. Xiao Ruyan's face was smeared in tears, but her face had indescribable stubbornness. Ruyan, you mustn't be rude. Get back for me. Xiao Chongfeng hastily reproached in alarm when he saw the situation. Offending the Wind Emperor was not a burden that his Xiao family could bear. Chapter 438. The Wind Emperor turned his head slightly to look at Xiao Ruyan. Yi Yuan could not help freaking out in his heart. The Wind Emperor turned his head slightly to look at Xiao Ruyan. Yi Yuan could not help freaking out in his heart. He had long seen through that this Wind Emperor was not some good-natured person. To be able to kick off a war between two worlds for his own personal interests, such a person was a fierce and ambitious person, no matter how one looked at him. How could such a character take pity on a frail little girl? You, this baby girl, don't know what's good for you either. To actually help an aberrant person from another world plead for leniency. The Xiao family received our grace for generations, and this is how you repay us? Alright then, since you want to die, then we will send you off. The Wind Emperor's words did not carry the slightest hint of emotion, making people feel a chill in their hearts when they heard them. Don't! Yi Yuan shouted. But it was as if Zhao Tianyin did not hear it at all, only to see him raise his hand slightly, his index finger lightly flicked. A starlight flew towards Xiao Ruyan's heart like a comet. Body had any suspicion that as long as this bit of starlight touched Xiao Ruyan, she would be dead for sure. But at this time, who could save her? The starlight arrived in front of Xiao Ruyan in the blink of an eye. But it was like Xiao Ruyan did not see it at all. She currently had her back turned to look at Yi Yuan, giving him a gentle smile. Swaz. Plus bang. The starlight did not strike Xiao Ruyan, but flew towards the far end SMAs. Plus ing onto the ground. An enormous rumble sounded. Rock fragments were smashed flying all around. Xiao Ruyan disappeared. Regarding this surprise, the Wind Emperor was calm like before. He then turned to Yi Yuan. Spatial spirit artifact? Looks like I still underestimated you. Turned out that in that critical juncture just now, Yi Yuan unleashed the spatial spirit artifact and transported Xiao Rian inside. This scene naturally could not escape the Wind Emperor's eyes. However, you can't even protect yourself right now, you actually still have the thought to bother with others. I want to see to what extent you can hold out. Zhao Tiannin's voice had just faded when Yi Yuan suddenly felt the pressure around him immediately increased multiple folds. That horrifying pressure even squeezed the S.P. A.C. until it morphed, giving people a very unreal feeling when looked at. And Yi Yuan's body sunk down more than half under this kind of pressure. One knee was practically on the verge of touching the ground. Poo work! Yi Yuan spurred the essence energy in his body frenziedly, trying to straighten up his back desperately. Under the enormous pressure, Yi Yuan finally could not resist vomiting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Not only so, under the compression of S.P. A.C., the skin on Yi Yuan's entire body also cracked, oozing out blood, looking very wretched. Zhao Tianyin, if you have the capabilities, kill me! Even if I'm beaten until my bones are ground to dust, I also won't kneel down. Yi Yuan practically snarled it out. Kill you? Killing you is too easy. As long as I'm willing, what's hard about grinding your bones to dust? But I only want your kneel, Zhao Tianyin said coolly. Zhao Tianyin waved his hand once more. The pressure around Yi Yuan skyrocketed once more. Very clearly, as long as he was willing, he could crush Yi Yuan's body into pieces with just this move. And the pressure that he was applying right now was just a drop in the bucket of his strength. The goal was to make Yi Yuan kneel down. Under the tremendous pressure, Yi Yuan's consciousness gradually blurred. His body dropped bit by bit too. Seeing Yi Yuan's wretched appearance, Star Abyss's fury finally ignited too. However, he had yet to take action when he heard Zhao Tianyin say indifferently, Star Abyss, I advise that you better not make a move. You're aware, on the martial path, you're too weak. As he said, Zhao Tianyin casually pointed with a finger again. Heaven and Earth essence energy immediately formed a thin membrane, wrapping Star Abyss inside. Star Abyss's face changed and smacked out a palm at the thin membrane. Bang! The thin membrane did not move a hint, and Star Abyss was actually bounced back. This was the strength of a boundless realm martial artist. Even the sovereign-level Star Abyss was so incapable of withstanding a single blow in front of Zhao Tianyin. Alright, wait there obediently. After I take care of this brat, we'll slowly chat, Zhao Tianyin said faintly. Star Abyss gritted his teeth and said, Zhao Tianyin, you deserve death. But Zhao Tianyin did not pay attention to Star Abyss anymore. He increased essence energy for Yi Yuan once more. Arg! Suddenly Yi Yuan's aura rose frenziedly. His eyes were blood-red as he stared at Zhao Tianyin icily. Zhao Tianyin said lightly, burning blood essence huh? Burning 50% of blood essence in one go, you've virtually already ruined your own foundation. Doing this, just in order to not kneel down before me? Truly an obstinate youth. But, the more this is the case, the more I want to make you kneel. Haha. Yi Yuan was heavily injured originally. Under Zhao Tianyin's pressure, he had reached his limits long ago already. He could persist until now by relying entirely on a single conviction to hang in there. Yi Yuan was self-aware that he was certain to be killed, and simply burnt 50% blood essence in one shot, instantly filling the essence energy in his body to the brim. Under such a condition, he actually slowly stood up a little. However, all of this was futile. Yi Yuan compared to boundless realm martial artists, the gap was too great. Just pushed back some and Zhao Tianyin slightly exerted pressure again, immediately pus. HI plus in Yi Yuan down. Boom. Yi Yuan's feet actually trod the ground until it caved in. And at this time, Yi Yuan's knee was only a mere couple of inches distance away from the ground. Burning 50% blood essence was also unable to resist even a tiny bit of time. Yi Yuan's consciousness became increasingly blurry. Yet, there was a voice in his heart telling him non-stop, "Don't kneel. Don't kneel." The current Yi Yuan was already dyed by his blood until he became a blood person, looking terrifyingly ghastly. When everyone saw this scene, their faces could not help showing a visible change in countenance. A crystal formation realm youth actually displayed such a stubborn side in front of a boundless realm martial artist. Although these people were all Zhao Tiannin's subjects, at this very instant, they unwittingly felt pity for Yi Yuan in his hearts. Why geniuses were called geniuses was not only because they needed to have outstanding talent, but they also needed unyielding belief and a tenacious personality even more. Yi Yuan possessed all the qualities that a genius should have and originally should soar to the skies in one move. But today, he was cruelly humiliated by Zhao Tiannin and ultimately could not escape death. Such a violent method rather made people hold in contempt. Killing people was merely the head hitting the ground. But, shaming like this hurt morals and conscience. Yi Yuan felt the strength in his body waning bit by bit. Resisting the spatial compression was progressively more abilities falling short of one's will. Up to here, huh? This was Yi Yuan's final thought. Finally, he could not endure any more and he fainted. Seeing this scene, the corner of Wind Emperor Zhao Tiannin's mouth revealed a trace of a victor's smile. Yet, Yi Yuan's body did not collapse. A beautiful figure walked out of the void and caught the Yi Yuan who was about to kneel down. The woman gave a melancholic sigh and said, "Apologies, Mr. Yi. Li'er came a step late and made you suffer." This woman was precisely Li'er. Her appearance was as if a celestial fairy descending to the mortal world. There weren't any signs in advance at all. Seeing Li'er, Zhao Tiannin's expression underwent a change for the first time. A solemn expression actually appeared. With his strength, he actually did not discover that a person was hidden in the void. "Who are you? To actually dare barge into the capital?" Zhao Tiannin said grimly. Chapter 439. Li'er completely did not bother with Zhao Tiannin at all. Li'er completely did not bother with Zhao Tiannin at all. Only to see her slowly extend an exquisite arm, gently pressing her palm on Yi Yuan's chest. A light halo spread out on Yi Yuan's chest, and it actually gave people a peaceful feeling. Seeing that Li'er did not pay attention to him at all, the Wind Emperor's face fell slightly. "Humph! Ignorant of what you're saying. To actually dare offend us. Deserve to die." Zhao Tiannin flicked a finger with one hand. A stream of light instantly arrived before Li'er. Yet, right at that moment, a bizarre scene appeared. That stream of light actually vanished from sight inexplicably before Li'er. But no one saw Li'er make a move. Her hand was still pressing on Yi Yuan's chest, as if she was utterly oblivious to the matter of Zhao Tiannin attacking her. Zhao Tiannin's expression had yet to change in time when all of a sudden, he felt all the hair on his body stand on its ends. An intense feeling of danger assault from behind. He turned around swiftly. A stream of light transported out from the void. In haste, Zhao Tiannin quickly unleashed another finger. Bang! Two streams of light collided together, giving off a violent explosion. Zhao Tiannin actually fell back several steps in a row. Everyone watched this scene in disbelief. The Wind Emperor was a boundless realm powerhouse. He actually could not deal with a girl? Zhao Tiannin sucked in a cold breath instead. Concept of SPAC. You. Who on earth are you? The concept of SPAC was an exceedingly profound concept, extremely difficult to comprehend. The Wind Emperor was also considered someone with many experiences, but he had never heard of anybody who had comprehended the concept of SPAC in the lower realms. Furthermore, looking at this girl's move earlier, it was clearly comprehended to an extremely profound realm already. The Wind Emperor's face was very ugly. After becoming the Wind Emperor, this was the first time he felt an immense threat. Right then, Yi Yuan suddenly gave fled groan. He was clearly in great anguish. But when Lier saw this scene, the expression on her face eased up considerably. Only at this time did she slowly raise her head. Looking at Zhao Tianyin indifferently, she said, "Your dog head will be left on your neck for the time being. Before long, Mr. Yi will personally come to retrieve it. As for who I am, you don't have the qualifications to know yet." Zhao Tianyin's face fell, and he said with a frown, "Humph. Just know some concept of S.P.A.C., that's all. You don't really think that you've subdued us, right?" But Lier no longer bothered with him. Gently carrying Yi Yuan up, she said, "Mr. Yi, I'll bring you home right away." Seeing Lier completely disregard him, Zhao Tianyu flew into a great rage. With a flash, he blocked in front of Lier and said, pretending to be mysterious, "You can leave, but this boy must stay." Lier's eyelid raised slightly, and she said coolly, "With just you?" Zhao Tianyin said with a cold snort, "So what if just us? If we let you bring him and swagger your way out of here, then how will we rule the fierce Gale World's citizens in the future? This is you inviting humiliation upon yourself. Can't blame me." As she said, Lier's eyes suddenly released two beams of light. The light flashed and said right away. Zhao Tianyin was just brewing up a big move when all of a sudden, he shuddered. His pair of eyes actually gradually became vacant. Lier's brows furrowed, but her divine soul was in pain. That sort of ripping pain transmitted over. "Your Majesty, the Wind Emperor!" Ding Liang instinctively felt something off and could not help yelling out. Yet, Zhao Tianyin seemed to not have heard it. He still stood there without moving a muscle, as if he was a wooden puppet. "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" Ding Liang hurriedly came to Zhao Tianyin's side and shook his body. But Zhao Tianyin did not have any reaction. "Demonis, what did you do to His Majesty, the Wind Emperor? Do you know what you're doing? You're making an enemy out of the entire fierce Gale World." Ding Liang admonished furiously. Although Ding Liang's words were fierce, he did not dare to make a move against Lier. This Demonis actually cast a spell and froze the Wind Emperor in place. How could he possibly be her match? "Is that so? So what if I'm making an enemy out of the entire fierce Gale World?" Lier said indifferently. Having Zhao Tianyin kicking up a ruckus like this, Lier was not in a hurry to leave. She slowly put Yi Yuan down and leaned him against her shoulder. Seeing this action of Lier, not knowing why, Ding Liang's heart pounded, and he had a foreboding feeling. Only to hear Lier chide lightly, "Come over and kneel down for Mr. Yi." Everyone's faces changed. Was this woman crazy? To actually make His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, kneel down to Yi Yuan? But at this time right now, there was no longer anybody who took Lier to be an ordinary person. This woman was too bizarre. She actually just gave Wind Emperor a look and inundated him completely. Boundless Realm was the strongest existence in the lower realms. He actually did not even have the chance to attack? Also, the Wind Emperor he wouldn't really kneel to Yi Yuan, right? Under everyone's stares, the Wind Emperor actually really moved 2 steps in front and walked over towards Yi Yuan. Ding Liang was taken aback from fright. He hastily grabbed Zhao Tianyin's arm and yelled, "Your Majesty, don't!" But the Wind Emperor paid no heed at all. Instead, he waved a hand and sent Ding Liang flying out far away. Zhao Tianyin moved several more steps over and actually really kneeled down with a slam. This time, it really made the atmosphere blow up. Everyone watched this scene blankly, with a look of incredulity. What kind of magic did this woman cast on His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, to actually be able to make His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, so obedient? This also counts as instant karma. Just earlier, Zhao Tianyin wanted to make Yi Yuan kneel down. In the end, Yi Yuan did not kneel, but he himself kneeled to Yi Yuan instead. This is the situation where those who like to disgrace others will frequently be humiliated by others. Star Abyss said with a cold smile. Through today's events, he had already completely fallen out with Zhao Tianyin. Now, seeing Zhao Tianyin actually kneel to Yi Yuan, he felt incomparably free from inhibitions in his heart. The only pitiable thing was that Yi Yuan was currently still in an unconscious state and was unable to feel the delight of revenge. Today's matter, it is you inviting humiliation upon yourself. I'll claim a bit of interest on Mr. Ye's behalf first. Now kowtow to him. I don't say stop, you're not allowed to get up. Lier admonished. Just like that, Zhao Tianyin really kowtowed to Yi Yuan non-stop and was incomparably obedient. Lier's finger moved slightly. Xiao Rian was actually released from the spatial spirit artifact. Seeing that the Wind Emperor was actually prostrating to Yi Yuan, Xiao Rian could not help jumping in fright. What is going on here? His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, he. No need to make such a big fuss. It's just carrying a slight punishment out on him. Just based on his actions today, it's enough to kill him. But for the sake of Mr. Yi to be able to personally take revenge in the future, temporarily let him off today, Lier said coolly. Only then was Xiao Rian awakened abruptly. There was still a peerless beauty standing before her. Xiao Rian emboldened her courage to look Lier up and down a couple of times. There was actually a feeling of being ashamed of one's unseemliness. Could it be that this woman is Yi Yuan's beloved? No wonder. He turns his nose up at me. Turns out that the difficulty he talked about was this. Xiao Rian could not help bemoaning her fate inwardly. All right. I'm about to bring Yi Yuan back to the endless world at once. Everything that he did today was for you, so I let you out to ask you something. Are you staying here, or are you following Yi Yuan back? Lier asked emotionlessly.